Welcome back to Legalese 123, where we are covering cases across America. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello and welcome to Legalese 123. I'm your host, Missy K. It is Wednesday, the 12th of August. Let me go live on our other spaces here. We are getting ready for Lindsay Clancy Day 12. That's right. We've been in it for 12 days. Lindsay Clancy, as you know, is accused of unaliving her 3 children. Although she has stipulated to the fact that she did, was it a sense of mental instability or was it intent? Hello and welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, everybody. Hi. Hello, if you don't know who I am, my name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. Today we are talking about the Lindsay Clancy trial. We are in day 12. We will stream this trial live together. And we have a lovely chat of people who are talking about the trial as we watch along. So if you have not watched me, I bring you legal cases. As I stated, we're in Lindsay Clancy, but we have other cases that we follow along as well. So welcome in. Welcome. Hello, everybody. Hi, Jill. Hi, Rose. Hi, No. Hi, Kim. Some of your names I can't read. So if you're just joining me, we are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial. And yesterday, we heard from her other healthcare provider, nurse practitioner, Rebecca Gelada. That's right. Did Rebecca Gelada over-medicate Lindsay? Did Rebecca Gelada try to placate Lindsay Clancy and give her what she needed? Do you think it was over-medicated? Do you think it was just trying to figure out how to appease a difficult client? Do you think that she was shopping? She was shopping for medication. Do you think she over-Googled? Lindsay Clancy stated that she Googled a lot of her medications. Her being a nurse as well. Was she Googling too much? And is Dr. Google too much in general? Should you just listen to your practitioners, your doctors, etc.? Hello, Miss Rivera. How are you? Yeah, we got to get everybody in. Hello, everybody. Hey, everybody over here. Welcome. Let me know where you're coming in from. Say hi. Let me know where you're coming in from and what you're drinking this morning. Hello, everybody. And if you're on the Tickety Talk, please, there's not very many of us in here. If you do the tappity tap, we will get, hi, Just Nana. If you guys do your tap your screens, we're going to get a lot more people in so that a lot more people know that we exist. Hello, everybody. Just taking a sip of my morning drink. It's the same drink every morning. Hello and good morning, everybody. Tappity tap. Hello, everybody over here. Let me know where you're coming in from. Say hi. I don't know who I have over here. Hi, everybody. All right. So as you know, TikTok was being very spicy yesterday. Very spicy yesterday. It did not like anything that I did. So I'm going to this format again today. And hopefully this will be okay. Miss Rivera says she is coming in from California and she's drinking coffee with her protein shake as her creamer as always. Liz is from Virginia. Oh, you're walking your dogs and listening. Thank you. I know. That's what I said yesterday, Liz, that it's early there. Liz is at the gym. I wish I was too. Don't be spoiling alert on us. I know. We're behind. Yeah, Miss Rivera starts to work at 6 a.m. and she listens to me. I appreciate that so much, everybody. All right, if everybody could tap, tap, tappity, tap, let's see if we can get a whole bunch of people in. It always just starts off really slow. All right, who's over here? Nobody said hello over here. I need to see who's on the Ube of the tube. Is that right? The tube of the U? Hello and good morning, everybody. Yeah, yeah. I know. I told you that if you're going along and you're talking about something and you have a song that comes into your head and you sing that song because it's based off a phrase you have, we can be friends. We can be really, really good friends. So, yeah, let's tap. We don't have a lot of people just yet. But we're going to start anyways, because if we don't start, it's going to be a very long day. And my goodness. All right. So yesterday we left off on, I hope it was number 61. I had to go between notebooks. I finished up my other notebook. I'm going through notebooks like left, right, and center. So I need people to send me some money so I can get some new notebooks, right? Give go populars. That helps get your content out. I don't know what that means. Just Anna, I don't know what that means. Just Nana is helping me out. She's been very great. She actually, Nana, I was thinking about this today. You were the first one. So I've been live before on TikTok, but you were the first one that told me, hey, just put it behind you and let's go. So last week, Nana came in and just said, just a gift. Give go populars. That helps get the content. I don't know how to do that. Well, Clutch Jake, you have come in strong already this morning. Give go populars. I don't know how to do that. I'll Google that. How to give go on TikTok. Oh, the chat. Not me. The chat should give go popular gifts. Okay, so give popular gifts. That might help get dinged. You guys, you may want to say trigger warning just in case they talk about harm yourself or kids. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Let's give respect. Let's give a whole bunch of taps to Miss Rivera for getting up in California and, doing all the things. All right, my lovies, we are going to go ahead and get started this morning. We already were told there's a police officer on the stand. I don't know who that is, but we will see. We will see. All right, let me bring this up and
presentation of evidence. The anticipation is
can
that
you guys hear it?
Probably similar to we had the last couple of days into the afternoon. All right, and then after that, before I send you home, I'll talk again with counsel in regards to schedule for the rest of the week and kind of where we are. All right, so when you leave here today, you probably have a little bit better idea as the schedule for the rest of the week and into next week. All right, so so with that, I think we'll return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Buckingham.
Your Honor, come on, we call Daniel Ballard to the stand, please.
All right, witness number 62, Daniel someone another. And just remember, we want to hear from the forensic expert. Is Ian Whiffen going to testify?
Once I start right there, where's your
You know, the who, what, where, when, how, and why.
And the evidence, you shall take to the court and the jury, and have enough honey between yourself and the defendant's mouth shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your stuff.
Just FYI,
Hi, good morning,
if this
sir.
is if this is a Mass State Trooper, he's got no hair. Mass State Troopers have no hair.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Yes. First name's Dan, last name's Lawler,
And where are you employed?
with the Massachusetts State Police.
What's your rank with the state police?
Sergeant,
And how long have you worked for the state police?
9 years.
At some point, did you work in an assignment with the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office as part of the state police detectives unit?
You
Yes.
see that bow?
And how long were you with the Plymouth County DA's office, state police detectives unit?
From March 2021
Let's
until
tap,
June
tap, tappity tap.
2025.
I'm going to draw your attention back to
All right, if you're new here, we play a game. We tappity tap 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 if we see the bow. She's wearing a bow today. Plus, when we get a new witness, and if Mr. Reddington makes me laugh, or if Mr. Reddington makes you laugh. At first, there when they were first going, he looked like he was snoozing. So, if you're just joining me, hi, my name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. We are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Unfortunately, we cannot bring it to you on the screen at the same time because TikTok has dinged us. So we listen along. If you want to join me live, I'm on another space. You can go see my link in bio. If you'd like to learn where that is, I'm also live there as well. So please do like, share, and follow. I made a whole bunch of videos yesterday, and I made a very funny one yesterday. We'll talk about it when we get a break. I try not to stop too much and talk, and I talk to you in the chat. So please, this is live, Sarah. This is live. This is going to be live coverage of the Lindsay Clancy trial, day 12. I know I just stopped this witness, but yes, we're live. All right, here we go, everybody. Tell me where you're coming in from and what you're drinking this morning. Thanks for joining. Make sure to tappity tap tap tap.
January of 2023. Do you recall going out or responding to an incident that occurred in Duxbury?
Yes.
And the incident occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And you're aware that that involved a death investigation where 2 children had been declared deceased, and at the time, there was another child that was being treated at the hospital?
Yes.
What were you asked to do, or what was the first thing you did in relation to this investigation?
I responded to the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth.
And why did you go there?
I was advised by my supervisor to respond.
Okay. And were you aware that a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy had been transported there to South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And when you arrived at South Shore Hospital, was a Duxbury police detective already on scene?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was?
Detective Matthew.
Now, when you, meaning the State Police Detectives Unit, are involved in an investigation, is it common that you would utilize the services of the Crime Scene Services section of the State Police
Yes.
and the Crime Scene Response Unit?
Yes.
And in this case, did members of those 2 units respond as well to the South Shore Hospital at the time that you were there?
Yes.
Do you recall who from the Crime Scene Services and the response unit responded?
Chemist Maureen Hartnett and Trooper Rostoffers.
Did you have the occasion to observe Lindsay Clancy at the South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And she was in the emergency department, correct?
Correct.
And was she able to speak, or was she intubated?
She was unable to speak.
Did you observe her to have medical equipment and being treated while you were there?
She had medical equipment attached to her person, yes.
And did you observe her to have injuries, visible injuries?
Yes.
At the South Shore Hospital, in addition to speaking to Detective Mafia and assessing Lindsay Clancy, did you do or serve anything on the hospital themselves?
Yes.
What did you do?
A preservation notice.
And what is a preservation notice?
The preservation notice is to preserve defendant's urine and blood.
And you provide that to staff at the hospital to ensure that the blood is saved unless and until a warrant is obtained for that material?
Correct.
And in addition to serving the preservation order, did you collect some items that were removed from medical staff that were on Lindsay Clancy, the defendant?
Yes.
What did you collect, or what did they provide you?
It was her clothing and wedding ring and wedding band.
If I may approach the witness.
Well, she's putting her gloves on. I have no objection to any of this, Judge.
Okay, all right.
As far as, Sergeant Lola, as far as the items collected, when they are received from the hospital staff, what do you guys do with them?
So it goes, originally went to Detective Mafia from Duxbury PD. Then it went to me, and then it was documented by Trooper Stoffers. And then some of it will go to the office, or will go to the crime lab. In this case, went to the crime lab.
Okay. But as the state police trooper on scene, the investigator on scene, you at some point retain custody of the item.
Correct.
And I'm just showing you a paper bag. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And is this the bags that generally the detectives unit or crime scene uses to put particular pieces of evidence inside of it?
Yes.
Since I just struggled to put the gloves on, I'm just going to show you the item if that's okay. So, I'm showing you one item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
What do you know this item to be?
Shirt.
Is it a piece of clothing that you obtained from the hospital?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a woman's tank top?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to observe some staining on the front? Looking close.
Yes.
And again, it's cut down the middle.
Correct.
This is how it was received from the hospital.
Yes.
I would move to admit the tank top as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 223.
Thank you.
Showing you another item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And what are these?
Jeans.
And these were also cut and off the defendant and received by the medical staff at Social Hospital.
Yes.
And on these jeans, you see a little bit of staining on the front.
Yes.
I would move to admit these as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 224.
Thank you.
Just showing one more item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
Appears to be a woman's bra, correct?
Correct.
Cut down the middle,
Yes.
and it has some staining in the front, in the middle where the cuts are.
Correct.
And is this an item that was collected that was on Lindsay Clancy's body on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Move to admit this as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 225.
Thank you.
You indicated there was also some rings that were collected, correct?
Correct.
And eventually these items were then taken by forensic scientist Hartnett, and eventually they get returned to the State Police Detectives Unit in your experience. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Now, in addition to going to the South Shore Hospital on January 24th, 2023, did you go to any other hospitals?
Yes.
Which hospital did you go to?
Boston Children's Hospital.
And why did you go there?
I was advised to go there by my supervisor.
Okay, and did you learn that one of the children, Callan Clancy, had been transported to the Boston Children's Hospital?
Yes.
And were you there to just obtain what his current status was at that time?
Yes.
And the time that you were there at the Boston Children's on January 24th, fair to say he was still alive but noted to be in critical condition?
Yes.
Now, in the early morning hours of January 25th of 2023, were you aware that a search warrant was obtained for the home of 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And in your time with the State Police Detectives Unit and during that time in January of 2023, how did you guys approach the execution of a search warrant?
So the house would have been frozen pending the search warrant being signed. Once it's signed, we begin the execution, and crime scene would document the residents inside and outside before we would go in.
Okay, so when crime scene goes in and they document, you're familiar, they use photographs and video, right?
Correct.
And once they've gone through and documented the scene as it was secured, do you, as part of the detectives unit team, then go in the house to begin search?
Yes.
And fair to say, there are a lot of hands on deck during something like this?
Correct.
And in this instance, the detectives unit was searching the entire home at 47 Summer Street, including 3 floors, basement, first floor, second floor, as well as any vehicles that were on the property.
Correct.
And in addition to people or troopers with the detectives unit, were there other local law enforcement also assisting?
Yes.
And what was your role that night or that morning in the execution of the warrant?
I was the evidence officer.
And what does that mean?
I document evidence that is located by investigators during the search warrant.
And so at that time period,
I think I know why he's testifying. I'm not 100% sure. Remember how they keep saying, were you the lead investigator? Were you the lead investigator? Maybe he's the lead investigator. Just saying.
when you're executing a search warrant and searching a place like a home, is the information that you know at that point what guides the search?
Yes.
So you don't know what you're looking for unless you know what happened, right?
Correct.
So in this circumstance, fair to say the state police had limited information about what had actually transpired in that house.
Correct.
But each and every room was searched to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
And your role was just to document items that were going to be collected and returned to the State Police Detectives Unit?
To document items that would be collected and either go back to the State Police Detective Unit or to the crime lab.
And fair to say when the crime lab takes items back to the lab, they have an entirely different process on how to monitor, track them, and inventory the items, correct?
Correct.
So in this particular warrant execution, did you engage in the search?
Yes.
And you said you documented what other members of the group found and located where they located it, correct?
Correct.
And so you, as the evidence officer, were aware that Trooper Rabbit located some prescription pill bottles in the kitchen that morning, correct?
Correct.
And so as the evidence officer, were you responsible for kind of keeping custody of those bottles?
Correct.
At some later point after those bottles were photographed and collected, did you inventory those bottles?
Yes.
I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 155, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
So Sergeant, just showing you this bag here. It's already been marked, Exhibit 155. I'm going to show you 4 pill bottles. And you can take a look at them so they look familiar to you.
Yes.
So the first one I'm looking at is labeled trazodone. And as far as how you inventory these, what do you do when you inventory them?
Just count them.
Okay, so do you also review the information on the label as to what should be in the bottle or what the original prescription was?
Yes.
So as far as the trazodone, it says filled on January 12th, 2023 with 30 in it. And so you counted to determine how many were left, right?
Correct.
And so fair to say there were 20 remaining in this bottle when you inventoried it.
Correct.
The diazepam, 5 milligrams, date filled January 9th of 2023 with 14 as the quantity. You counted what was in this bottle,
Correct.
and there's 2.5 left in there, correct?
Correct.
And diazepam, 2 milligrams, date filled January 16th, 2023. It has 3 listed on there, right? In type.
Yes.
But there appears to be like a pink mark through it.
Correct.
Did you put that pink mark on there?
No,
Would that have been there when the bottle was seized?
it could have been.
Okay. But regardless of how many it says were the quantity, you counted how many were actually in this bottle.
Correct.
And fair to say there were 9.5 remaining in that bottle.
Correct.
And the last one, amitriptyline, 10 milligrams. It says date filled January 16th, 2023, quantity 30. And you counted how many were left in this bottle as well.
Correct.
And there were 22 in this bottle.
Correct.
And you documented that as this was put into evidence in the state police.
Yes.
It's going to be a long day if this is what we're doing today. Hi, Liza. Yeah, Michelle, there was more bottles
Did
in Patrick's
you-
car.
Search in the upstairs master bedroom of the house during the search warrant.
Yes, I assisted with the search.
Did you locate anything that you documented or collected to take back to the state police?
Yes.
In the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. What did you locate?
I believe it was a baby monitor and a Google Nest camera.
Okay. Did you observe the room, the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did you search in a nightstand that was next to the bed?
I don't recall searching a nightstand next to the bed.
Were there other investigators that were also in the room searching
The
other
drawer.
areas of the bedroom?
The drawer.
Yes.
And as far as any additional work you did on this particular investigation, again, fair to say the detective unit works as a team and divides up work and for follow-up.
Correct.
And you participated in some follow-up investigation by speaking to some witnesses, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you were also asked to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital where the defendant was following the sheriff's department, keeping watch of her.
Correct.
Do you recall what day you went there?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. When you went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, was she in her own room or was she in like a open area?
She was in her own room.
When you were there on watch, did you go into the room or were you outside the room?
Outside the room.
And as far as your memory of whether anyone else besides medical staff went in there, at any point when you were there at the Brigham Hospital, did you observe another individual come in to visit with her or meet with her?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was coming in?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was allowed in with a court order?
Yes.
When the person went in, did you know if it was an attorney, a doctor, somebody else?
It was not an attorney. It wasn't a doctor. It was, I believe, a psychiatrist.
And when that person went into the room, did you go in the room as well?
No.
And where did you stay?
Outside the room.
And when this man went into the room, did he leave the door open or close the door? If you
I believe it was closed.
And when he came out, did he speak with you?
I don't recall.
But as far as you knew at that time period, that person was permitted to be in there and could close the door.
Correct.
And you don't know what was said or what was done in that room?
No.
Thank you.
Who's this person she's talking about?
Mr. Reddington.
So your position was as a sergeant for the state police on these dates that you testified to?
No, sir. At the time, I was a trooper.
Trooper.
Yes, sir.
Were you assigned to the district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
It would be the Plymouth County DA's office, meaning these prosecutors here, right?
Correct, sir.
Actually, you have an office in their office. It would be the Plymouth County DA's office, meaning these prosecutors here, right?
Correct, sir.
Actually, you have an office in their office, right?
Correct, sir.
You don't have to call me sir. So on the first time you got involved with
Don't
this
call me
case was
sir.
on the evening of, was it
Tap
the
for
24th?
Reddington.
The 23rd?
Tuesday. I think it was the 24th.
Okay. And do you recall what time it was that you went there?
To the South Shore Hospital.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Approximately 7:30 p.m.
Now, at that point, you had known, obviously, that this was a major investigation involving the death of 2 children and 1 serious injury to another child. Is that correct?
Correct.
The media was absolutely insane all over the location of the house and in the hospitals and everywhere. Isn't that right?
I recall media at the house. I'm not sure about the hospital stuff.
Okay. It was a fairly horrific and largely attended to, if you will, event. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lindsay was, when you went to the South Shore Hospital, that's where you saw her before she was transferred to the Brigham and Women's, right?
Yes.
When you went in to see her at the South Shore Hospital, she was in the emergency room, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that she was pretty well, she had the intubation tube in her mouth, she had tape on her face, she had her arms all taped up and wires and tubes and everything else, right?
Yes.
And it was a very confusing and quite frankly, shocking sight to walk into that room and see her there in that condition, right?
Yes.
And you, about your duty, collected clothing and her wedding band, correct?
Yes.
And you went through all that with the items you seized, and you introduced those into evidence and noted what the government said appears to be stains, but it was blood on her clothing. Is that right?
I would say.
Appeared to be,
Yeah.
in your experience.
Yes.
Any shoes? Did she have any shoes, sneakers, slippers, anything like that?
I don't recall shoes. I think 2 black socks, but I don't recall shoes.
Right. And if there were shoes on her person or brought to the hospital, the odds are that when they saved the clothing, they would have saved the shoes as well, right?
Yes.
So you took the clothing, and then you went to the Boston Children's Hospital, right?
Yes.
And after you left the Boston Children's Hospital, you went back to the house and then assisted in the search of the property with a search warrant?
Yes.
And were you the lead investigator at that point, or were you one of the guys just searching?
I was not the lead investigator.
But there was a court order, search warrant, right?
Yes.
And you, meaning collectively you, knew that you had a search warrant that authorized a search for a number of items, including medications or pills or pill bottles, right?
Yes.
I don't have to grab this and ask if you saw this. You never did see that, did you?
I did not recall seeing that, sir.
You don't
It's
know
the
what
draw.
it is
Tap for the
inside
draw.
that item, right?
It's the
I don't know.
draw.
And counsel asked you whether or not it's a collaborative effort on the part of the detective units, and that you all collaborate and work together. Can you explain that? Do you report to each other? Do you keep each other advised as to what you get for evidence?
Yeah. So when we go into a house, we're not familiar with the layout. We'll walk the house and figure out where bedrooms are located. And then essentially we kind of just break up into teams, if you will, and search the residence as evidence is located. And at that time, as the evidence officer, I would be alerted that, hey, there's evidence here. We're going to document and collect it.
Okay. And you videotape the scene and you take photographs of the areas, the different rooms, right?
I do not, but the crime scene does.
But you were in the house and you were able to observe the rooms. You could see all sorts of wall hangings and paintings and fingerprints and handprints and all that stuff on the wall, right?
Yes.
Downstairs, you saw in the basement or the finished basement that there was an area that was an office or appeared to be an office. Is that correct?
I don't recall the exact layout of the basement.
Do you remember that items were seized from the basement, like a Mac Pro laptop, something like I have right here? There were 2 of them that were seized. You remember that?
Yes.
And from your investigation, you're aware that those would have been Pat Clancy's laptops, his business and personal laptop, correct?
At the time, I'm not sure who the laptops belonged to, but I know they were collected.
Okay. And how about Lindsay Clancy's, her cell phone? Was that seized, if you know?
I believe that was seized from the master bedroom.
In the master bedroom? And do you remember, was it located on the bed?
There was a phone located on the bed. I think there was another phone located in a dresser drawer. I'm not sure which phone was what, though.
All right. So both of those phones, regardless which one was what, did either one of them have blood on them?
I don't recall.
But if you guys were seizing the items in the property, such as the cell phone that had blood on it, in your experience, you probably would have remembered that, right?
Correct.
And you don't remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did notice a lot of blood on the floor and on the walls, on the mirror and the window ledge and that area. Is that fair?
I'm going to pause for just a second. There are 230 of you in here. Hello. My name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. We are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial, day 12. I stop and start. I apologize. Sometimes I come on here to answer questions, but there are a lot of people who are new on here. We have the trial playing sort of in the background, but our chat is on fire. Please ask questions as we go along. I know some of you watch this in other spaces. If you want to know if you can watch it with me as well, I am also live on another space. Link in bio if you get my drift. But please do like, share, follow. I don't only cover Lindsay Clancy. I cover tons of other cases as well. So I'm just introducing myself. We're in the thick of things. As you see right here, this dude right here is Trooper Daniel Lawler. He's on the stand talking about what evidence he collected. He's a Massachusetts State Trooper.
I recall blood on the floor by the mirror and then blood on the floor going towards that back right window.
Okay. At no time did you ever come across or discover a, what do you call it, Apple Watch, right?
No, sir.
And after you all concluded your search of the home, and how long did that take? A couple of hours?
Probably. I don't recall the exact time we concluded.
Okay. The next thing you did was to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, is that right?
After the search warrant?
Yeah, she had asked you a question about Brigham and Women's. I mean, did you do something else in between? I don't know.
I don't recall exactly what I did after the search warrant, but at some point I did go to the Brigham.
Okay. Can you tell us when you went to the Brigham?
I don't recall the exact date.
All right, so whatever date you went to the Brigham, you went there for what purpose?
She was transferred to that facility, and it was to maintain custody of her at that point.
So you were going to maintain custody of her?
So the sheriffs, I believed,
Right.
had custody of her, and then our unit was tasked to facilitate providing coverage over the next couple of days.
Right, and she was actually in the bed with all, again, tubes and all sorts of things coming out of her body when you saw her, right?
Yeah, she was in the hospital bed.
And she was in like an emergency room. It was a little small room with a lot of machines in it that took up a lot of space, right?
I don't think she was in the emergency room. She was in one of the floors.
One of the floor rooms, but it was an intensive care unit, right?
I believe it could have been the surgical intensive care unit.
Surgical intensive care. And when you went there to facilitate custody, who were you facilitating custody for? The DA's office?
Yes, essentially.
Okay. And whatever, do you remember how many days? Was it like 2 days, a week, 2 weeks after the incident that brought you to the house in Duxbury? Do you recall how long it was before you went to the hospital to maintain custody, facilitate?
I don't recall how many days, maybe 2 or 3. I'm not sure the exact count.
All right, so she had been transferred out of South Shore Hospital. She was transferred to Brigham and Women's Hospital. You went to Brigham and Women's Hospital. I imagine you had to go through security to get in there, right? Well, your badge, right?
At some point, yeah, we were probably assisted with security to get
Right.
out there.
Well, you know that nobody could get access to Lindsay Clancy in that hospital, and I mean nobody, right?
Correct.
And this went on for day after day after day, to your knowledge, facilitating, right?
Correct.
Her parents couldn't get in to see her, correct?
I don't believe so.
She had an attorney that had difficulty, not me, but another guy that had difficulty getting in to see her. Isn't that right?
I'm not aware of that difficulty.
I had to get a court order to get a doctor in there to see her, didn't I?
Yes, it was a court order.
And when I got the court order, a doctor came in and met with Lindsay pursuant to that judge's order. And that was Paul Zeisel, correct?
I believe that's the name. I'm not sure if he was a doctor, but I believe that was the gentleman that came on the court order.
Okay, only because in your direct you said that he was not a doctor, but he was a psychiatrist. So I mean, it's just you knew that he had something to do with head doctor, psychiatrist, psychologist, something like that.
Correct.
Okay. Did he have to clear it with you to get into the room?
He checked in with myself and the other trooper. We were advised that he was coming and to let him in on the court order.
All right. Now, I wasn't there on that occasion, right?
No.
And when Dr. Zeisel, or whoever it was, went into the room to see her, it's your memory that he was allowed to shut the door. Is that correct?
I believe he shut the door.
Now, you were involved in this investigation pretty intensely, working with the DA's office, right?
Correct.
Isn't it fair to say that one of the contentions of the district attorneys is that Paul Zeisel, my doctor, that I got a court order to get in to see her, told her to call Pat and tell him that she heard voices?
Objection.
Can I see counsel sidebar in regards to this?
Oh! You guys, wow. Wow. Oh, holy smokes. Holy smokes, bomb. Okay, hang on, you guys. There are 445 people in here. Hello, welcome. My name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. We are listening to the Lindsay Clancy trial live. If you want to go see it with me on somewhere else, go to my link in bio. If you know, you know, winky, winky, wink. I need to tell you guys something. Paul Zeisel is a very famous psychiatrist in Boston. He was at Lindsay's bedside from the jump. That is very big. That is very, very big. I know that this is a big bomb as well, but that is very, very big. Why? Because they knew something was going to happen. Reddington, whomever contacted Reddington from the jump, she just is in Brigham and Women's Hospital. This is like mere days after this happened. So somebody called Reddington, and Reddington called Zeisel. Zeisel's a big deal in Boston. You guys let me know if he is or he isn't. Why the sidebar, please? Well, because Reddington just laid a bomb. Apparently, Dr. Zeisel was able to get into Lindsay's room. And when he did, he shut the door. But he just stated that wasn't it Dr. Zeisel who placed the idea in Lindsay's head that said she was hearing voices and to call Pat to tell him she was hearing voices. This is, it's more than hearsay. Mari, it's more than hearsay. It's more than hearsay. It's testifying, it's hearsay, it's a lot. It's a lot. Okay, I know you guys are doing well, so we're gonna kind of zoom. We always usually end up catching up, and we probably are going to catch up. Yep, here we are. We are caught up. We always do. Dr. Zeisel is a very famous psychiatrist in Boston. He has testified in many high-profile cases. You guys, the chat is on fire. You guys are amazing. There are 590 of you in here, 593. Please like, follow, what have you. We are covering the Lindsay Clancy trial live. We are on day 12. My name is Missy K. I am your host today. I wish I could bring this to you live on TikTok and we can watch it together, but TikTok will ding me for it. If you want to watch with me live, winky, go link at my link in bio. Otherwise, you're here. This chat is amazing. You ask your questions and I will do my best to fill you in. Can someone answer me? Did he answer the question? He tried to, but the prosecution cut him off. Yes, on YT. What happened? All right. Law lovies. I call you my law lovies. There is a Massachusetts state trooper. This gentleman here, this picture, Daniel Lawler, is on the stand. When Lindsay Clancy was transferred from South Shore Hospital to Brigham Women's Hospital, she was on lock and key, right? Nobody can get in to see her. As Mr. Reddington testified, he said he had to get a court order to go in to see her. He got a court order for the psychiatrist, Dr. Paul Zeisel, to go in to see her. When he did, he went inside and and I don't know if he locked the door. They're saying he locked the door. He went in and shut the door because the trooper was outside her door. Lindsay was obviously talking to him about private matters. Reddington just dropped a bomb and asked this trooper, did he know that it stated from the prosecution that Dr. Zeisel told Lindsay to call Pat to tell Pat that she was hearing voices, that they're saying that it was planted by the defense. The defense is planting evidence per se, right? So they're back. They're back. I'm back. Okay, hold on. I'm live. Okay, they're coming back.
All right, so members of the jury, like I said to you, I think a couple of weeks ago, sometimes I got to talk to the lawyers for a little bit longer than it takes over here at the sidebar. So this is one of those situations. So I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room just for a couple of minutes, I think, and we'll bring you right back in and we'll resume with the testimony. Okay?
Court, all right.
Okay, everybody, hold on. Buckle up. Guess what's going to happen? They're going to argue in front of the judge. This is going to be fire, everybody. Holy smokes. Get ready. They're going to argue in front of the judge whether this can come in or not. Obviously, the sidebar was not good enough. They didn't resolve it. Here we go. Well, one would think the doctor didn't tell her to say that, right? That would be planting evidence. If you haven't liked and followed and shared, please do. And my gifts are open. Jury is out. The jury is out.
Counsel, what we're going to do is we'll have it, just so the record's clear, the jury's out of the room at this point. We will just conduct a short voir dire on the issue that we talked about over at sidebar. I'll allow Mr. Reddington to ask questions.
Okay, so why is this important? Apparently, this police officer was involved in this kerfuffle. So what they're going to do is they're going to ask him questions while the jury is out. It's called a voir dire. They're going to ask him questions. They can ask him anything. And then they'll see whether or not they can get into this topic. What does this officer know? What does he not know? This is what they're trying to do. So I say this phrase more often, is Reddington going to make fetch happen? Here we go.
Questions at this point, and then I'll allow Commonwealth to also ask questions. Go ahead, counsel.
Okay, thank you. So you're in the hospital at Brigham and Women's, correct?
Yes.
And when you're there, with the purpose of, obviously, with other law officers to enforce the fact that she's in custody, Dr. Zeisel, or a doctor, came in pursuant to a court order, right?
Yes.
All right. And obviously had been cleared through security and went into the room where Lindsay was laying on the bed, right?
Yes.
You don't know, or you don't recall if he closed the door or if he kept the door open or if it was half open. You just don't remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in the course of preparing this case for trial, that you have worked and collaborated with the prosecutors, the two district attorneys, correct?
Yes.
And you guys would talk about theories of the case and evidence that they want you to run down, perhaps as an investigator, or try to obtain, or interviews and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And one of the theories that they had indicated to you is that Patrick Clancy had indicated to the investigators and to the grand jury, I believe, that Lindsay called him from the hospital, right?
I recall that.
And that Lindsay used that doctor's cell phone to call him from the hospital, right?
Yes.
And they basically had a theory that they wanted to run with, that Zeisel told her, Lindsay, to say that she heard voices, right?
I don't know if it's a theory or not. I just recall that conversation at some point.
Okay, so when was the conversation?
I don't recall exactly when.
You remember where the conversation was?
No.
You don't, okay.
I'm assuming at the office. I just don't recall specifically when.
And who was it you were talking to?
Probably could have been one of the troopers in the office working the case.
One of the troopers, is it McGilligan?
Probably. He's the case officer, so I'd imagine it probably would have been him, sir.
Probably could have been him.
Yeah.
How about any of the prosecutors? You talked to the DAs about that?
I don't recall specifically speaking to a prosecutor about this.
Well, how about not necessarily?
Yep, the feeds froze. It might be a process problem with everybody. Okay, hang on. All right, hold on, everybody. I'm going to switch over to Court TV. Give me just a second. We are live. Live stuff happens. So just, hello, everybody new coming in from the TT. Give me just a second. The feed froze. We're going to switch feeds. And this is one of the things we get to do today is stop and start and go back. So please just bear with me. We will, we'll get it done. We'll get her done. I know it looks funky. Give me just a second, everybody. Just a second. Hold on. When the feeds freeze, we have to pivot. We have to pivot. We're pivoting, everybody. Hold on. 1 second. And don't worry, we will always catch up. We'll always catch up. All right, let's see what Court TV has to say. We're going to back it up just a little bit so that we can hear exactly what's going to happen. It might be a little bit overlay, but here we are.
Circumstances of the case, and then he was interviewed later on and communicated this phone call to, I believe, Trooper McGilligan.
Okay,
And
we're going to
what
back
did
it up just a
McGilligan
little
tell you?
bit.
Theory that they wanted to run with, that Zeisel told her, Lindsay, to say that she heard voices, right?
I don't know if it's a theory or not. I just recall that conversation at some point.
Okay, so when was the conversation?
I don't recall exactly when.
Do you remember where the conversation was?
No.
You don't, okay.
I'm assuming at the office. I just don't recall specifically when.
And who was it you were talking to?
Probably could have been one of the troopers in the office working the case.
One of the troopers, is it McGilligan?
Probably. He's the case officer, so I imagine it probably would have been him, sir.
Probably could have been him.
Yeah.
How about any of the prosecutors? You talked to the DAs about that?
I don't recall specifically speaking to a prosecutor about this.
Well, how about not necessarily specifically, but do you have any memory of talking to the prosecutor about, quote, this, end quote?
No.
So what is it that your memory is that the trooper, whoever it may have been, or the investigator for the state police may have been, what did that person tell you?
That at some point when Lindsay was in the hospital with the doctor and the court order, that she made a phone call to Patrick and they discussed circumstances of the case, and then he was interviewed later on and communicated this phone call to, I believe, Trooper McGilligan.
And what did McGilligan tell you about the conversation? What the theory or the understanding was that
during the conversation, Lindsay communicated to Patrick that she had heard voices in her head.
And there was also the conversation regarding the psychologist is basically the one that planted that idea in her head, right?
The conversation between Trooper McElligott and I?
Yeah.
I don't recall that specifically. I just recall the facts are communicated to me that there was a phone call between Lindsay and Patrick.
Okay, you already said that. I know, and I apologize. I don't mean to cut you off, but let's cut to the chase.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you are voices. You know what that means when someone hears voices, right?
Yes.
You may not hear voices. I may not hear voices, but some people might hear voices, right?
Yeah.
That was discussed with McElligott, wasn't it?
Yes.
And what is it that he discussed with you about Lindsay hearing voices?
That's what she had told Patrick on the phone call, that she heard voices.
And when she told Patrick that she heard that on the phone call, the prosecution determined that it was Zell, or whoever that doctor was, you don't recall, that told her to say that for some type of a defense, right?
I don't know what the prosecution determined. All I can say is that's what I recall, the conversation between Lindsay and Patrick.
Okay. About when
The voices.
The voice.
Yeah.
And the conversation also included the fact that it was the psychologist that planted that idea in her mind. That's the theory, isn't it?
That would be the theory, but I don't recall having.
Wait. Your answer is that would be the theory, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Agreeing with you that that's
Okay.
what was discussed.
All right. And this would be you and is it McElligott?
McElligott.
McElligott.
Yes, sir.
And you're unable to assist us, though, with any of the detail. You do recall that there was a conversation about that.
Correct.
And in the conversation, it was about the conversation that Lindsay had with her husband indicating about voices, right?
Correct.
Using the psychologist's cell phone, right?
Correct.
And there was an indication that the psychologist told her to basically say that. You just told us, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Attorney Buckingham.
Sergeant Lawler, at the time that you were at the Brigham Hospital and at the time the doctor came in, you didn't know anything about a theory of the case, correct?
No.
And you didn't know or overhear anything in outside that room about conversations between the doctor and the defendant, did you?
Correct.
And you indicated that you never had a conversation with the prosecution about their theory of the case, did you?
Did not.
So anything that you recall was simply conversation with another trooper in the unit.
Correct.
And as you sit here in your testimony today and testify about your memory of that particular night, is anything about that conversation with Sergeant McElligott guiding your testimony?
No.
You changed, or has your memory changed as to that incident after you had this conversation with Trooper McElligott,
No.
Sergeant McElligott? And in fact, you don't know anything about whether there's any evidence about Dr. Zeisel giving or prompting the defendant to have that conversation with her husband, do you?
No.
All you know factually is what came out of the investigation from what Patrick said the call was and who he said the call was from and how the call occurred, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah, please.
So basically, my contention is that you're obviously up here testifying as honestly as you can. It's pretty apparent, right?
Yes.
And you're very consistent with your oath, and you understand that it's important. And you're trying to, it may be difficult, but you're trying to explain what your memory is about conversation with the lead investigator, McElligott, right? I mean, you're trying to tell us what your memory is, right?
Yes.
So your testimony pertains to your conversation with the lead investigator, McElligott. It's got nothing to do with the fact that you don't recall this or you don't recall that. What you've testified to is for the judge to consider, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right. All right. Why don't we do this? I'm going to take about a 10-minute break at this point.
Okay.
And we'll come back out and we will resume cross-examination. Okay?
All right. Hello, everybody. If you are new here, My name is Misty K. I bring you law cases. As you can see, we are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial. I do stop and start. I'm sorry. I know a lot of you are like, why can't we see it on here? TikTok will not allow me to show you this video. It's copyrighted or whatever the case may be. You can hear it with us. It's behind me. We sit here and chat. By the way, chat, you are on fire. If you want to watch it with me, I am live on another space. It is the app that has the play button. Wink, wink, wink if you know. Can't say it, I'll get dinged. Go to my link in bio. You will see where we're at. There are a couple of people over there, and I do have a chat over there. So if you want to join me over there, please do. I'm live as well. What is going on? There has been a rumor, right? That when Dr. Zeisel went into Lindsay Clancy's room, the police were outside the door, and that Zeisel reportedly told Lindsay to say that she was hearing voices. And when she called Patrick, that's what she said. So one of these troopers then went to go, they obviously heard something, or they heard it from Patrick. Somehow or another, a rumor started, and therefore the prosecution got onto this theory or this rumor, and so now they're digesting who said what to who. So I just want you guys to know, get ready, because McGlellan, whoever this trooper is, I bet you he will be summoned to the stand, and they're going to ask him the same question. A lot of you asked, why is the jury out? Because it's called a voir dire. They need to ask this trooper, what does he know, not in the presence of the jury, because as you already heard, he doesn't know anything. He just knows there's a rumor, but he doesn't know, he didn't start it. He just heard it from somebody who heard it from somebody who heard it from somebody. And rumors and innuendos and things that are not facts cannot come into trial. That's not evidence. If you heard something from somebody and you heard something from somebody, it's hearsay, and it's unless you heard it and witnessed it yourself, then that might come in. So that is why, yeah, hearsay, Amanda, hearsay. So I'm just letting you guys know. Please, there's a lot of you in here. Like, subscribe. My gifts are open. So if you also tappity tap tap tap, it pushes it out to the FYP page, and we get to be together. The chat is on fire. You guys are doing amazing. I'm going to zoom. Sometimes I catch up. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes we stop to answer all of your questions. But apparently we have caught up. So we are in real time. Hello, everybody. Everybody coming over from TT. You got it. You go wink, wink. You got where I'm at. So if you're in this space on the YT page, please give me a like and a follow, and share on this page too, because I'm trying to do it all. Plus, on this page, I can share a lot of things with you that TT does not allow me to do. So thanks for joining me, everybody. I appreciate you. You guys are amazing. Like, share, send it all out. My name is Missy K, as I stated. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Yeah, welcome in. Yep. Miss Rivera says, welcome to the new people over on TT or YT, wink, wink. So if you don't know who I am a content creator. I've been doing this for a while. I bring you lots of other cases. It's not just Lindsay Clancy. I talked about Karen Reed. I've got Fraser Bohm coming up. I'm talking about the David case. Some things are popular, some things aren't. Corey Richins, Sarah Grace Patrick, Courtney Clenny. By the way, if you don't know Courtney Clenny was the OnlyFans model out of Florida who unalived her boyfriend, Christian Ambaselli. She said she threw the at him, and she's like a circus performer. And she was saying that, oh, I didn't do it. It was just an accident. And she's been in jail for 4 years. She got a sweetheart deal. She only got 6 years, you guys, 6 years. She's already been serving 2. She's going to be out in 2, maybe. All right, let's go to some of, why are they in sidebar right now? Currently, Emmy, right now, they're not in sidebar. They have taken a break because it was a lot. Hi, Amika. Can I please answer some of the questions? What psychologist? Dr. Zeisel. Did the voir dire freeze on all feeds? And that's do you have that one? I don't know what you're asking. We just went over it. The feed froze. I got a new feed up. So how does this help Lindsay? It doesn't, right? But if the prosecution is going on one theory that they heard from somebody else, he's dispelling that rumor, right? Everyone's still confused. Yep, they're still at break. We're live. I thought she couldn't speak. This is after she's in the hospital, Brigham Women's, and she was writing down things. But what they're saying is they heard Dr. Zeisel tell Lindsay that she heard voices, and whenever she was talking to Patrick, at some point in time, they talked to Patrick. Susanna, be more specific as to what happened. What feed didn't freeze? YouTube didn't Court TV didn't freeze. You guys, if you want to go back and look and see, you can't because I'm live. You can go on to Court TV on YouTube and you can go back. Or if you want, after I'm done streaming, you can go to my channel and go back and look. Will it hurt your views if I swap? I like to watch on the Play Button app. Yeah, you can go over there. I'm over there too. But a lot of people are on both. A lot of people are in the chat over there, and a lot of people are here on TikTok as well. But she never said, sorry, I can't read this. But she never said herself she heard them, just others. Yeah. So did the DA had a MD influence her to say she was hearing voices? That's what they're saying. They're saying, yep, wink, wink. They're saying that the cops overheard, and this is bad. So this is bad. If you're in a consultation in a hospital room, so this is also a privacy issue, right? Do you have privacy even though you're like handcuffed and you're under suspicion and you're in a hospital room and you're talking to a doctor, a psychologist that you're conferring with, and someone overhears you saying something outside the doorway? Is that privileged information? Not really, because it's a doctor, but is that person supposed to dispel what your personal physician is saying to you? Where's the sense of privacy? That's what the issue is. And then also, if somebody told somebody who told somebody who told somebody, and it's coming into evidence in court, Reddington is finding out who that is.
Your Honor, for the
Okay,
purpose
we're
of the
coming
record, we
back.
return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy.
Okay, if your question hasn't been answered, please just hold on to your question. As soon as we get to the break, you can re-ask it. I will do my best to get it to you guys, but the chat is on fire. If some of you guys know the answers to this, answer other people's. Who was at the door? There were 2 Massachusetts state police officers outside her door. That is who it is. I didn't hear the hot mic because I'm talking. Yeah, I thought so. When this person was on the stand, I thought this was going to be a nothing burger. Okay, we're getting back into it. I'm going to try to answer your questions. They're at sidebar again. A lot of people have asked me, I asked the chat if they wanted a Discord, and a lot of people said no, they didn't want a Discord. So we'll have to take a poll. Oh, yes. Thank you, everybody from TT. Wink, wink. A lot of people are on both spaces. It's great. She has confessed repeatedly. Some of us followed from day one. Yes, we followed from day one. The doctor used his cell phone to call Patrick. Patrick told her to say she heard voices. Well, we'll find out now, won't we? Will they throw out Lindsay's confession then? Who knows where this is going to go, everybody? We're all in this together at the same time. Yeah, so you guys, they have to figure out so they have to take care of this witness that's in front of him. I can guarantee you that other officer, Mr. McClellan, or whatever his name is, McClellan, will be on the stand and it will be fire. Will it be today? I don't know. I don't know who the prosecution has coming
This
in.
court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Members of the jury, thanks for your patience. We were able to
Right now, all this
deal with
is
that
rumor,
issue.
speculation,
So we're gonna return
innuendo.
now to the cross-examination. We're still going to take a morning break, as I've told you before. Might just be a little bit affected by the fact that we just took that you took that break. We didn't take that break. So with that,
We
we're
took
going
that
to
break.
return to the cross-examination.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Ring.
Sergeant Lawler, we're at the point where you are assisting, if you will, in the custody of Lindsay at Brigham and Women's Hospital when you observed a doctor enter into that area and ultimately into her room. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And the door was either closed or open or halfway, you don't recall, which is understandable, but you just don't remember if it was closed completely or open a little bit, right?
Correct.
But either way, you weren't eavesdropping or trying to hear anything, were you?
No.
And then when the doctor finished talking with Lindsay, at some point, you as investigators were aware that the doctor had allowed her to call her husband and use his cell phone to speak to her husband, correct?
I later learned that, yes.
And you later learned and knew from the investigation that it was fairly recently to that point that the tubes had been removed from her mouth and she was able to at least talk to a degree. And then she talked on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And after that, fair to say that you did not, when I say you, I mean collectively, all the police officers investigating for the DA's office, you did not see any reports or anything that would indicate what, if anything, was said between Dr. Zeisel and Lindsay in that room, right?
Correct.
And who is Sergeant, is it McGilligan?
Sergeant McKelligan, yes, sir.
And Sergeant McGilligan, Joshua,
Yes.
he's the lead investigator in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And at the time, he was a sergeant and you were a trooper, right?
At the time, we were both troopers.
Oh, both troopers. Okay, so you both got promoted. And he, as the lead investigator, told you in a conversation, or perhaps more than one, that the government theory is that Dr. Zeisel told Lindsay to say to her husband that she heard voices, right?
Yeah, if you could rephrase that.
Okay. Did you talk to McGilligan about the theory that Dr. Zeisel is the reason that she told her husband that she heard voices?
Yes.
And do you remember where or when that conversation occurred, or how many times that you guys discussed that?
I believe it would have been at the office. I don't recall exactly when.
Okay. And there's no investigator basis for that. That's McGilligan's speculation. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you went there and you observed Lindsay after the doctor left, she's still obviously in the bed because she's paralyzed, right?
Correct. You're still in the bed.
Was she restrained by either soft restraints or handcuffs or whatever? Do you remember were her hands or her wrists restrained to the bedpost?
I don't recall specifically restraints.
Okay. And you mentioned that the state police were there. That would be people that were obviously working with you, right?
Correct.
And do you remember how many state police were there that you were coordinating or assisting?
Per shift, there was 2 of us.
2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also there were sheriffs from the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department that were there, right?
So we relieved the sheriffs.
Okay. And how many sheriffs did you relieve?
I don't recall exactly. Probably 2, though.
Okay. And how about Duxbury Police? You recall the Duxbury Police being there?
I do not recall Duxbury Police there.
How about the security cops for the hospital? Do you recall them being there, either in the room or outside the room?
I don't recall them being outside the room.
Do you recall coordinating with the security boss, the head guy for the hospital security?
I recall having some assistance at some point from security to get up there.
Okay. And do you remember how many days it was that you were assisting in the custody situation of Lindsay before she was allowed to have family and me and different people visit with her?
I don't recall exactly how many days.
About a week maybe, or less, or longer?
Less than a week?
Less than a week?
I think, yeah. I don't remember exactly though.
And even though she was allowed to have visitors, still the police presence was there. Is that correct?
After I left, I'm not sure after I left what the visitation was like.
So when you say after you left, you mean when you left the hospital? You mean after you were finished with your tasked duty of dealing with her security and being under arrest?
Correct. After my assigned shifts, I don't.
So after you were involved, obviously you don't know what happened after that.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Redirect, Ms. Buckingham?
Sergeant Lawler, in your experience working in the detectives unit as a trooper, is it fair to say you oftentimes will have conversations as investigations are unfolding with other investigators that you're working on a case with about the case, potential evidence, theories of the case?
Yes.
And it's also fair to say that theories change over time based on your investigation and what evidence you find.
Correct.
Was there anything about a conversation that you had with Trooper McGilligan about this theory that affects your testimony as you stand here today?
No.
And you didn't hear anything that occurred in that room that day that you were there when Dr. Zizov was there, did you?
I did not hear anything.
Nothing further.
Briefly, well, your testimony, basically, unobjected to, is talking about clothes that were seized at the house and the other investigation going to the hospitals. That's it, right?
Objection. Beyond
Sustained. All right. All right, anything further? All right, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, you guys, that was amazing, right? Bombshell already. We thought this witness was a nothing burger, right? He just collected some clothes and some evidence.
Letitia Dukes as this next witness, please.
Letitia Dukes is next. She is one of the therapists that Lindsay saw. So you guys put a pin in this, because we need to hear from Magellan and what he's going to testify to. You know, Trish, I don't know why he did or did not look at his notes before coming to trial. You know, these witnesses, a lot of them aren't looking at their notes before they come in. That has been like the theme of the day. All right, there are 533 people on my Tickety Talk. Please, everybody, if everybody taps at least 20 times, we need to get to 30K and my gifts are open. So if you want to go ahead and give something, please do. That also sends out everything to the FYP so that we can get more people in. All right, this is Letitia Dukes. She is number 63 for the Commonwealth. Remember, she is the therapist that Lindsay saw at South Shore. So if you guys are wondering what I'm doing, I'm taking very copious notes.
Good morning. All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, okay?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Yes, Counsel.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
My name is Letitia Dukes.
And how do you spell your first name?
Latiesha.
How do you spell Dukes?
Dukes.
What do you do for work?
So I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I worked as a perinatal clinician at South Shore Hospital.
And what kind of education did you receive in order to do that?
So I have a bachelor's in psychology, a master's in mental health counseling, and a master's of education in mental health counseling.
And you mentioned the South Shore Perinatal Clinic. Do you still work there?
No, I do not currently still work there.
How long did you work there?
I worked there for about 5 years.
What did you do there?
At the perinatal clinic, I worked as a perinatal clinician, which involves like short-term therapy from prior to birth to postpartum, and supported with connection to care, whether that be therapy or higher levels of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization, or inpatient care.
And do you often collaborate with patients and other clinicians at the clinic or nurses about treatment plans for patients?
Yes.
And do you help to manage the treatment plans with the patient?
Yes.
How do patients, or strike that, for your role at the clinic, doing the therapy and being the clinician, are you often referred patients by the nurse practitioners or somebody else who had seen the patient or did an intake with the patient?
Yes.
And do you work with that prescriber or practitioner over the course of the treatment with that patient?
Yes.
And as far as your role and what you do with patients, is it fair to say that a large amount of your ability to work with the patient is based on your relationship and rapport that you develop with the patient?
Yes.
And do you rely heavily on things that they report to you when you're assessing them diagnostically and trying to help them come up with a treatment plan and offering therapy?
Yes.
And one of the things that might be important in that is to assess a patient's presentation each and every time you meet with them, right?
Yes.
So do you do that in each appointment or each interaction with a patient, assess them for various things?
Yes.
And what kinds of assessments do you perform?
So I typically perform a psychosocial assessment, which is getting their behavioral health history, as well as their current presentation and reason for coming in for therapy. So whether that be a specific diagnosis or current concern, or recent like crisis or trauma, and also a risk assessment that assesses how they're doing in that moment.
Okay. And as far as the therapy component of your interactions, is that largely based on the patient?
Yes.
And what kinds of therapy can you offer in that short-term therapy?
In that short-term therapy, we offer cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy. I also offer something called EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapy for patients that have gone through trauma, as well as it could be even short-term support, like a couple of weeks until they're transferred to the appropriate level of care.
And in your sessions with patients, is there a minimum or a maximum time limit?
Typically, our program would go from birth to postpartum up to 2 years. If it did go a little bit over 2 years because of lack of connection to care, then it would go a little beyond that, but typically it's 2 years.
Okay, and that's the duration of your treatment or your interaction with patients. But what about in each appointment that you have? Is there a minimum or maximum time set by the clinic of when you see a patient in a particular visit?
Yes. So do you mean as far as like weekly or like hour, half an hour?
Well, I guess the question is, if a patient's coming into you because they were referred and you're meeting with them on a regular basis, how long are the appointments in duration? An hour, half an hour?
So appointments could be anywhere from a half an hour to an hour based on the patient need at that time.
And when you're interacting with a patient and you're making all those assessments, are there tools available to you if you feel or you experience that a patient needs a higher level of care or is heading or is in some sort of crisis? What tools are available to you for that?
So tools that are available to me is connection to my direct supervisor, as well as crisis coordination, as well as like the crisis support numbers that are in that area. So I could either call with the patient or sit with the family, create a safety plan, and the patient can call later on if they feel like they're safe to go home and they have supports at home.
Okay. And at some points, could it be that you would need to involve authorities like the police?
Yes.
And you also are familiar with the Section 12?
Yes.
And then it's an involuntary procedure where the court gets involved?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you do meet with patients on that regular basis, either for a follow-up or an intake, is it a telehealth situation, an in-person situation?
It depends on what the patient is comfortable with and what the patient is able to do as far as like access. So we offer both in-person and virtual appointments.
Okay. As far as when you first meet with a patient, when they've been referred to you, that first intake procedure, is there a recommendation for whether that be in person or telehealth?
All the perinatal behavioral health appointments for mental health counseling are in person, that initial visit.
And then the subsequent appointments are oftentimes directed by the patient.
Correct.
Would there be instances where you would insist or prefer that the patient actually come in person if they've elected for telehealth?
Typically, you prefer someone to come in person because they have either like fallen out of care or there are concerns for their safety for some reason.
And if you don't have those immediate concerns and it's the preference of the patient, do you often engage via telehealth?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy. Do you remember when your first contact was with her?
I remember it was around late November, early December.
Okay. And you're aware that she came to the perinatal clinic and was being initially treated by Julie Paul?
Yes.
And by the time you engaged with her, she had her care had been transferred to Rebecca Gelada, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say you had the most contact with Rebecca Gelada about this particular patient?
Yes.
And if I mentioned December 2nd, does that sound familiar as the first intake with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, as I said, around late November, early December. So that sounds about right.
Okay. And the intake appointment, was it in person with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, it was in person.
And what were the services that were being offered for her? Why was she referred to you?
So she was referred to me for postpartum anxiety and depression symptoms. That's what she was referred for.
Okay. And in this first intake, did you go through that psychosocial history with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And did you have some previous information from an intake with with Julie Paul, or did you do it fresh on your own?
Fresh on my own.
Okay. And so again, this is information that the patient is reporting to you about their history.
Yes.
And so in this instance, you noted that the defendant told you, or Lindsay Clancy told you that she had had some prior contact with mental health, right?
Yes.
That she had engaged with a psychiatrist in nursing school, and that she had been prescribed medication at that point, correct?
Yes.
And that she, prior to coming to the clinic, that she had been engaged with a psychiatrist.
Yes.
Did she identify what her concerns were, or what her presenting concerns were to you?
Yes, she did.
And what were the concerns?
Her presenting concerns were anxiety, lack of sleep, depression symptoms, frequent passive suicidal ideation, thoughts of wanting to die and no longer be here.
Okay. And had she reported to you that she had been on a number of different medications?
Yes.
And you're aware that those medications were being managed by the nurse practitioners in the clinic?
Yes.
And as far as your role as a social worker, do you often kind of get into the weeds with patients about their medication?
So I'm not a social worker. I'm a mental health counselor.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. But I typically have an overview of medications, but I don't particularly get into prescribing or how to take medications.
Okay. And so what's the focus of your role in offering counseling services to women with postpartum anxiety and depression at the clinic?
So my role would be to create a treatment plan to address the concerns, which would be like the anxiety and depression symptoms, and work on coping skills and building community supports around that. Or if she needed a referral to a higher level of care, I would do that.
And do you come to your own conclusions as far as diagnosis goes based on your interaction with the patient?
Yes.
And in this first interaction with Ms. Clancy, you got her history. You also did some of those assessments, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so as far as assessing her present condition, kind of how she presented to you, did you make observations of her mood?
Yes.
And do you recall her mood being low, that she felt numb and unable to laugh?
I apologize. If it's medical record, I don't have any objection, but I'd prefer not the leading. I have no problem if she reads from the record, though.
All right. If you could just, there's objection, in fact, leading question sustained, but is there any, so there's no objection if this witness, if you want to look. at
Okay,
your
our
notes, I don't
game
care
is
your
if
notes.
Reddington makes me laugh or makes you laugh, you have to tap
I don't know if the
50
parties have a
times.
copy that she could look at.
Tappity tap 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 for Reddington.
I could,
Do you have a blank copy?
well, I mean, it has like a date on it. It doesn't have a lot of notes on it. It just has a name.
I can approach page by page.
All right,
It's fine.
sure, that's fine. So if you need or want to look at the rec, just let us know. We'll do that.
Sure thing. Thank you.
Just gonna show you that page.
Sure.
I can speak that with her.
Sure, yeah.
So, Ms. Dukes, on this particular visit on 12/2, what was her mood?
So she reported having low mood and feeling numb.
Okay. And so you said she reported. So in the note that you're reviewing, these particular questions or these observations that you noted, are they based on her reports to you about these areas?
Yes, and as well as my observation of her.
Okay. So did it appear that her mood was consistent with what she was reporting to you based on your observations?
She appeared to have, if you can say, like normal mood. There was no like tears or sadness, or like there was no blunted interaction. She was able to make eye contact.
Okay. And kind of moving to what's identified in your record as mental status exam.
Yes.
What is a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is an exam that's assessing how the patient is appearing, what she is reporting, as well as any concerns about safety, which would be any suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, as well as any intrusive thoughts or worry, any hallucinations or delusions.
Okay. And so in this exam, is it a mixture of what the patient tells you and what you're observing?
Correct.
Okay. And if I can approach you with another page, page 53.
Thank you.
In regards to, on this particular first encounter on December 2nd, when it comes to the mental status exam, were you able to observe her facial expressions?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her facial expressions?
She was tearful when discussing her anxiety symptoms.
Okay. And did you also ask those questions about thought content? You just have to answer out loud.
Yes.
Okay. And so what did she say about thought content?
So thought content, worry about her infant and that she had an addiction to Ativan.
And you said you also, in this assessment, assessed suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
And so did you ask her anything more about those passive thoughts that you indicated she reported?
Yes, and what she reported as far as like passive thoughts were thoughts of not wanting to be here or no longer wanting to live, but no plan.
And is that significant to you, the fact that she identified there was no plan?
Yes.
And why is it significant?
Because if she identified that she in fact had a plan, then that would escalate me to see it as a crisis and request higher level of support at that time.
As far as your observations of her thought process, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
And her intellectual functioning, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
Did she report to you any past attempts to harm herself or others?
No.
Did you go through with her her behavioral health history?
Yes.
And other than what you indicated as the anxiety and sleep, did she identify any concerns around substance abuse issues?
So she did identify concerns about, not in her history, but in that visit, about misuse of Ativan.
And if somebody expresses concern about that substance use, do you have a tool available to you to assess whether they have substance use issues?
Yes, so there is an assessment within the initial intake appointment that has a specific section to further assess substance use disorder.
Okay. And did you identify whether she presented with any substance use disorder issues?
I did assess that she did not present with any substance use disorder issues.
And as far as her expressed concern to you, fair to say it was focused on the one particular medication, the medication Ativan, correct? And why did you not find that to be an issue based on your assessment?
Based on my assessment and how she stated she was supposed to be using it, it was used correctly to remedy the anxiety symptoms.
Okay. And after this initial intake, I guess the first question is approximately how long is this initial intake appointment?
The initial intake appointment is typically an hour.
Okay. And after having spent the hour, gone through these assessments, spoken to her about her history, were you able to come up with or give an opinion about diagnosis?
Yes.
And based on her presentation to you, what was your opinion about diagnosis?
At the time, my opinion about her diagnosis was postpartum anxiety because she had a lot of anxiety about most things.
Okay. And so what were your recommendations as far as a treatment plan for her?
My recommendations at that visit was outpatient therapy, continued medication, and weekly visits with me.
And why did you recommend outpatient therapy on top of therapy with you?
So outpatient therapy was kind of like a blanket therapy, but more so like intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy.
And was your role in offering her weekly sessions an attempt to kind of bridge services and make sure she was getting everything she needed, or something different?
To bridge services.
And so after that meeting with the recommendation for weekly visits, did you begin to schedule additional visits with her?
Yes.
And after that particular visit on December 12th, did you send her any particular information?
Yes.
And how do you do that? How do you send patients information if you're not able to give it to them?
I can send it through my chart messaging.
And on this particular day, after your meeting with her, you sent her some resources about cognitive behavioral therapy, did you not?
Yes.
Your next contact with her was December 5th. Why December 5th, if you had just met with her on the 2nd?
That may have been the soonest available appointment that week for her.
Okay. And it was shy of the 1 week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything in your meeting with her on the 2nd that made it necessary to have a shorter appointment?
No.
This next contact on the 5th, was that in person or telehealth?
Telehealth.
And on this day, on the 5th, when you met with her, did she report some additional information or report how things had gone over the weekend to you?
May I see my notes?
Sure. If it's okay, I'm just going to give her all the pages from that note.
That's fine.
Give her everything, please. She needs to know what she's talking about.
I'm just reviewing the note.
Sure. Take your time.
While she's reading,
Can
hello,
you repeat the
everybody.
question?
Sure. In
All right, I'm going to pause. Hello, everybody new. My name is Missy K. I bring you legal cases. We are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial, day 12. Letitia Dukes is on the stand, as you can see. Make sure to hit that like and follow button. We're at 44K, so please tappity tap, tap, tap. It sends it out to the FYP, lets the algorithm know that I exist and that you're here as well. Also, my gifts are open. Please go ahead and send me some love. And you can also send me some faces and stuff. And everybody else who's on the other channel, winkety wink, 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 hello and welcome. If you have not done the likies, the subscribies, everything, please do that as well. I'm trying to build this channel up as well. Thank you for being here. Sorry to pause. We'll continue.
That visit on December 5th, did she indicate to you or did she report to you how the weekend went for her?
Yes, she did.
And what did she say about the weekend?
She reported that over the weekend she had a difficult weekend, having intrusive thoughts about wanting to die, and that she had contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to having no SI plan, suicidal ideation plan.
And so when she reported the intrusive thoughts and having a tough weekend, did you follow up with her and begin to kind of talk with her about that?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about what she was feeling in those intrusive thoughts?
So in those times, what she reported was that it was continuous intrusive thoughts of not wanting to be there, but no plan.
Okay.
So kind of like the same report that she gave to crisis.
Okay. And as far as kind of the difficulty of the weekend and how she was feeling, did she tell you how she was feeling?
No.
In that particular meeting, when she had talked about wanting to die or not wanting to be there anymore, did you kind of follow up with her about those statements and whether she had any sort of intent or plan?
Yes.
And did you ask her additional information and complete that full mental status exam?
Yes.
On that meeting? And were there any signs of psychosis or signs of mania or homicidal ideation?
No.
And at the time that you met with her on the 5th, was she currently having those thoughts about wanting to die? If you know?
Just reviewing the notes.
Sure.
In that visit, she had no suicidal ideation.
Okay. And on this particular visit on the 5th via telehealth, did somebody else participate in the visit as well? I could direct you to page 45.
45?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, her husband joined the visit.
And this visit, approximately how long was it, if you recall?
This visit was approximately 30 minutes.
Okay. And fair to say, focus of the visit was to kind of deal with that bad weekend and calling the crisis center.
Yes.
So what did you offer her as far as recommendations or assessments or assistance during this meeting?
So support during this meeting, I offered her support in connecting to, it seemed like she needed a higher level of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy, as well as we reviewed, one of her main concerns was also issues with sleeping, so we reviewed sleep hygiene and how to support better sleep to see if that would help with some of the intrusive thoughts.
Okay. And as far as the recommendation for intensive outpatient or partial hospitalization, did you want to connect with those programs at that time?
At that time, she didn't decline services, but she was interested in the information.
Okay. And so did you agree to send her some information?
At that time, I did not agree to send her information.
Okay. Did she ask for any other information? in that meeting?
That she did ask for information and support connecting to psychological testing.
And is that something that you do at your clinic, do psychological testing?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you make a referral for her to see somebody else in the clinic, or did you provide her other information?
So I discussed this information with the provider at the time, which was the psychiatrist and medication provider at the time.
And would that have been Rebecca Gelada?
Yes.
And so did you subsequently send Lindsay Clancy some information about psychological testing?
Yes.
But there was no recommendation for it to be done at the clinic?
No.
Do you know why?
At the time, it sounded like she wanted extra support or like outside opinion as far as like diagnosis and medication.
Okay. And was the testing something that she brought up, or did it come out naturally in your conversations with her?
That's something she brought up.
In your meetings, did she want to, or did she discuss medication side effects with you?
Yes.
Okay. And what were your observations of her demeanor during this visit on the 5th?
On the 5th, one second.
All right, if everybody, while she's waiting, can you tap at your screen? We're at 44. We need to get to 50K.
Overall, was it within normal limits? She didn't appear like anxious or different than any other visit I had with her.
And this is kind of your second meeting with her, right? And how many meetings did you have overall with her during the time she's at the clinic, if you know?
4.
So, but you had spent an hour with her on that intake where there's a lot of information exchange, right?
Yes.
So was there anything different about how she presented, how she spoke to you or answered questions during this follow-up on the 5th?
No.
And as far as the conversations about the bad weekend and calling crisis, did you have any concern that she was in crisis?
No.
And you made those recommendations for a higher level of care, correct?
Yes.
But nothing that would have prompted you for those other interventions that you've previously described to us, right?
Right.
Did you ever in this visit see signs of mania?
No.
And is that something you look for?
Yes.
And did you ever see signs of delusions or paranoia?
No.
How about psychosis?
No.
Now, your next contact with her was December 12th, correct?
Yes.
And was that in person or telehealth, if you recall?
Telehealth.
And on the 12th, did you have further conversation with her about your previous recommendations about partial hospitalization programs?
May I review?
Yep.
Thank you. Yes, we did have further conversation about recommendations.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she would be starting a program soon?
Yes, she indicated that she would be starting a partial hospitalization program in Norwell on December 20th, 2022.
Did she provide you any details about that program? Do you know?
No, just that she would be starting a program in Norwell.
Had you referred her to any programs in Norwell?
No.
And in this meeting with her, did you continue to talk about her need for higher level of care?
Yes.
And did you make recommendations on a different program?
me look. Yes, I did make a recommendation on women and infants.
And why did you recommend women and infants, or why were you recommending this higher level of care?
I was recommending this higher level of care because of continued passive suicidal ideation, even with crisis intervention, as well as women and infants was more so for postpartum women, and the infant would be able to come to the program with her.
And so the program at Women and Infants is something that you're familiar with working through your clinic, correct?
Yes.
And you often make referrals over there?
Yes.
Do you require the patient's consent to make a referral?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy consent to the referral at that time?
Yes.
And so did you work to make that referral after that visit?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that she had continued passive suicidal ideation. In this meeting that you had with her, did you assess that? Her suicidal ideation?
In this visit particularly, did she have passive suicidal ideation?
Well, do you ask if they still have that?
Yes.
Or if they currently have thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
And in this instance, did she have thoughts of suicide or wanting to die?
Just reviewing. Hold on. So yes, she reported like continued suicidal ideation at
Okay.
the time.
But did she ever indicate a plan?
No.
Having met with her on the 12th, did she ever articulate to you that she had made any attempts?
No.
And in your conversation with her on the 12th, were you able to identify any protective factors based on everything that you knew about her at this time? Now, this is your third time with her, right?
Yes.
So what were you able to identify as protective factors for this particular patient?
At this time, she had supports, which were her husband and her mother-in-law. At this time, she was able to, from the past visit I had with her, able to contact crisis when she felt like she needed extra support. So she was able to follow through with suggestions that I had given her in the previous visit.
Okay. And based on your visit with her on the 12th, she accepted a willingness to go to one of those programs, right?
Yes.
Or at least be referred.
Yes.
So was there anything about your interaction with her on December 12th that warranted any of those higher levels of intervention from you?
No.
Now, the next time you met with her was on December 19th, correct?
Yes.
And was that the final time that you met with her?
Yes.
On that day of December 19th, was that in person or a telehealth?
May I review the note?
Sure.
Thank you. That visit was virtual. And what was the question?
That was the question.
Okay.
Thank you. So on this particular visit on the December 19th, did she report any further issues or anything that had happened between the 12th and the 19th that were of concern?
So she was continuing to have low mood and numbness. She did not have any SI and had no need for crisis intervention over that weekend.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she had been doing things at home to try to help with her mood?
Yes.
And what was she doing?
Let's see. She was spending time with family, and her children, and exercising.
Now, at this point, as the December 19th rolled around, had you already put in that referral to women and infants?
Yes.
And did you know if she engaged with women and infants by that point?
By that point, Women and Infants had reached out to her, but she had missed the call, but said she would contact them back.
Okay. Now, one of the concerns that you often talked about in your meetings with her was sleep, right?
Yes.
And in this meeting with her on December 19th, did she report any improvements in her sleep?
No.
Well, if I direct your attention to page 13 at the top of the page where it says risk assessment, there's a category for neurovegetative disturbances. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you show me what you mean by page 13?
Oh.
What does it say 13?
I'm looking at prior ones. I don't know, those don't have page numbers, but the one I gave her has. It's December 19th.
Okay.
The last page of her notes.
It's this one here, then, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
there
Okay.
should be 3 pages. What did you note under neurovegetative disturbances?
I reported that sleep has improved.
And that would be information that's reported to you, correct?
Yes.
You can't make observations of whether somebody's sleep has improved, can you?
No.
Okay. So in this instance, she told you she was going to follow up with the referral, that she was waiting for a call back, that she had improved sleep, but that her mood kind of had remained the same, low mood, numbness, right?
Yes.
Okay. Anything about your interaction with her that day that was different from the prior interactions?
That day, she seemed to be more engaged. She was able to smile. She was able to laugh. And she was enjoying time with family.
And so did you look at that as something positive?
Yes.
Was there anything about your interaction with her on this day, on December 19th, that made you think that you needed to invoke a higher level of care?
No.
As far as in-person visits, did you have any other in-person visits with Lindsay Clancy after the 19th?
No.
Fair to say your contact with her was very limited after that point?
Yes.
And on December 27th, did you have some interaction with her and her husband?
Yes.
And why did you have interaction with them?
May I see the note?
Sure. It's 4. Oh, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you repeat the question?
On December 27th, why did you have contact with her? Why did you make contact with Lindsay?
I was calling her to inform her that her referral had been completed.
Okay. And so you had a call with her at 10:23, 10:17, going back 9:44. Do you see that in the records that you have, the 4 notes that you have in front of you? They kind of go in reverse order.
Yes.
But prior to the contact about the referral being completed and just reaching out to her and letting her know, did you have a conversation with her husband?
Yes.
And was that at Lindsay's request? Did she give consent for that?
She did give consent for that.
Okay. And fair to say he was reporting concerns of prescriptions, right?
Yes.
And that's not your area in the clinic, is it?
No.
So did you refer him to the prescriber?
At this time, yes, I redirected him to speak to the prescriber.
Okay. And again, in each and every encounter that you've had, did you further recommend that she engage with a higher level of care, either a partial hospitalization program or an outpatient program?
Yes.
Now, at any point that you were interacting with her between December 2nd and the last contact with December 27th, albeit limited, did you ever have any concerns about her physical well-being?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about the physical well-being of others in her presence?
No.
Did you ever see or observe any signs of mania, delusion, or paranoia?
No.
Any signs of psychosis observed by you?
No.
Did you ever have any difficulty understanding what she was saying or notice any differences in her speech patterns?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns that she wasn't accurately reporting things to you?
No.
And did you ever feel the need to collaborate with your provider for a higher level of care or an additional intervention?
When I did, yes.
And so would that be for the calling the police section to have our safety?
Hold on. Good. Last that, and then we'll.
My question was, in any of the times that you engage with her, did you ever engage with your provider to come up with a plan for safety planning, Section 12, or any other of those interventions you discussed before?
No safety or Section 12, no.
So as far as recommendations, would you agree that those were the recommendations for higher level of care?
Yes, for IOP or PHP services.
Okay. And on that last visit that you had with her, she reported doing things outside of the home, right?
Yes.
And that stood out to you
Yes.
as what?
As an improvement in mood and ability to connect with others.
Thank you. If I may have a moment to put these back together.
Why don't we take the delayed morning break at this point? So hopefully be a little bit shorter than normal, but we'll get you, we can stretch your legs. We'll have you back here in a couple of minutes. Okay?
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, go to notebooks.
All right, they are taking a break. All right, everybody. Hello, my name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. We are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial, day 12. If you missed earlier today, Kevin Reddington made a big bombshell. We'll talk about that in just a second. If you are live with me on TikTok, please do the likies, the followies, and the tappy things. I know some people are new and you don't, what's the tappy thing? What's the hard thing? If you take your phone and you just tap, tap, tap on it, you will shoot hearts up. The hearts mean that you're liking the stream that I'm providing. It sends it out to the TikTok world, the algorithm, and it tells people that I exist. And the more you tap out, the more people come and find me. There are 429, 447 of you, 448 of you. So please go ahead and tap that out. We're at 49K. We were supposed to get to 50 by the time we had a break, but that's okay. You will get there shortly enough. And if you are so kind and you want to send a gift, please do. If you know that I try to take the best notes that I possibly can. When you ask questions, I try to answer them. And I'm running out of notebooks. I need some money for notebooks. So if you want to contribute to the notebook fund, please do. All right. So a whole bunch of you might have missed Kevin Reddington this morning. This morning, Trooper Lawler was on the stand. Trooper Lawler is a Massachusetts state trooper. We just thought he was on the stand just to talk about the stuff that he collected, right? He collected her clothes. He did a preservation order of her blood and urine while she was in the hospital. But he was also one of the troopers that were standing watch outside of her door. And I don't think that the prosecution thought this was going to come up, but Kevin Reddington asked him whether or not did he hear someone say, or was he part of the conversation, or did he say that he heard Dr. Zeidel talk to Lindsay Clancy about making up a fabricated lie that Zeisel told Lindsay to tell Patrick that she was hearing voices. Like Dr. Zeisel, who is a highly respected psychiatrist in Boston, is telling a patient, tell your husband to say that you heard voices. So there's a rumor that was started. So when Lindsay was in her hospital room, Kevin Reddington had to have a court order to go see her. This is when she was at Brigham and Women's. And then they also had to have a court order to have the psychiatrist go in to go see her. He had closed the door. So there is a couple of things going on here. When is there a patient privacy issue when you have two police officers out your door? Are you free to say whatever your theory or whatever you're discussing? What is the patient HIPAA? It just blows my mind. Okay. So if these two officers heard something, are they able to report that out? So this particular person didn't, but he brought it up to him in open court, which means that the jury is present. And it made a big kerfuffle. We had to go to sidebar for a very long time. Was this going to come in? Was this not going to come in, etc.? Then the jury got yeeted. Then they did what's called a voir dire. Voir dire means they get the person on the stand and they can ask them anything. So as you heard, Reddington peppered him with questions. Did you know? Did you do this? He said he didn't know. He just heard it from his partner, Mr. McClellan. I'm not sure. I need to see what the spelling of his name is. They kept saying it differently a couple different times. But the jury got to hear that there is a rumor that this exists, because this is part of what the theory of the Commonwealth is that, well, they're just making this up. She didn't really actually hear voices. They're lying. They just made this up. The defense made this up. So this is a big kerfuffle that happened this morning. And so he did get in to ask him about this rumor. So now the jury hears it and it's perked up in their mind. And I bet you they're like, what's this about? So guess what, law lovies? This other trooper is going to come on the stand to testify to what he does and does not know. And so what does that mean? You have to be careful about what rumors you start and what you do and don't say, because it can be used against you. I continue to say this to people. Be careful what you say, because it's going to be used against you. And what could this mean? Well, if you're into rumors, innuendos, conspiracies, etc., it could mean that this trooper was not telling the truth. Maybe he was, but then you're listening in on private HIPAA conversations, right? So what is that going to do? So, Kimberly, I hope that answers your question. I know a couple people did not get that first one. All right, let's see if we can answer some questions while we are waiting. Yeah, the state wouldn't pull this out of left field. Let's see what the other detective has to say. Right. Possible civil rights violation. Yep, you are correct in that situation. But it's the expectation of privacy, right? Because she's handcuffed to the bed, right? She can't go anywhere. She can't go to a private room or whatever. And she's speaking with a medical professional. So we're going to see how that's going to go. Yeah, the prosecution brought it up first, and he was back to address it. Yep. Do you think it'll hurt the defense? If the rumor's true, Megan, yeah, if the rumor's true that they're making up stuff, that would really hurt the defense. Yep, so the detectives work with the DA. They also stated that their DA office is in the Massachusetts State Troopers are in the office of the district attorneys. Don't get me started on that. That's a big kerfuffle in Massachusetts. If you know, you know. They should be separate. Yep, he said he heard it from the other trooper, which is all hearsay to begin with, and it shouldn't really come in, but whatever. This is, if you guys are just joining me, this is kangaroo court, and I've stated that before. It could be good for the prosecution if the rumor is true, but then Dr. Zeisel's going to come to the stand and he's going to say, no, he didn't do that. And no, he wouldn't ever do that. He's not going to risk his professional career over just say you heard voices. He's not going to do that. It's very, very far-fetched. It's very, very, it's a reach. It really is a reach. It's almost absurd if you ask me. Right, but there's HIPAA laws too, Amanda. There's HIPAA laws, right? Isn't there an expectation of privacy if she's talking about having hallucinations or et cetera with her psychiatrist in a closed door room session, right? They took the jury out because they wanted to ask him questions, and the jury can't hear anything because it has to come into evidence. So what they're trying to do is find out if it's true or not. Facts. Why would Reddington bring it up if it hurts her? Well, they're trying to dispel this rumor. It may go either way. We need to wait and see. Do all of the witnesses who end up on the stand talk to the prosecution team beforehand? Yes. They're either investigated by the police and then it goes to the prosecution to decide whether or not. Oh, kangaroo court means it's just all wonky, like everybody's bouncing around. The rules of courtroom go out the window, for example. So there's like a decorum in court. You're not supposed to ask leading questions. This prosecutor is asking so many leading questions. You're not allowed to do that. When they're objecting, they just get up and say anything that they want to. You're supposed to object, say the reason that you're objecting, and then if it's not good enough, you go to sidebar. But they're just willy-nilly saying things out in the open. So that's what I call kangaroo court. It's bananas. Facts over feelings in court. Denise, I love that. That is exactly it. Hold on, I missed everything. Why are people saying she was right? She was in her right state of mind. They were baiting, I feel, giving the jury an idea what was made up. Yeah, I mean, the prosecution, sometimes what they do is like they possibly might be hearing things. Yeah, Bessie, you can use the microwave. They might be hearing things and stuff. So there might be sometimes they're chasing their tails. Sometimes they're trying to figure out what was on TikTok. And so they're just trying to answer those questions. I don't know that to be true. I'm just telling you kind of what people are going over. Well, Megan, from what somebody said on here, the prosecution brought it up first, and then Reddington jumped on it. I missed that because I don't know what I was doing. I don't get everything. Yep, that's Massachusetts for you, Kristen. You know. Dr. Hall testified that the DA never interviewed her. Such incompetence. I don't know who Dr. Hall is. They planted a seed. They sure did. Well, again, I keep telling you, they testify. Both the prosecution and the defense, when they're asking their questions, are testifying. They're saying things to these witnesses. Did you know this? Did you know that? And I know that those are great questions and stuff, but they're asking questions that this person did not know. Now they're fishing, right? Did you know this? And if they did, then they can ask him further. But a lot of it's like a lot of evidence is coming in through the questions of these attorneys. But it's not what the attorneys say is not evidence, just FYI. Jolene, I can't answer the question about having H thoughts with depression. Apparently you can, but somebody else Lisa answered your question. Dr. Hall is Jennifer Hall. She testified 2 days ago. Okay. Yo, mama, that's been so long ago. I can only handle what's in the present in front of me. Do you think that we'll bring Emily on to testify? So they said they were going to do a voir dire of her as well. So we'll see, but perhaps my thoughts and opinions are no, because she wasn't there during the time period. So she can't quite testify to that. It has to be in the time and the place that this happened. Otherwise, she's just bad-mouthing the hospital, which really isn't relevant. It has to be relevant to Lindsay Clancy. So my guess is that if they bring her in, if she has some probative information, we'll glean that from that. But I think maybe what they're going to do is they're going to find somebody else who was there during that time frame to answer those questions. Yeah, she did. She literally testified 2 days ago. I know she did. That was 2 days ago, honey. I'm on today right now. Woo! Right, Amanda, but if she's with a doctor, I still have that inkling. I need to do some research on that. Any more information on the private investigator from the defense side? No, not yet. We're all waiting with bated breath. Is it going to come in? Yeah, Reddington admitted to the fact that they were listening in on what I'm assuming that it's a HIPAA violation. Okay, so I Googled, Amanda, I Googled. It says if the officers are completely out of the room and the door is closed, they can no longer legally use accidental listening to gather evidence. Once the door is closed and officers are outside, a patient has reasonable expectation of privacy under the Fourth Amendment. That's what I think. So, FYI, if you don't know who Amanda is another content creator. You should definitely go follow her. She and I are very similar. We look up the law. We tell you what the law is. And she's got some amazing insights. Yesterday, she was covering the Noah Wells case. Am I correct? So definitely go and said that. Reddington said the door was closed when he was asking, and he asked the witness, was the door closed? And he said yes. So that is where, that's what, right. The police are not employed by the hospital. I got that. If the door is open and they're inside the room, they can hear things. That privacy is gone. But once the door is closed, there's an expectation of privacy. So I'm not sure. So it's not HIPAA based upon what Google is telling me, but it is if the door is closed and they eavesdrop or they overhear something, then it could be a Fourth Amendment violation. So I guess we'll figure that out as they go along and argue this. No, the detective said the door was closed. But we can go back and we can look at that. Not right now. We'll have to do that at another time. We're waiting to see if they come back. Waiting to see if they return. All right. Do we have any other questions over here? Trish says, okay. Trish says that she thinks that the private investigator has some big bombs, and you're curious to find out if he has anything regarding on Pat regarding Cora. Not sure where you have on that. Because the cop was eavesdropping, I wonder if that's why they took the jury out. No, they took the jury out so they could ask questions of him that cannot be posed to the jury. They need to know what he knows and what he doesn't know. They can't speculate and ask him questions like that on the stand. You can't just willy-nilly ask anything. It has to be pertinent to what's going on. So if he doesn't know, then they can't ask that in front of the jury. Does that make sense? Not the main reason, but part of it was prosecution argument. Is it possible he repeated what she may have said about the voices? Absolutely. But he said he heard it from his other person. So he said he didn't hear it directly. He said he heard it from the other officer, which is another bone of contention. That's hearsay itself. So he didn't hear it himself. But when the other officer, whatever his name is, comes onto the stand, which I'm sure he will, then we will get clarification on that. All right. They could pull cameras to determine if the doors were closed. In fact, they certainly could if they wanted to. He said he didn't recall if it was closed, but the doctor, Reddington said, but the door was closed. Right. But here's the thing too. Remember, he said he heard it from the other person. I bet you they will have the other officer come and testify. It could be spreading like a rumor and helped him solidify the confession. Could be. Yes, Dr. Zeisel is coming to the stand. He will be on the defense's side. No, it was not in the ER. I believe it was when she was in her hospital room. I meant to say, why are they treating her like she did it? Well, she did admit to it, right? She did state that she did it. You're confused about did Patrick say she was talking when he found her, yes or no? The report out of court was that she was gurgling and she was mumbling from the 911 call. People in the audience said that they could not necessarily hear her, but that it sounded as if Patrick was responding to what she said. But we'll never know. I don't know if they have cameras in the patient areas. Would a HIPAA violation cause a mistrial? No. She was suffering from psychosis, but after she unalived the first, she wouldn't realized. I'm not sure what you're asking there. When did she tell anybody that she did it? When did she tell the police that she did it? Unfortunately, we don't have that information, but there is a signed stipulated agreement that she is stating that she did it. Yeah, you thought they were taking a short break. Well, apparently their short breaks last a long time. But we are still live. We are still live. The cops may also have been wearing cameras, sure. And if that was true, then they would have caught it on their body cam, right? Okay, everybody, Lindsay signed a formal stipulation of facts in August of 2026, acknowledging that she committed the physical acts that caused her children's unaliving. I don't have it, but I can get it for us, and you will see that. So just to let you know, and also the defense also said she stipulated to it. It is in the court records. I would have to get them. I have not done a deep dive with the court records on this case, so I don't have that. I could go get it for you. I don't know if I can find it. I don't know if I can do a deep dive right now while we're live doing everybody else. They're on a break, yes. So if by chance her stipulation is misinformed, just remember she went under a psych eval to make sure she was competent to stand trial. Before she does this stipulation, she has also been evaluated. They're coming back now. I know it's hard to understand. I know this is a hard case to understand, and a lot of people are like, who did what, where, how, and why? This is a different case of guilt versus innocence. All right, we're starting back up again.
All right. We all set for the jury?
Yes.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
So can you tell me, is it 4 times that you yourself actually met with Lindsay or more?
Can you repeat that?
I'm sorry. Was it 4 times that you actually met with Lindsay or more? And that would include telehealth.
4.
4
Yes.
times. Okay. You met with her on the 2nd of December, right?
Yes.
And you met with her on the 12th of December, is that right?
Yes.
You met with her on the 19th of December, right?
Yes.
And is it the 27th as well? Was there another one? Do you remember when that was?
That was by phone.
By phone. And would that be the 27th?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is give you the documents that the district attorney is questioning you from, so that you can actually have them in front of you, okay?
Thank you.
And you can slide up and just.
Yeah.
And if I get confused or something, just let me know that you're on a different page than me. Couple of background questions. When you met with Lindsay, for example, on the 2nd of December, you were at least able to look at the records of Nurse Paul as well as Nurse Gelada, right?
No.
Oh, I mean, you guys work in the same place though, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when a woman is in postpartum and comes to social health for help, when you're trying to help them, you can't see the medical records from what the other people like Nurse Paul and Nurse Gelada have written down?
You can see the records, yes.
You can.
Yes.
Okay, so you did look at the records.
I did not look at the records.
Okay. On the 2nd of December, and you can look along with it if you wish, looking under what would be referred to as behavioral health intake. Your pages are numbered, mine are not, so if you can find that one page, behavioral health intake on December 2nd, and the jurors will have this as an exhibit, but just going through the pages. You have it?
1 second. Yes, I have it.
Okay. Now, one of the things that you would be interested in when you're interacting with a patient that comes to your facility for help is how honest they are, right?
Yes.
Especially in psychiatry. You want to make sure that the person is not lying to you or hiding something. You want them to be honest, right?
Yes.
And for example, Lindsay disclosed to you and to the others that back in 2012, while she was in nursing school, she actually had Prozac because she was very nervous, actually, about public speaking, but she was on Prozac, right?
1 second.
Sure. I think it's right under behavioral health history, first paragraph.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And she also told you that she had been prescribed Ativan, for example, by a psychiatrist, Jennifer Tufts, right?
Just reviewing.
Second paragraph.
So, no, that's not what I see here.
Okay, do you see where it says prior to attending the SHORE program, sentence, second paragraph?
Yes.
Patient was prescribed Ativan by psychiatrist Jennifer Tufts.
It says here she was prescribed Zoloft.
Well, I must be misreading something. I apologize. Let me approach you. This is what I have here. History and current functioning, right? History and current, okay. And then behavioral health history, paragraph 1, right? References to Prozac, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But it doesn't say. It
Second
said Dr. Tufts.
No, I was saying the second paragraph, prior to attending SHORE program, she disclosed to you that she was prescribed Ativan, right?
So which one are you on?
Second paragraph, right here.
Okay.
Yeah. Prior to attending SHORE program, patient was prescribed Ativan, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was by Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
So she told you that she was prescribed benzodiazepine by her treating psychiatrist, and further on into your interaction with her, she told you that she was very concerned about taking medication, right?
Yes.
And she was really concerned about becoming addicted to medication, such as a benzo, like Ativan, right?
She was concerned about becoming addicted to medication, yes.
All right, in the very last paragraph, it says, when no longer taking Ativan. You see that one?
Yes.
Okay, she then explained that, she had issues with the sleep, and she started having heart palpitations, and she went to the ER for anxiety. Is that right?
Correct.
And at that time, she told you that she felt that she had an addiction to Ativan. That's why she couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
And she was stressing about that, was really concerned about that, right?
Yes.
She then said that she had weight loss, right?
Yes.
No appetite, right?
Correct.
Panic attacks, right?
Right.
Couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
Next page, December 2nd, office visit, the same visit. First paragraph, she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel in the past 4 days, right?
I'm sorry, this is a different date on this one. What date do you have?
Okay. So the
Mine, it goes to 12/5.
Okay, all right, let's look at this one then. Would you agree that this is a record from South Shore Health that talks about continuing your appointment December 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. If you can find
I
it.
think they were just out of order. Here it is. Here.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine, that's no problem, that's not your fault. So are you with me on that she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel?
Yes.
Okay. And that was within the past last 4 days, is that right?
Yes.
So when you saw her on December 2nd, after telling you about the Ativan and telling you about her weight loss and her anxiety and everything else, she told you that she had been prescribed Remeron and Seroquel. And I understand you don't do the drugs, so you don't really have.
No, I don't do medication.
Very difficult to get the brand names and the other names, but we have a chat for that. So she started Remeron and Seroquel, and then she told you that since starting the medication, she's had thoughts that she no longer wants to be here, meaning, I guess, what, on the earth?
No longer
Wanted to
wanting
kill
to
herself?
be here could mean anything. But in that instance, when assessing for suicidal ideation, no longer want to be here qualifies as passive suicidal ideation.
Okay. And then she indicates further that this week, she was seeing you, feels like she's going to die. That's what the DA read to you, right?
Yes.
But then it goes on and says, but she doesn't care if she dies, basically. She feels like she's going to die, but she doesn't care. She said that, right?
Yes.
She then talked about how the Remeron and Seroquel were not helping her sleep. Yesterday, she took Ativan, she told you, right?
Yes.
Due to intrusive SI, suicidal ideation thoughts, right?
Yes.
Did she indicate what the intrusive suicidal ideation thoughts were yesterday, which would be December 1st? Did she tell you what that meant? Did you ask her what she meant by that?
I did ask her what she meant, and that would mean that she had the thoughts that she told me about no longer wanting to be here.
Okay. And you then told her that she could go to the ER and that you then sent her local crisis contact information. Is that right?
Yes.
And then talks about onset, says 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety, correct?
Correct.
And what did she tell you the anxiety was about?
1 second.
Yep. It's under onset.
And what was the question?
Under onset, she indicated 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety, is what
Yes.
the district attorney asked you. And then it continued on with a sentence. What was her anxiety about?
About her children, especially the baby.
And what does that mean? That she was having unmanageable anxiety? Do you know, what does unmanageable mean?
So constantly worried that something was going to happen to her children or something bad was going to happen to the baby.
And at that time, the children were 4, 3, and 6 months, right?
Correct.
Under social, the notes indicate that she talks about her anxiety all the time with her mom, husband, and mother-in-law, correct?
Correct.
And one of the questions the DA asked you is about her support, family supports or collateral contacts, and you indicated the mother-in-law. She also had her mother and father as family support as well, right?
Correct.
And you knew that her mother and father had actually lived in Connecticut, but moved up or came up and stayed with her for at least a week, if not longer, during December, right? If you know. And I know it's difficult if it's not in the notes for you to remember. I'm just asking, do you remember it all that she said that her mother and father came up and stayed with her to help out?
I don't remember that.
Okay. She further went on and said that she's uninterested in other topics from friends. What did that mean? She just didn't want to talk to her friends about anything?
She just had a lack of interest in conversation with friends.
And that would be her social circle. She just didn't care, right?
Right.
She said that she felt numb, right?
Yes.
She had a lack of attention, right?
Right.
Confusion, right?
Right.
Under mood, it says, well, of course, you have disturbed sleep. She's only sleeping 2 to 4 hours a night is what she told you, right?
Correct.
And then it says supports. Mother and father have been staying with her for the past week. Does that refresh your memory that you did get that info, that they were staying with her for the past week?
Yes.
That's fine. I just saw that too, so no
Yes.
problem. You took her history, that she was a nurse.
Tap
that she
for
had been on leave,
Reddington. I
and
just
she
saw that
told you
too.
She lost 10 pounds in the past
I'm
month,
just
right?
trying this case as we
Correct.
go along.
Now, can you flip to the next page and make sure we're both on the same page? Under substance use assessment, do you have that?
1 second.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things that you're concerned about is whether or not your patient has a substance abuse problem, like drugs or alcohol or something like that, right?
Correct.
And you've already told us that your opinion was that Lindsay did not have any substance abuse problems other than her fear about the prescribed Ativan, right?
Correct.
So did you ask her about alcohol?
Yes.
Can you tell me what she said about alcohol?
She said the last time she drank alcohol was in October of 2019.
Did she, go ahead.
Yeah.
Did she tell you how much, what it is that her alcohol of choice was?
She said her alcohol of choice was wine. She would have 1 to 2 glasses
Did she say why she would do that?
to cope with anxiety.
Okay, and this is back in 2019, right?
Correct.
That would be 3 years before you actually met with her in December of 22, right?
Correct.
Cannabis, the
Yes.
weed, the devil's lettuce. How about that? Did she confess that she was using marijuana?
Yes, she said she did use marijuana.
When?
Last use was November 15th, 2022.
Why?
I'm sorry?
Why did she say that she used it? It's under comments?
Yes, I'm taking a
That's
look.
okay.
She said she tried a marijuana gummy to help with sleep.
And that was on November 15th of 22, right?
Yes.
Go to the next page, assessment and recommendation. If you have that, make sure we have it.
Let's see. Yes.
Okay. And I think the district attorney had asked you about the mental status exam, facial expression, and you indicated that her facial expression showed anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the fear was?
Just going back to that part of the
Sure,
assessment.
yep. It's under facial expression.
And you said facial expressions,
Yes,
right?
please, yep.
Anxiety, fear, apprehension, sadness.
Okay, so if I can, I apologize. If you just keep you're very soft-spoken.
Yes, I'll walk.
Voice up so the jurors can hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you said that her facial expression exported to you anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear of something, right?
Yes.
Apprehension, right?
Yes.
Sadness,
Yes.
depression.
Yes.
And she expressed that she was having anxiety and numbness, right?
Yes.
And she was crying when she was telling you this, right?
Yes.
And again, indicated that her thoughts were worried about her baby, the new baby she had, the infant, as well as if she's being addicted to Ativan, is what she told you, right?
Yes.
And again, thoughts of wanting to die, but there was no plan.
Correct.
Next page, risk assessment. There's a whole lot of stuff on it, these pages. I'm just trying to cut to the chase here. So you see where it says risk assessment?
I am trying to find
Okay.
it. 1 second.
Yep.
Is cut to the chase a legal term? All right, if you guys do not tap at least 20 times for Reddington, each and every one of you, there's 327 of you in here. 20 times, please. Let's go. And if you don't know how to tap, you just get to your phone and you just hold it down and you
Under,
just
current medic, I'm sorry,
tap,
it's
tap,
under
tap,
risk
tap, tap.
assessment?
I'm taking a look.
Okay.
I see protective factors, but I don't see risk assessment.
Okay, let me ask you, under risk assessment on December 2nd, when you asked us about that, so at that point, that she, just so you can see, she again admitted to suicidal ideation, right?
Yes.
It was passive.
Yes.
She says she plans to go to ER if she feels unsafe or has a plan, right?
Yes.
And then farther down, you have current medications, and she was on quetiapine or Seroquel, right?
Yes.
Fluoxetine or Prozac, right?
Correct.
Lorazepam or Ativan, right?
Yes.
Mirtazapine or Remeron, right?
Yes.
And they were all, that was all active prescriptions that she had on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
Told you that she is seeking counseling for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
Do you have on December 2nd, continuing on with your evaluation, where it says clinical notes? Do you have the clinical notes?
1 second.
What I could do is read what I have rather than stand next to you. And if you trust me that I'm not misrepresenting it, I mean, I'm just reading off of this to make it quicker for you. If
Okay.
it refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, I can.
Can I read this to you, please? Because she's having a hard time going through this stuff. He's trying to direct her and either stands next to her so that he can testify to her, to the jury, or she needs to answer his questions. This is hilarious. This is what I'm talking about, kangaroo court, people. That everybody's bouncing around all over the place, and it's just like they're juggling and throwing balls like a circus, right?
Walk up and show it to you, okay?
Okay.
On that day, your notes say patient requested addiction support services. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that you indicated that you would be sending patient addiction support resources by my chart or the message thing, right?
Correct.
You then indicate that based on history reported, patient meets the criteria for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
That she would benefit from OP therapy. What does that mean?
Yes. From outpatient therapy services.
PHP,
Yes. Partial hospitalization program.
IOP,
Intensive outpatient program.
and that you then helped her out by bridging the therapy services, right?
Yes.
You then noted again postpartum anxiety on December 2nd, according to your notes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you know that she had been seeking and receiving therapy? I don't know if that's therapy or counseling or that type of thing. Like there's a woman that works in your business that provides therapy, right?
Yeah, so that person would be me.
So did she come to see you for therapy?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
So is it fair to say that she was more than willing to accept help from somebody like you?
Yes.
She didn't appear to be avoiding any therapy when recommended, right? If you could, Ms. Dukes, please look at, I think it was December 12th was the next time perhaps that you saw her,
Okay.
unless it's there's another intervening period.
So there's December 12th, and then there's December 5th.
Oh, okay. So if you could pull out December 5th,
Yes.
and if I can come up and look at it.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So on December 5th, again, you were meeting with her for therapeutic intervention, right?
Yes.
And that on this occasion, she reported she had a difficult weekend, right?
Yes.
Intrusive thoughts of wanting to die, right?
Yes.
That she contacted Aspire Crisis Support, right?
Yes.
She met with an Aspire clinician, right?
Yes.
And what happened when she met with the Aspire clinician?
She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having any suicidal ideation plan.
So if she said, in addition to the fact that she's been in counseling and therapy and seeing psychiatrists and on medications for the past 3 months or whatever the period ultimately would be, and that she wanted to kill herself, didn't want to be here, couldn't care if she died, they told her because she didn't have a plan that they couldn't help her?
Correct.
Did they, to your knowledge, make any recommendations? Did they recommended that she attend a day program?
Yes.
All right. And that person from Aspire then said he would send her patient resources, right?
Correct.
But nothing ever happened. He never sent her any. You did, but he never sent her any patient resources, right? If you know.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right. So she had you at least to talk to and counsel and advise her. You continued on to make your observations. Fair to say that pretty much things stayed the same as far as her appearance, appearing anxious, appearing sad, unable to relate to people, that type of thing.
Correct.
Okay. Then you have, as a chief complaint of present illness. And again, that was, oh, wait a minute.
That's not my note.
That's not you. Okay. All right, so you can hold on to that again.
Yep. Thank you.
Next time you saw her would be December 12th. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, on December 12th, that was a teleconference that she had called by an appointment with you?
Yes.
And at that point, she reported that she had a difficult weekend and was experiencing intrusive thoughts of wanting to. Do you have it in front of you? I don't want to take advantage of it.
Hold on one second.
Yep.
I don't see the 12th in here.
Okay. Page 28.
Page 28.
And just for the record, I think, Your Honor, that she's looking at the actual exhibit. Am I right? That's the exhibit? That's in evidence? No, it's not. Okay. Can it be in evidence? Can I offer that? Yeah. Okay. Can I offer that?
Any objection?
Approach on the issue.
Sure.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, okay. Somebody asked me earlier, this is kangaroo court, okay? This is already supposed to be offered in evidence before the person looks at it, before she testifies to it. It's supposed to be in evidence. How or why this isn't, I don't know. And then you hear him up here, he's like, can it be? Well, sure, why not? It's anything goes in this courtroom. That's why everybody's like, like the rules of evidence and the procedures of the court just are thrown out the window. That's why I call it kangaroo court. It's just bouncing here and bouncing there. But let's go ahead and let's tap for Reddington, everybody. We're at 69K. Let's get to 100.
Ma'am, if I could just say that.
Oh, he's taking it back from her. Oh, they're meeting at sidebar. Okay, everybody. If you're new here, we tap until sidebar is over. Let's go. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. So I know that this is a very serious case. I know that 3 children have lost their lives. I am not by any means placating that. I'm not demeaning that in any way. But at sometimes you just have to laugh. You just have to laugh. And it's just like, I don't understand. Like, what is going on? What is going on? All right, so let's see if we can go over your comments. So, yeah, Kimbo in Indica, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I saw something and I was just like, what are you guys talking about? I saw this message, something about standing by a car. I'm trying to be evasive here. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I saw that and it threw me off. Court is the theater, right? If you can't laugh about a few things, you won't survive. Gail, that is absolutely true. So when you guys think about it, when you're like Reddington's being overly dramatic, he is. Because otherwise, if you're sitting in court, think about you're a juror and you're sitting in court and you're just sitting there. And you have to listen to the prosecutors all day long, right? He gets up there and he changes his inflection in his voice. He's nice and calm 1 minute, and then he's just up and down. And I forget which one of you I told you that this is like a roller coaster. This case is a roller coaster for me. 1 minute I'm like, oh, I see this. And then I see this. And then I see. That's why for me personally, I'm holding my opinions until we hear all the evidence. Because what you hear over here may not necessarily be true over here. So I'm just waiting. And if you're with me, great. And if you're not, you've made up your mind, that's fine too. We can agree to disagree. Well, it's Massachusetts. We shouldn't be surprised at all. Pink's Flame, you are correct. Oh, Gail says she's an attorney. Gail, I have a question for you. Gail, did you see what happened earlier today? Trish says risks and safety warnings habit forming can cause physical and mental dependence quickly. Lindsay doesn't come across as short term though. Okay, we're back.
December 12th.
Gail, we'll come back to my question. Don't go away.
Again, I could do what I did before.
She probably had it before.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
It references providers' interventions, and that would that be you, provider?
Correct.
Okay. And you're talking about symptom management, and yet again, she's reporting she had a difficult weekend, experienced intrusive thoughts, wanted to die, didn't have a plan for suicidal plan, but she contacted Crisis over the weekend, and that would be, again, Aspire, apparently, right? Because there were 2 times she contacted Aspire, not once.
Correct.
Twice. Both times they told her that there's nothing they could do for her, right?
Correct.
And she told you that she was going to start a PHP in Norwell on December 20th, right?
Correct.
But in fact, you were able to, knowing people that you may have and pull strings, you were able to try to get her into the Rhode Island Women and Infants program, right?
Correct.
Which is a really pretty good program.
Correct.
And did you know that she did, in fact, go to Women and Infants on December 20th? She didn't go to the Norwell program. She went to Women and Infants program, and that she was there for the day and that they basically turned her away.
I did know that she went to the Women and Infants program. I was not sure of the date.
Okay. So if I suggest to you it was the same date that she had told you that she was going to go to the program in Norwell on December 20th, and then that you and Nicole Harden Francis reviewed various options, one of which was that, which made sense, to attend the Women and Infants program, IOP or PHP program, right?
Correct.
And that she, patient, provided you with verbal consent.
Correct.
To sign whatever had to be signed and get her into that program, right?
Correct.
So you know that she did on December 20th, after not getting anywhere with Aspire ×2, and after dealing with Gelada for all those times that she dealt with her, the other one, Tufts, you were trying to get her into this program, which would be pretty good for a woman that had postpartum problems, right?
Correct.
And you made your referral, you opened the door for her, and she got in there to at least be interviewed, right?
Correct.
And they didn't take her, right?
Correct.
You know why?
I'm not aware as to why.
Would you be surprised if I told you that they indicated that they could not help her out because their diagnosis or secondary diagnosis was that she was over-medicated?
Repeat the question.
Would it surprise you to know that they indicated that they couldn't treat her as a woman with postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression or postpartum anxiety or any of that, because their opinion was that she was suffering from an over-medication?
It would surprise me, yes.
But you don't know.
I do not know.
Okay. Did you know that the records from Women and Infants indicate that, in fact, on that very same day, they reached out to Nurse Gelada and asked her to call them so that they could discuss the medication, and Gelada never got back to her?
I was not aware of that.
I'm sorry?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. I think the district attorney had asked you a question about the last time that you saw her or had any activity with her was on December 19th. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I may have misunderstood. Did she ask you, did you call Lindsay 4 times and she never got back to you that day? Or is that just a list of different things that you did for her?
That's a list of different things that I did for her that day.
Okay. So you were calling other contacts. You were talking to Patrick. You would contact her. I mean, she certainly was not avoiding you. That's
Yes, we were in communication.
all right. You're familiar with, maybe you are, the what's called the Edinburgh scale?
I'm aware of it, yes.
And did she have the Edinburgh scale administered to her, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. What is polypharmacy? What does that mean?
Polypharmacy?
Yeah. You ever heard of that? Polypharmacy?
I've heard of it, but not sure of the exact
Okay. That's
definition.
Okay. Is it something to do with having too much medications thrown at you all at once? If you know.
No, I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay. Excuse me for 1 minute. Apologize.
All right, so I have a quick question. If this therapist is working in conjunction with
I
Gelada,
just
didn't
had
they talk
something
about
pulled up, and
bipolar?
it just went back to default on me, so I just need a second. I apologize.
Oh, he's having technical issues.
Okay, I get it. And how long have you been working in your particular field?
Since 2011.
Okay. And you have obviously a very impressive background as far as your educational background and your experience. Do you continue to, with continuing education?
Yes.
Have you ever been aware, are you aware of the Mass General Hospital Center for Women's Mental Health?
I'm aware of it, yes.
Do they offer seminars and programs as well as research articles?
I believe they do.
Okay. Do you know that Mass General Center for Women's Mental Health about a year ago issued a fairly major study and various recommendations for people that are dealing with women that have postpartum periods and how they break up the periods? You familiar with that?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
So if I suggest to you that in that particular Mass General Hospital article, it goes on about postpartum period, and do you agree that the postpartum period, 85% of women that are pregnant or after pregnancy experience some type of mood disturbance? Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
All right. Would you agree that 10 to 15% of women develop more significant symptoms of depression or anxiety?
I agree.
Okay. And then postpartum psychiatric illness is then divided into 3 categories. One sounds like something out of the 50s, postpartum blues. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You've heard that expression before,
Correct.
right? And it can be bothersome, it can be aggravating, it can be intrusive, but it's not threatening the life of the mother or baby or anybody else, right?
Correct.
And it's fairly common, right?
Correct.
Number 2 would be postpartum depression. Now, that's a different issue, correct?
Yes.
And number 3 would be postpartum psychosis. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, postpartum depression, prior to morphing, if you will, into postpartum psychosis, consists of a number of symptoms, symptomology, right? For you to diagnose a woman, whether she's pregnant, has the baby, or after having the baby, with postpartum depression, there are certain things that are symptoms that you look for, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of which would be depressed or sad mood, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Yes.
Next would be tearfulness, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Correct.
Next one would be loss of interest in social activities or usual activities or friends. She had that, right?
Correct.
Feelings of guilt. She had that, right?
She didn't express feelings of guilt.
Okay. Feelings of worthlessness. Did she express that she felt worthless?
She did not express that.
How about fatigue? Did she have that?
She did not express fatigue, but
Were you,
lack of sleep.
I know lack of sleep. Were you aware that, in fact, that she had indicated that she was so wiped out that she couldn't even get out of bed, couldn't put her feet on the ground, and if she did, she felt heavy?
I did not hear that from her.
Okay. How about, you mentioned it, you got it, sleep disturbance is another issue, correct?
Correct.
She had that, right?
Yes.
Change in appetite. She had that, lost 10, 15 pounds, right?
Yes.
Poor concentration. She had that, right? She said she was numb. She could
Yes.
not focus. Suicidal thoughts.
Yes.
We know she didn't have a plan, but she had suicidal thoughts, right?
Correct.
So under the Mass General Hospital research project for women that are suffering from postpartum issues, she pretty much hit every one of the postpartum depression symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And then it talks about if it increases in severity, significant anxiety symptoms may occur. Not generalized anxiety. Significant anxiety symptoms can occur. Is that right?
Correct.
And one of the ways that you determine that is by the tests that it can be administered to a person who is in a postpartum status. And that would be what we talked about, the Edinburgh test, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that she was given the Edinburgh test and had a 23 out of 30, I think it was.
I was not aware.
Okay. And some women develop panic attacks referred to as hypochondriasis. You'd agree with that, right?
Agree with that in reference to.
Lindsay, she had panic attacks and complained of having panic attacks.
Yes.
Okay. And then you can get into the various diagnoses of which on a postpartum person in that time frame, obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, right?
Correct.
Or bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, right?
Are you using them interchangeably or could develop?
Trust me, let's say bipolar 1,
Yeah.
okay? So that would be one mental disease, correct?
Correct.
And it's pretty serious stuff, right?
Yes.
And if a person is diagnosed as bipolar, one of the things that you shouldn't, if you know, is prescribe SSRIs such as Prozac or Zoloft, right? If you know.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Would you agree that with various cases dealing with postpartum depression, all of the symptoms that we talked about, they utilize the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, which is a 10-item questionnaire that can identify women that have postpartum depression and the severity that they have. And on the scale, a score of 12 or greater it raises concern and indicates a need for more thorough evaluation, right?
Correct.
Do you know whether she was thoroughly evaluated by anybody other than Tufts and Gelada?
I'm only aware of Tufts and Gelada.
Okay. I mean, you were trying to do the best you could with what you had to work with, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now we get to postpartum psychosis. That's the third category, right? Postpartum psychosis, you'd agree, is the most severe form of postpartum psychiatric illness. Is that right?
Correct.
Would you agree that it occurs in averages about 2 out of 1,000 women, right?
Correct.
And its presentation can be very dramatic with onset of symptoms, and that can be within a year, according to the CDC, Center for Disease Control,
Yes.
right? Okay. And when it hits you, it just hits you, bang, quick, right?
Correct.
And when you think about 2 out of 1,000 people, seems like a daunting number, but if I tell you that Fenway Park, when they're full, when they're playing the Yankees, they have 37,700 people. If you take the 37,000 people and you multiply it by 2, that would mean as you're sitting there behind first base, 74 women possibly have postpartum psychosis, right?
Not sure of that number, but
Well, if you agree that it's 2 out of 1,000, according to the studies and the statistics, and if Fenway Park has 37,000 seats, times 2 would be 74.
okay.
That's a pretty large number of people, right? 74 people out of that crowd. Okay. It's not that horribly unusual. I mean, it's something that perhaps you've dealt with in your practice, right?
Yes.
And when you're dealing with people with postpartum psychosis, do you agree that generally they present with an episode of bipolar illness? If you know.
No.
No, they don't, or no, you don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Bottom line is, from your dealing with Lindsay, she appeared to be sincere, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be looking for help, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be hurting, right?
Yes.
Turning in every direction she could for help, right?
Correct.
And the last time you saw her was when?
December 19th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Attorney Buckingham.
Briefly, please.
Ms. Dukes, you indicated that you didn't review the records of Nurse Paula or Nurse Gelada.
Correct.
Why?
I wanted to have a fresh set of eyes to look at the situation and to assess it when she came in for her visit. That's typical practice.
And that's why you do an entirely new process, right? Where you do your own intake, you assess diagnostics for determining whether there's any sort of mental illness, right?
Correct.
And while you can collaborate or speak with the providers about an overall treatment for the patient, your therapy is your therapy.
Correct.
And as far as your role, you don't have any role in medication management, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. And so when the note read current medications, is that just based on what pre-fills for the patient based on their historical records for the clinic?
Yes.
Okay. And so you don't know what she was prescribed and when, and if all of those prescriptions were active. You just know what's in the computer.
Correct.
And as far as the timeline here for the recommendations for partial hospitalization, I just want to make sure that we're clear. You had been for some time recommending some sort of partial hospitalization program, correct?
Correct.
And on December 12th, you had already talked to Lindsay Clancy about the Women and Infants program, had you not?
Correct.
And so when she told you on the 12th that she was starting that program in Norwell, that wasn't from your referral, right?
No.
And you still recommended Women and Infants.
Correct.
And you got her consent on that visit, right?
Yes.
And on the 19th, when you saw her, were you aware that she had been at the Mass General ER on December 15th for evaluation?
No.
And that she had reported then to them that she opted for an outpatient program at Women and Infants as opposed to going inpatient to McLean? Did you know that?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. And when you met with her on the 19th, after the visit to the ER, she still hadn't engaged with Women and Infants, had she?
No.
And so you had to re-refer her.
Yes.
But you weren't aware that she had already gotten a referral from Mass General.
No.
And so you did later learn she went on December 20th, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to review those records about this
No, I
visit to the 20th? So you don't know that the ultimate plan and assessment for her was that they didn't think she qualified for the program, but they provided her with several options for other inpatient treatments for medication management, partial hospitalization, and general mental health. Did you know that?
No.
And as of your last meeting with her on December 19th, ultimately, what were your impressions of how she was doing?
My impression was that her symptoms were improving because of the social aspects, spending time with family and friends and able to exercise when before it was difficult for her to engage or pay attention.
And your observations of her while you were interacting with her, were they more positive than on previous occasions?
Yes, she was able to smile and laugh.
Okay, thank you.
What was she laughing about? When was it she was laughing with you?
I believe that was the last visit, the 19th.
So on the 19th, it was on television or was it in person?
It was a virtual visit, a video
Virtual
visit.
visit.
Yes.
And on the 19th, on the virtual visit, what was the purpose of that visit?
The purpose of that visit was to see if she was able to connect with care.
Okay. So you would have, I guess, in your notes or a reference to the fact that on the 19th of December that she was laughing.
Not that she was laughing, but that she was able to laugh.
Able to laugh.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm looking here on December 19th, telemedicine. Letitia, I apologize, Dukes, perinatal behavior health program. And you talk in that form about the date of the service, December 19th, psychotherapy, PCP, Margaret, that would be the primary care, Margaret Anastasia. Perinatal behavioral health program, you talk with the quote, if this is telehealth visit, please dot the phrase video visit, whatever. Therapeutic intervention, she's 32 years old, married, female, presents for postpartum anxiety. Symptom management, patient continues to have low mood and numbness. Numbness. Was she laughing when she had numbness?
What date are you looking at?
December 19th, the last day you saw her, or the last time you had any contact with her.
She didn't appear to have that, no.
She didn't appear to have what, laughing or numbness?
Numbness.
Well, it says right in the notes, does it not? The patient continues to have low mood and numbness.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to say yes unless I can show it to you. So, right here. Patient continues to have low mood and numbness, right?
Correct.
Patient has not had suicidal ideation and did not need crisis intervention over the weekend. In other words, she didn't kill herself, right?
Correct.
To help with the mood, patient has been spending time with her husband, children, and exercising, right?
Yes.
And exercise is one of the things that you would generally, your people would generally recommend that the mother do, right?
Correct.
That's a good thing to try to do, is to exercise, right?
Correct.
So the fact that the government has records that show that she would take her kids or her husband would take her kids, that they would go to a local gym and exercise or swim, that's consistent with what she was advised, right?
Correct.
It doesn't mean that she's just out there having a good time exercising, right?
Objection.
No, overall.
She was told that that's a good thing to do, right?
She was told that that was a good thing to do, but the fact that she's able to follow through and do it shows improvement.
Oh, okay. So when did she go to the gym?
She didn't give me exact dates. These are things that
Did
she
you ever
told me
ask
she
her?
did.
Did you ever ask her, if you're telling me that, this is showing improvement, is it in the records? Does it indicate that you asked her if she was exercising, and if so, where and when?
So we don't write down everything that we talk about in the meeting. It's particularly a summary of that visit.
Okay. And all I did was ask you about patient was spending time with her husband, children, and exercising, and then you said that that's an indication that she's improving.
Correct.
Okay. And then I asked you if she's going to a gym. That's not a bad thing, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay. And then it says that she received a call and counsel asked you about this. She received a call from women and infants, but missed the call. Do you remember that? Remember the DA asking you that question? You said that she missed the call.
Yes.
She didn't continue to read that the reason she missed the call is that she was at another medical appointment, right?
Correct.
And she called you back, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Clinician, you provided contact information for women and infants. Patient reported that she would contact them today, meaning December 19th, but in fact, she did, and you did with, back it up. She did with your help, and she then went the following day on the 20th, right?
Correct.
Okay. And finally, fair to say that nowhere in here does it say that she was laughing?
You would have to go to the assessment, the risk assessment.
Okay, let's do that. Got it? Let me see, please.
He is not going to let this go. He is not. This
Now,
is
what's
not
the
the
mental
hill.
status
He's.
exam?
This is not the hill he's going to die
So a
on.
mental status exam is to assess how the person is appearing that day, their mood and their interaction with you in that visit and how you perceive them.
Okay. So, with the help from the DA, we have December 19th, the telemedicine form, clinical notes, right?
Yes.
The laughing wouldn't be in that area, would it?
No, it would be more so in this area.
Okay.
Yes.
Mental status exam, right?
Hmm.
Appearance, hygiene, WNL.
Within normal limits.
Okay. Clothing normal, eye contact normal, build normal, posture normal, body movement normal, right?
Yes.
Behavior is cooperative, right?
Yes.
And speech is within normal limits, is that correct?
Correct.
Emotional state, affect. Patient reports feeling numb and having low mood for most of the day, right?
Yes.
Facial expression, other. Facial expression, calm, was able to laugh and smile, right?
Yes.
Would that be in response to you saying something funny, or why was she laughing?
That would be in response to me saying something funny.
So you guys were kind of bonding a little bit.
Yes.
All right. But she basically still continued to report that she was numb, having low mood, and basically the symptomology that she had already reported, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
All right, Como?
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
Oh boy, everybody. If you're just joining us, that was the therapist Letitia Dukes from South Shore. She had seen Lindsay 4 times.
Como,
And-
call your next witness.
Wow.
Call Cameron Daly as its next witness, please.
Shell says a therapist nobody should go to. Woo! It got spicy in the end there. We'll talk about it when they go to lunch. I'm making notes. All right, that was 63. We're on Commonwealth 64. Woo, that was spicy. All right, everybody say goodbye to Letitia Dukes.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant's class will be the truth, the whole truth, to help you God? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Sir, could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Cameron Daly,
And how do you spell your first name?
Cameron.
And can you just spell your last name for the record?
Daley.
And where do you work?
Duxbury Police Department,
How long have you been there?
6.5 years.
And back in January of 2023, what was your assignment then?
Patrolman.
And I'm going to draw your attention specifically to January 24th, 2023. Were you asked to do a particular assignment out of Duxbury in that evening?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
Report to Brigham and Women's Hospital
And why were you going there?
for hospital watch of the suspect.
And that individual was Lindsay Clancy?
Correct.
Was there already a Duxbury officer on scene at Brigham and Women's when you got there?
Yes, 2.
2.
Yes.
And who were they?
Officer Lepard and Officer Broderick.
And When you arrived at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you by yourself or was there somebody else with you?
I was with another officer, Officer Thomas Johnson.
Okay. And were you able to make observations of the suspect, of the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, on that day?
Yes,
And she was asleep, was she not?
correct.
And she had medical devices attached to her?
Yes.
Was she being treated by the medical staff there at Brigham?
Yes, periodically.
And were you inside or outside the room, if you know?
Outside the room.
And were any visitors or any other people other than the medical staff in that room with her while you were there?
No.
And from the 24th into the 25th, what time did you leave the next day on the 25th?
So I reported to the hospital on the 25th.
Oh, okay.
I was there. I arrived at 10 a.m.
So your shift there at the hospital was what?
I got there at 10 a.m. I left about 7 p.m. that night, but it was an 8 to 4 scheduled patrol shift.
Okay, and you said that was on the 25th.
Correct.
And you took over for Officer Lepard.
Correct. Who were there on the overnight previous.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And when you left that next evening on the 25th at 7 p.m., was there another Duxbury officer who came to relieve you, or who came to relieve you?
No, at that time, State Police Detective McDonald arrived on scene with his crime scene team, and then Plymouth County Sheriff deputies came to take over the hospital watch.
And during that entire shift that you were there, were any attorneys or any other individuals in the room to see Ms. Clancy?
No.
And did you go back to the hospital for any shifts after that day?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Were you in uniform?
Yes.
Had your gun on?
Correct.
Had your badge?
Yes, sir.
The other guy too?
Yes, sir.
You were gonna what, guard the woman that was tied to the bed?
Correct.
That's all I have.
Anything?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me step down.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, if you are not tapping for Reddington, you're gonna guard the woman who is tied to the bed. You had a gun and badge.
Rather than start another witness for just a couple of minutes, we're gonna break, take the afternoon recess at this point.
Oh my goodness.
Plan would be to come back approximately 2 o'clock, come right back, resume with the Commonwealth's case.
Oh my
Remind
gosh.
you again, I think you probably know what I'm gonna say. No talking about this case. Don't do any research about this. Don't read anything about it. While you're on break, don't go anywhere that has anything to do with this case. Take the next hour, just kind of put this out of your head. We'll see you. Okay, thank you.
Court, all right. Good. Time to close the notebook. This,
Now listen, I could make a whole bunch of TikToks of all of the stuff that Reddington says, but I'm trying to keep it on the up and up, and I'll explain that in just a second. But boy, there are a lot today. There are a lot today. There's so many. There's so many. Let's see if they put anything else on the record.
All right, Council Fair, just for 1 second, sidebar. for me.
Oh, sidebar. All right. You know what that means? Everybody needs to tap. Tap until sidebar is over, which I'm sure they're just going to go to lunch. We were at 87 likes. Let's go ahead and get some more because it's lunchtime. There are 553 people in here right now. If you don't know who I am, hi, my name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. We talk about a lot of variety of cases. Today, we are in the thick of covering the live Lindsay Clancy trial, day 12. My chat is the best chat ever. You guys are the best. And it's you guys have great questions. I try to answer your questions. If I can't answer your questions, somebody else answers your questions. I not only cover Lindsay Clancy, I'm covering a myriad of cases. If you want to know and follow me on other spaces, you can go find me on the Book of if you know, the FB page. If you go over there and look at my About page, you can see all of the places that I am. I'm also currently live on another app that has the play button. Go look at my link in bio. Wink, wink, wink. You have to be careful what you say on TikTok. I cover Karen Reed, left, right, and center. If you don't already know that, I'm covering Fraser Bohm, the David case out of California. Courtney Clenny, she was the OnlyFans model. She pled guilty. Sarah Grace Patrick. I've got a whole litany of what's going on in the month of August and a whole bunch of other stuff, especially in Massachusetts. So if you're in Massachusetts, please give me a follow because you don't want to miss it. I also post court documents and sort of breaking news, etc., on my Book of the Face as well. So if you like to see that, I currently right now have Lindsay Clancy's civil case pinned to that if you want to go over there and read it. In this case in chief, I have not read the motions. I have not seen the pretrial hearings. I'm coming into this as what you would call an armchair juror at home. So I'm hearing what the evidence is coming in. I'm trying not to listen to outside noise from TikTok creators and other real creators about conspiracy theories, what have you. I do listen to them. Some of them make me pause, but I am weighing what facts are coming into this case. So FACTS with a exclamation point. If it's not in trial, I can't consider it. So that is going on. Elizabeth asked me, do I have a legal background? The answer is yes and no. Yes, facts, love. I wanted to be a lawyer, was told to go to Harvard, have taken a lot of law classes, but I chose family life instead. I do wish I could go back to law school, but I like this instead. So I love this. You guys are fabulous. I can't do this without you. You guys are amazing. So this is what I want to do. I want to bring law cases, talk about law cases. I read the motions. I go through things. And I try to give it to you. So Little B says, Chicago love. I am also I'm from everywhere. I grew up outside of Chicago, the south suburbs. I lived in Boston for a time. I had my first kid in Boston, so I know the Boston area. I had my kid at MGH, everybody, so I know MGH. Labor and delivery nurses. Lindsay Clancy was not there when I was there. Okay, Court TV
Welcome back to Court TV.
yeeted the feed.
Ashley will cut in today.
All right, we're going to turn that down. I lived in Moscow, Idaho. So, you know all about Brian Kohberger. I moved just before that case. So if you want to talk about the Idaho 4 case, we'll have a day of chat on that as well. So I've been doing this for almost a year now, but I have not done it in this format. I just started last week. So welcome, everybody. I'll try to see if I can get to your questions, comments, concerns. We'll do my best. Yay, Shirley. Thank you for coming over. Wink, wink, wink. If you know, you know. All right. Go Cubbies. Ooh, Amy. I'm a White Sox girl. Sorry. But it's okay. We still can be friends. The other thing, so just if you want to know where I was from Chicago, I was from the south suburbs of Chicago. If you know about, I must be surrounded by M cases. If you know about the Lane Bryant unalivings, I was from that area. If you know, you know. So yeah, friendly rivalry, Amy. Yes. Oh, Mama Talks is from Chicago too. So I'm from that area. Triangle, I lived in Hyde Park. My husband was a professor at the University of Chicago. We lived there. So, we lived there during when Obama was president. And I don't know if you remember, but Obama had come to the Midway Palisades, and they shut down the whole Hyde Park. Oh, you're from Homewood. Yes, yes. Yes. You are originally from Chicago. Welcome, everybody. You grew up in Barrington. Wow. Yes. Mama takes. Yes. So, yes. I didn't live there. I lived closer to the, what's the school called? I live closer to where the kids go to the school. My dad was a professor at U Chicago. I was born in 1993 at the U Chicago Hospital. My second son was born at the U Chicago Hospital. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. You moved from DC. All right, Megan wants us to get back to the case at hand. Stop talking about where we're from. Last witness was not the rumor cop. The last witness was a pointless witness. I don't know what the Commonwealth is doing. I don't know what they're setting up for. I don't know why this witness came in. So if Gail, if you're still in my chat, Gail, oh my goodness, why? Why did we have that witness on the stand? Usually you call a witness on the stand for some specific reason as to the who, what, where, when, how, and why. I was there to guard her. What? All right, everybody that's coming in, if you did not see the first part of today, we're going to do a small recap. This morning, there was a trooper on the stand. His name was Trooper Lawlor. And I'm doing my best to give you the facts that I know. Trooper Lawlor was outside Lindsay Clancy's room guarding her when Dr. Zeisel went into her room. Dr. Zeisel is a psychiatrist. Kevin Reddington stated he needed a court order to go see Lindsay because she's in custody. Dr. Zeisel was also under that court order to go see Lindsay. Dr. Zeisel is a psychiatrist. Dr. Zeisel is Lindsay's doctor. He was hired to be Lindsay's doctor. Supposedly, he had gone into the room. The door was closed. Trooper Lawlor and Trooper McSomebody another. I need to get the spelling of the name. It was either McClellan. I still don't know. We're outside the room. Supposedly, Dr. Zeisel told Lindsay to tell Patrick that she heard voices. So they're claiming that Dr. Zeisel, who is a world-renowned psychiatrist, is telling Lindsay to lie to her husband. Now, if the door was here, so Gail, here's this is where this comes in. If the door was shut and these troopers are listening and they then report out to the prosecution, this could be a Fourth Amendment violation. If the door is open or ajar or they're in the room, anything goes. So this is what this controversy is about. So Gail, did I get that right? Gail is our resident legal expert that I've contracted with. Gail says I'm correct. Thank you, Gail. That is what I was trying to let you know, trying to type. Mistrial? I don't know just yet. We have to. So the trooper was on the stand and he said, I heard it from a friend who, which is total hearsay, which can't come into trial. But the prosecutor asked him that question. She opened the door first. And so Reddington jumped in on it. So you can't say what somebody else told you. It has to be like firsthand. You're getting it from the horse's mouth, right? I'm trying to use generalizations here. So if I don't know mistrial just yet. I don't think we're down that road just yet. We need clarification so I can guarantee you that trooper's going to be on the stand. Maybe not today, but we're going to hear from him, and you bet that Reddington is going to jump on him. So everybody say goodbye to Trooper Daly, who is of no significance in this trial. Gail, why do you think that they called this last trooper? Gail is in my chat. She's a lawyer. I've adopted her to be our legal representation here. You're so confused. The last witness was a Duxbury police officer. You guys, I don't know. Yeah, Gail said, I thought if they asked him if he was in uniform, it was going to go somewhere, but no. No, he was just there to guard a woman who was tied to her bed. I know I'm making light of it, but that's exactly what it is. Yep, Sarah, that's why Gail is our new adoptive attorney in the chat. So Gail says, I have no clue, but he's an excellent attorney, so there has to be a reason. Absolutely. I just can't believe this entire case. She was framed. The whole thing screams Patrick. Or did the doctor tell her to tell her husband about the voices because she hadn't disclosed it? That's a great sweaty and annoyed. That is a very great question. Great observation. So he was there to do nothing. Yeah, he was there to guard her because, because she can't move anymore. She's going to run out of right, because she was paralyzed. She's going to run away. I think it was to open the door for future questions. It could be. Could be. All right, everybody, we did not make it to 100K by lunchtime, so let's get a tap and tappity tap tap tap. There are 473 people in this chat. I'm going to give you, everybody is now math experts via Reddington. If there are 470 of you in the chat times 20 taps, that will give me 9,400 taps. I did the quick math. That'll give us 9,400 hearts. I would, if that was that lady on the stand, I'd been like, I'm not here for math, sir. I'm sorry. That's not my expertise. But I do like how so why did Reddington bring up this? Why did Reddington bring up Fenway, these people? Why did he bring this up? He's trying to relate to the jury, right? He's trying to make light of things. He's trying to make things not so heavy because it was very, very, very heavy testimony. Thank you, Mama Topes. Yes. Oh, and also everybody, if you want to give me a gift, please do. My gifts are open. I ran out of notebooks. I'm going to need some more notebooks. So please deposit some funds into the notebook needing thing. I probably need to get one of those e-writers, but I'm an old pen and paper gal, right? By the way, I also talked to you guys that they're on the TikTok shop. They keep talking about these gel pens. So get these gel pens. And so, we need some gel pens. I know those of you who are on the Ubes of the two, you can't tap on there. It's only TikTok, okay? So, but you can like and subscribe down below. Down below, you can like and subscribe. You can tap the like and subscribe button. That will help me. So thank you. Yes, I know. I'm trying to talk to 2 different platforms at the same time. All right. I was hoping to learn from you, not to hear me laugh. All right, Joy, what would you like to learn from me? What is it that I haven't told you? Megan, we talked about me and having a legal background. The answer is yes and no. I am a paralegal. I couldn't imagine doing the litigation on this case. How traumatizing. So Mama Needs, that's a very great question. Did you hear when Kevin Reddington said that he was the sole practitioner on this case and he was only him by himself, even though he did quite admit that his son was helping him out? And then when they were talking whether or not the TikTok nurse was going to come on here, whether or not his wife was helping, trying to find her, and the private eye was trying to help her. So he does have some help behind the stand, behind the scenes, but it is what it is, right? Because they said there was going to be approximately 200 witnesses. I'm sure he has a paralegal. I'm sure he has a paralegal who is helping him out as well. Did Patrick say in the stand that he learned that she had voices? I don't recall that, but if somebody else knows, we can always go back, but right now we need to stay forward. I mean, Liz, that was so long ago. All right, let's get into the testimony of this therapist. What did you guys think of her? First of all, she only saw Lindsay 4 times. And you guys have to appreciate Kevin Reddington. Remember, I always tell you, he likes to put things in a nice, neat bow for the jury, and he likes to go point by point by point by point. And so he did at the end. He laid a whole bunch of points out. So I wrote it down. Did she have depression and anxiety? Yes. Or sad mood? She was tearful. She was crying, right? Was she less social? Yes. He asked if she felt guilty, but she said no. But I have a problem with that, because didn't she testify earlier that she felt worried about her children? Isn't that guilt? Isn't that a form of guilt? Worthless. I guess, do you have to specifically say that you feel worthless in order for that to count? Is it implied? I'm asking you these questions. Fatigue. She said she couldn't get out of bed. What level of fatigue? Does she have to say the word fatigue specifically? Numbness. She did say that. SI thoughts. She did say that. So if we were going down a checklist, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4 out of 7, she said yes. So it's more than half. You know, Mama Tokes, we don't know whether or not she was anemic. We don't know what her, like, what was she eating? What was she taking any supplements? We don't know how that comported to everything, but we do know that one of the doctors did tell her to take some supplements, right? Take melatonin. That's not really I guess it's kind of a supplement, but take fish oil, right? Right. They said she was thinner because she was, well, first she was worried about taking the medications because she was worried about taking on weight, but then she lost about 15 pounds. Was that a concern for these providers? The answer was no. And then there's a conflict, right? They tell her to go exercise, to go change her mood, and then the prosecution says she's over-exercising. And isn't over-exercising a manic state? You guys tell me. If you guys are confused, so am I. The teeter-totter is going both ways, and it's bananas to me. Fish oil helps with anxiety. Right. Is it a manic state? Is it not a manic state? Was she in what's called, right, the hypomanic state? Yeah, you guys can tell me. Right. I wrote down, was it obsessive compulsive disorder? We know she was super obsessive about the medicine that she was taking. Yesterday, it was testified that she was Googling left, right, and center about everything, right? And we're still waiting for the digital forensic expert, Ian Whiffen, to come in to tell us what, if anything, was stated on her device, his device, the laptops, whether the Apple Watch was diagnosed or not. We know that it wasn't, because it was in the draw, right? Not testing her thyroid during this time. Right, OCD, because they keep saying intrusive thoughts, but no one's talking about them. Jason says psychiatry or psychology, he just put psych, is a pseudoscience. Right, they didn't run a single blood panel on her. Right, your wrists can't have scratches on them. Got to be careful what you say with an Apple Watch on it, right? Well, so Mama Tokes, the other thing is that she wasn't sleeping. And so they said part of mania is if you're not sleeping, but you're okay enough to like go exercise and go do things, that you have an abundance of energy and you don't feel tired. That's mania, right? Sarah says, not to mention body temperature and the direction in which she had fallen. Denise says, when I was on psych meds, I had frequently. Why didn't Lindsay? Hypermania, 100 million %. I don't know what that number is. That shows mania, right? So here's the thing. They kind of talked about mania and they little talked about bipolar, but they never like put the puzzle together. Now, remember, Patrick came in and said, she's not bipolar. So that lends the question that, okay, so now Patrick and Lindsay are diagnosing Lindsay. Take these meds. Don't take these meds. Take that med. And then a lot of you guys are talking about whether or not she should have been sectioned, or somebody called it something different. And I said the reason why she wasn't sectioned was because she didn't have a plan, right? And she went to the place. She went to women's and infants and said, hey, here I am. They're like, well, you don't have a plan, so you're just over medicated. See you later. We know at least she called the S hotline 2 times. And we know that the one of the times was during this time that she was at South Shore and she was seeing Rebecca Gelada and this last person who was on the stand. Do you guys think that 5150, do you guys think that if somebody is desperate enough to call a hotline, that is significant enough for them to be like calling out for help? Yeah, everyone's hands are tied and no one's going to be like, woo. Thank you, everybody. Sarah says yes. April says yes. Jennifer says yes. Sonia says yes. Tessa says yes. I missed the other one. Megan says yes. Right. Now, mind you, a hotline should be mandated by law to contact. Exactly. Yes. Yes. Do they not record the calls? Yeah. Not only that, but what about these telemedicine visits? Aren't those recorded? You would think for quality control at least, right? And then somebody also asked about these officers and their supposed, what did they hear, what they didn't hear, and whether the door was ajar or the door wasn't ajar with Dr. Zeisel. Don't they have body cams on them? But we all know, if you don't know, Massachusetts state troopers are notorious for doing shenanigans. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Right. We've also talked a little bit about what you're self-reporting to these people. And do you fear that Lindsay was afraid to self-report anything because she was fearful that her children might be taken away from her? Or maybe that she would be sectioned, right? Against her will. All of this stuff is in her custody and control. That was another thing that everybody keeps talking about, is that she's a control freak, right? She can control what medication she's on. She can control who she sees. She can control who she's talking to, whether or not she's being honest or not. Because is she taking the medications that she's supposed to be taking? We know she didn't. We know at least the one time she didn't take everything, and she took the Benadryl before the doctor prescribed her hydroxyzine. So, as you can see, this is called a recipe for disaster, right? You throw a little, here are the ingredients. You throw this in, you throw this in, you throw this in, and boom. You can see the balloon blowing up and pow, it has exploded to where she is now. And so what's at stake here? A lot of people are confused about what is and what isn't at stake here. The main portion that the jury is going to have to decide is, was she over-medicated? Was she not in her right mind? I'm using very, very clear, little dumbed down language because, TikTok, and I'm just trying to be general. Was she not in her right mind when she did this? Or, as the prosecution is alluding, that she was controlling and that she wanted to take her own life. I stated this before. She wanted to take her own life, but she couldn't leave her kids. So she needed them gone first so that she could take hers. Why? We're speculating. We don't know. We don't know if this is the prosecution's theory, guys. This is prosecution theories. Don't come for me. And she did so because she wasn't listening to the doctors. She wasn't listening to their advice. She was obsessive controlling. She was over exercising. She knew what she was doing. She went to the water park days before. She went to the Museum of Science and she could play with knobs and stuff. So she was in her mental right mind. The morning that it happened, she took Cora to the doctor. Oh, that's something I need to dispel. Okay. So a lot of people are picking up on that. So one of the things that was mentioned yesterday was that she wasn't driving. She wasn't driving in November and December, but in January she was driving. And how do we know that? She took Cora to the doctor. So people on TikTok are like, she wasn't driving. So Patrick said that he didn't know if her car was there or not. She's obviously driving. She took Cora to the doctor. And just let you know, in Duxbury, you have to drive to places to get to places. There's the public transportation thing is way far away. And she wasn't walking with her to the doctor's office, right? So she took Cora to the doctor's office, which equals she drove. Just wanted to dispel that rumor that's out there. So, all right. Well, the book of Micah, absolutely. Sure. Could someone else have driven Uber or Lyft? But I would like to think that if they did, he would have said that. She took an Uber. He said, I'm trying to read between the lines that she took her. And also, the preschool people said that she picked up the children. Is she picking up the children in an Uber? So I'm just putting that out there. You guys can talk amongst yourselves. Yes, they can prove that they were at the doctor. The pediatrician testified that they had a doctor's appointment that morning. There was no mention that the mother-in-law took her anywhere. Teresa says the system failed her. Katrina says she was failed by medical professionals. You guys are right on top of each other. Jennifer says, I do not like the driving, but, the fetus drum, when I have no other choice. Oh, thank you. Yes. All right. So everybody who has gifted me things, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go down the list. Oh, I did not thank you guys. I'm going to go down the list. I'm going to go up. Just Nana, you're amazing. Jilly Ann, thank you. Just Nana, just Mary, thank you. Indica, thank you. Mary, thank you, thank you, thank you. Neuros, is it Cyrus? It cuts it off a little bit. Ashley, thank you. Misty, thank you. Laura, thank you. Kurti, Bojo, Laura. Some of you guys, your names are amazing. And I'm doing my best to read them. Karen, Ashley, Funkified, thank you. RX Shella, thank you. L Shug, thank you. Ashley, thank you. San Ladreo, Jose, thank you, Blue Cough, Share the Lisa, it's Lexi. I like that, Lexi. That's like, it's Lexi. So thank you, everybody who just sent things. And La Girl 4043. And it says just Lila. Is that right? Lyla. All right, thank you so much, everybody. You're going to help me buy some new notebooks and some new pens. So if you're just joining me, hello, my name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. Currently, right now, we are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy case. I'm doing what's called gavel-to-gavel coverage. That means we are watching or listening to the trial live. We chat about it. You ask questions. I try to answer as best I can. And we sit here and chat and talk. There are 362 of you in my lovely chat or watching or whatever you're doing. If everybody could please go to tappity tap tap tap. We are at, well, we are at 107 likes. They are at lunch right now. As you know, they take a small little break from 1 to 2. Sometimes they come back in time and sometimes they don't. So let's see if we can get up to 130 likes. We're at 107. So if everybody goes ahead and taps, city, taps. If you don't know, I'm on other spaces as well. So Trisha says, absolutely. It's just one step away from the act. And Trisha says, she took Cord to the doctor the day of the unalivings. That's right. And those of you who are over here on the app, I have to be a little discreet because I don't want TikTok to ding me. If you guys know the app that has the play button, the one that says YT, I'm live over there too. So if you're like, why can't I see it on TT? I tried twice in different variations yesterday and I got dinged by TikTok. So we can only listen to it on TikTok, but I can't show it to you because it's content from somewhere else. Even if I stream TikTok within TikTok, they don't like it. So if you want to join me on the other space, go to my link in bio, wink, 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 and you'll see what I am referring to. Lovely says, can I break down what happened this morning? Yes. Please, can anyone explain her confession? All right, so let's talk about a couple of things. This morning's breakdown, there was a police officer, his name, now you guys are gonna make me go back to go forward. Daniel Lawler, he's a Massachusetts State police officer. He was there to guard Lindsay, but it is apparent that he heard a rumor that Dr. Zeisel, who is a psychiatrist hired by the defense team, who may have been behind closed doors, advised Lindsay to tell her husband that she was hearing voices versus was she hearing voices? So that is a rumor, hearsay that they tried to dive deep in, but this officer kind of backtracked and said, I didn't really actually say it. It was somebody else. I heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who, if you know that thing. So that was a big bombshell. The jury had to go out. They had to do its voir dire, ask this guy a whole bunch of questions. What do you know? What don't you know? Outside the presence of the jury. Then they came back and they kind of got into it a little bit. He ended up copping to saying, I don't really know. I didn't hear it firsthand, but you heard it from this other guy. This other guy will come and testify because they want to get to the bottom of this. So that was a big bombshell this morning. Next up, we had Letitia Dukes. Letitia Dukes was the therapist that saw Lindsay 4 times at South Shore while she was being treated by nurse practitioner Gelada. If that's a lot to say, it sure is, and that's why I write notes for you guys. More or less, it was that she had seen her 4 times. I think she saw her in person. I think she saw her in person twice, was it? And the rest were by phone or by telemedicine. If I'm wrong, let me know. And she testified mostly to basically the same things Gelada said, that she came in and said she felt numb. She was worried about her children. She was going to go to an inpatient place or outpatient place in Norwood, but didn't end up going there. Then she was referred to going to women's and infants. By the way, I did write down, we got the answer. Remember when it was reported that she was waiting to hear back from women's and infants and she missed the call? Did you see that Reddington testified and told you why she missed the call? Because she was at another medical appointment, but we don't know what that medical appointment is. Also, I just want to remind you that what the lawyers say is not evidence, but you tell me at home, jurors, do you think that the jury's going to be like, nah, scratch that? No, they're going to think that that's evidence, just FYI. So, she testified to a lot of different things. And as we all know, Reddington asked the same pointed questions. Did you look at the records from the other doctors? No. Why not? Because she said she wanted to have fresh eyes on it. She didn't want to be clouded by their judgment. But didn't Dr. Gelada yesterday say that they were a team? They work in tandem. You see me, you get some therapy from me, I provide you medication, then you go talk to this other one. How come they're not talking to each other? What if Lindsay disclosed something to one person and not the other? Especially if it's the therapist. Wouldn't the therapist want to go talk to Dr. Gelada with permission from Lindsay that says, she disclosed this to me, I think that she needs to be sectioned, right? Why are they not talking to each other? Why is this such a mystery between everybody? So that was one of the things that Reddington got out there. Mostly it was more about, you saw all of these things that was happening with her, and why didn't you do more? Right? One of the things that he asked her was, how come you didn't provide her any other patient resources? I wrote that down. And at one point in time, she talked to Patrick as well. So when people say that Patrick wasn't involved, we know through several phone calls that Patrick was involved here and there. He was concerned about her taking the medication, right? She testified that she was numb, lack of attention, confused. Yes, her mom and dad were staying with her for the past week, so she had support. But remember, she also said that she had SI ideations, but because she didn't have a plan. We keep going back to that she didn't have a plan. She had low mood, numbness. There was no crisis intervention needed because she was with family and she was exercising. Sorry, I'm going back through my notes. And because Lindsay was able to make eye contact with her, that she felt she was okay. And then at the end, there was a big bomb, right? That Denise says, at no time in my care, my providers are not in communication. You're not the only one that said that to me. Right, and that she wasn't bipolar. One of the things at the end was that she stated to the prosecution that in one of the very last session on the 19th that she was laughing. And because she was laughing, and that was her affect at the time, that therefore she said that she was okay. And then Reddington said, when was she laughing? And there was a big kerfuffle about when she was laughing. And he was like, oh no, ma'am, you just did not just say that. So he went with her and he was like, where in your notes does it say she was laughing? And if you guys saw this witness, she was having problems with her notes or the notes that were provided to her. It was a big kerfuffle. He had to stand next to her and show her the notes and read the notes. You guys put a 1 in the chat if you saw the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case. Put a 1 in the chat, because if you do, you know where I'm going. When things were read to Johnny Depp, he would say, did I read that correctly? And Johnny Depp, in his best actor voice, would say, yes, you did. You read that correctly, right? And so that's what I thought every time he would go up to her and say, did I read this correctly? That's all I kept thinking in my mind. Yes, you did read that correctly, right? So I'm just waiting for Johnny Depp to come up and like pop up and be like, yes, you read that correctly. So yeah, able to laugh, but she did say laughing. That was the key word, laughing, like plural, but then she corrected it and said that they were talking and they were casually talking and laughing. Now, I did see a girl's TikTok yesterday that she sort of recreated a teleconference interaction with her, and she was playing Dr. Gelada and looking at the screen like as she was talking to Lindsay, and she's like eating and she's drinking and she's having a good time. She's like, oh yeah, hi Lindsay, how you doing? You know, and just like having like this casual conversation with her. It was a little funny. And so I thought is this sort of the same thing that she's having with her? Okay, my law lovies, I have to take a small break, so I will be right back. I've got to go use the restroom. So everybody in here, chat and talk amongst yourselves. Please hit that tappity tap tap button. And everybody who's over here on the Ubes of the two, hello. We'll be back shortly. But just to let you guys know, if by chance the court pops off, we are still live. It's behind me. Everybody's like, I'll look. Don't look behind the curtain. It's behind me and it is live so that you guys will hear it in case I step out. So you're not missing anything. And I also have my headphones, so I will hear what's going on. So everybody, by the time I get back, everybody on TikTok, by the time I get back, I'm at 109. Let's get to 115. It'll just be just a few minutes. So, and I also need to go check in on my children. Have adult children and they like sleep during the day, so I don't get to talk to them. And then they have jobs and stuff and go away. So I need to go check in with them to make sure they're okay. Because I am still a MOM at the end of the day. All right, everybody, please do the likies, the subscribies, the follow things. If you haven't followed me, my name is Missy Kate. I bring you law cases, not just Lindsay Clancy, but we are going to continue this beyond this case. And after Lindsay Clancy, or maybe during verdict watch, we will go over the civil cases. As you know, Patrick Clancy has filed a civil case that was earlier this year. We're going to get that. We're going to read what's going on. We're going to go through the motions and read what his claims are, what their claims are, go back and forth. Lindsay just filed hers, I want to say June. It's either June or July of this year. And if you know she's being represented by Rosemary Scapicchio. Rosemary Scapicchio is a bad A with the two asterisks after it. Boston defense attorney. In my opinion, if Rosemary Scapicchio is taking on Lindsay's claim of malpractice against these people, there's got to be some meat on it, because Rosemary Scapicchio has a very small firm and it takes a lot to do a malpractice suit. So if you know, you know. Jessica asked, what about the cop who said the rumors? Right now, he is off the hook. They're going to bring in his buddy who he threw under the bus that said he heard it from him. Heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend. You've been messing around. So we are waiting to see when and if that person will come in. Maybe not today, because that might have been like something they weren't sure that they were going to get into. So put a pin in that. And when he comes back, we'll be like, ding, 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 ding. Here's the guy. All right. I'm going to be back in just a minute, everybody. I appreciate you. So I can't do anything with my screen because the last time I did that, they dinged me as well. So I'm just going to cover up my camera. All right. I'll be right back. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be right back. BRB. Hello. Like it's like Adele, right? She's like, hello. I also feel like I am. Yeah, Kimberly, no sound. Yes, I know. You don't want to hear that, do you? Um, I also feel like Harry Potter, you know, the ghosts that are in the painting that I'm like, here I am. And then no, I'm gone. That's what I feel like. I feel like a Harry Potter ghost person. I don't know what my character would be. All right. Did you guys fulfill my wish of tapping and getting to? Oh, you did. We're at 118 likes. Thank you. Thank you. Now, also remember, my gifts are open. If you would like to contribute to my fund of getting more notebooks and pens, I want to get those gel pens from TikTok Shop. All right. How is everybody doing? Thank you, Kimberly. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right. What's everybody eating for lunch? Or what's everybody eating right now? I still have my breakfast. As you guys know, my breakfast consists of first I drink my smoothie, which is a shot of espresso and protein powder and collagen because I'm getting old. And then I do like this scrambled egg thing. So I have one egg and then like 4 teaspoons of egg whites mixed with some sort of like salad or spinach. And I have some apple maple chicken sausage. And it's really delicious. So I'm still eating that. Here's my plate. I still have that in the morning. And then I just whipped up some Greek yogurt. It's the Fag yogurt, F-A-G yogurt. I know it's not exactly 100% good for you, but it's the Greek yogurt that has protein in it, but it's the cherry one. I'm just so addicted to that. But I put some chia seeds in there for fiber. So I made myself like a little chia seed pudding with that. I put it in a bowl. You probably can't see this. I put it in a bowl and I mix it up. So that is sort of like my snack. And then, you know, I made some chicken this morning for some salad I'm going to have this evening. So, all right, let's see. Everybody's leftover spaghetti, yummy taco from yesterday, a sandwich, burrito. You're wearing it. Well, is it not a burrito if you're not wearing it, right? Leftover Chipotle bowl and tropical Sour Patch Kids. So healthy. Yum. Ham and cheese sandwich and chips. Yum. I eat that in Greece all the time. I don't know, Olivia, what you're talking about, but what are you talking about? It's super healthy. We have our sour cherry preserves. Oh, okay. Melly is eating sushi. Yum. All right, everybody. How many people are there? There's 211 of us in here. I understand. Hopefully we get more. Christy says she's eating sweet potato and ground beef every day. You eat that every day for like breakfast, lunch, dinner? Or is that just like one meal that you eat every day? So yesterday, Christy, I had this sweet potato quinoa soup that our co-op makes. It's a little grocery store. I didn't make it, but that's really good. I love a sweet potato. Just lunch every day, Christy says. Why, thank you. All right, there are 212 of you in here. Hello and welcome, everybody. If you are on the Tickety Talk, my name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. Right now, we are on lunch break in the Lindsay Clancy case, day 12. And it's also the 12th. So I don't know if there's any numerology people out there, but we are right on track for the days. That'll change for the weekend. But this whole week, every day is the day of court, right? So tomorrow will be the 13th day. It'll be the 13th, right? By the way, did you guys know yesterday was Lindsay Clancy's birthday? Did everybody know? Did anybody know? If you are on TikTok, I also bring you other legal cases after the Lindsay Clancy case is over and done. We will still have a show. I talk about a whole bunch of different legal cases. I'm all over social media. If you want to know specifically where, who, what, where, when, how, and why, go to the book of the face. Make sure to give me a like over there. Under my about section, you can click on all the other spaces that I am on. Oh, they're getting back. Hold on just a second. Let me make my one last plug. That's where I post motions and other things as well. If you want to join me live and you want to see the trial with me, you can go to the app that has the play button. If you know, you know, wink, wink, wink. You can join me over there. It's also linked into my bio on TikTok if you don't know. If not, and you're on here, no worries. I try to answer your questions. Sometimes I stop and go. So we're just going to roll. But they're back, everybody. They're back. So we are going to go. Oh, you just found out today. Thank you. It was a TikTok video. Yes. All right, everybody. I appreciate you. Appreciate everybody on the other channel. Wink, wink, if you know. And if you're on the other channel, if you have not, down below, you can subscribe, you can like, and turn your notifications on because you never know when I'm going to pop up. I'm here and there and everywhere. All right, law lovies. That's what I call you because we all love the law. We're all friends. We're best friends. So that's what I call my group. You're my group of law lovies. We are going to begin. So last we left off with... hang on. I want to get my notes. We left off with Deputy Cameron Daly from Duxbury, who basically just guarded Lindsay in her hospital. All right, everybody, we are going to begin. Here we go.
Take the next hour, just kind of put this out of your head. We'll see you. Okay, thank you.
Court, all right.
All right, you can tell they've gone to break. That was a short.
Oh, sorry, they're not back.
Their advances and how they're receiving the evidence.
Court TV fooled me. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, everybody. Court TV fooled me. They're not back yet. I didn't have the volume on because I don't want you guys to hear all their little mumbo jumbo talking. Mumbo jumbo. Isn't that what Reddington said? They're not back yet. Silly me. Silly me. Why would I think that they're back? All right. Thank you, Olivia. Thank you, everybody. You guys can just laugh at me and just say that I'm silly. Being live is hard. And somebody said they didn't want to come on here to see me laugh. What would you like me to do? Not like be funny? Do you want me to be boring? Do you want me not to have a personality? And guess what? You can just scroll, keep scrolling, go find somebody that you like, you know? Anyways, it just rolls off my back. It doesn't bother me, but I thought we'd make a chuckle out of that person. Oh, let's see. I never worked out after taking pre-workout. This is the first time. Take 2. Well, how did it go, Chelsea? How did it go? How did it go? So just in case you guys want to know, Christy says that she has a sweet potato and ground beef every day. Is that all that you have in your little, I would call it like a protein bowl? Ground beef and sweet potato. Yes, we're still on lunch. I thought we were back, but they're not. I know, Miss Rivera. I'm silly. I'm so silly. Court TV made it look like they were back, and I didn't know that they were playing a repeat. By the way, I also took my vitamins today. So if you have not taken your vitamins and you're a vitamin or supplement person, go take them right now. This is your reminder. Wow, just 4-ounce ground beef and whole sweet potato. Christy, what do you eat for breakfast and what do you eat for dinner? And what are your snacks? Because we're all trying to eat healthier, right? And we're all trying to get in our protein, and we're all supposed to get in our vitamins, and we're all supposed to be getting, everything else, right? Doing your NADs. And I don't do NADs. When she talked about fish oil, I do take a fish oil. And Olivia says, drink your water. Here I am. Amika says, Greek pasta salad from Costco. So good. That sounds really good. Drink your waters. Take your vitamins. Exercise helps your anxiety. Alani, salad and snacks. Yum. Yes, go fill up your water bottle. Listen, this is your time to go take your potty breaks and go get your water refilled and go get your snacky snacks or your lunch and join us together. This is our lunch break together. We're like sitting here, our school girls are sitting together, eating lunch together and gossiping. Although we will not be telling rumors or anything that we heard Dr. Zeisel say anything.
A quiet seaside town was shattered by an unthinkable tragedy. Lindsay Clancy, a young nurse, devoted wife, and mother of 3.
All right. Christy has revealed to us that her breakfast varies. Sometimes she has bacon and eggs, and sometimes a protein shake. Dinner is grilled chicken and veggies. Protein, ice cream nightly. Christy, do you have a Ninja Creamy? Do you make your own? And 100 cal snacks like granola bars and smart popcorn. Christy says today's snack is apple and peanut butter. Christy, do you track your food intake? Inquiring minds want to know. Christy's going to be our trainer. Christy's going to be our food trainer. Christy, what app do you use to track your food?
Honored to be with you, where we are covering the trial of Lindsay Clancy.
You hear something from Court TV? Yes, I have the volume turned down really, really, really low. They're just recapping everything. We are live, but they're not live just yet. So I know they're not back yet. Just Nana. Christy's telling us everything. Christy says she did for the first 8 to 6 months, but now she just kind of knows. Do you feel like you do a lot of repeat things, like what you like, and you just kind of repeat and kind of eat the same things most of the time, especially your sweet potatoes and your MyFitnessPal? Christy, did you know that if you change your location on your MyFitnessPal to like Europe, you can do the scanny thing for free? You can scan the barcodes. Just wanted to put that out there for you. If you didn't know, you know. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying over here. Oh, I know, Nana, no worries. Snack currently is Snackish barbecue chips, 8 grams of protein and gut health fiber. Ooh, how much fiber is in that, Blossom? You can't wait for the defense witnesses. Me either. Oh, Denise says she's back from her potty break. All right, so everybody, if you have not gone on your potty break, this is your time to do so, please. And you must fill up your water bottle and be hydrated or get your electrolytes in, right? Christy, do you, I know, if you, do you drink, no, yes, Oliver's, yes, everybody change them to MyFitness. Okay. Tip of the day. If you are trying to track your calories on the MyFitness app, and the feature in it, if you're in the US, if you want to go scan the barcode of the item that you're using to make it easier for you in your life, I don't know about taking the picture of your plate. That might also be it as well. But if you change your location to be in Europe, you get to scan it for free. I don't know where I'd have to look and see where I have mine at. I'll tell you tomorrow. But yeah, Amanda says her water bottle is filled. Crystal says Chronometer you can scan for free as well. So Crystal is saying Chronometer. I tried Chronometer, but I find that MyFitnessPal was just much easier for me because I'm lazy, and I will admit that I'm lazy. Which is not a good thing. I need to be less lazy, but Here we are. So that's your pro tip of the day. So yes. So if you have not gone and filled up your water bottle, oh, Christy, I was going to ask you, or anybody else, this is for anybody who's up for answering questions. Do you guys take electrolytes like liquid IV or something like that doesn't have like artificial flavors and stuff in there? I'm always looking for something just to give me, because water is great and I drink water all the time, but sometimes you just want that something else. And there's a lot of products on the market. And just, liquid IV is sugar-free. Did you see that liquid? Oh, you can use a dash. Yeah, Chels, that's great. But I know, but sometimes I like sometimes I want to be naughty and I want like a watermelon flavor or something like that. Just every once in a while, right? Put a punch of sea salt in your water bottle. It's the best way without all the other crap. Erica, that's great advice. I think I'm going to do that. Amanda says, I love Liquid IV or Boy brand. Did you know that Liquid IV has a dill pickle flavor? Anybody? Yes. BCAA powder is in my water every day. I do like that brand as well. I think I had like a fruit punch one. Liquid IV is super salty to me. I like the Aldi electrolyte packet. What time are they supposed to return? Anytime now. We are live, by the way. So, Misty, as you can see, we are live. This is Court TV. They're doing a rehashing of what's going on. So we are live. You're just in time. Misty Hale, did you take your potty break and did you refill your water bottle and did you take any of your vitamins yet? We're giving everybody a few minutes to go do that before it starts up again. We're having fun. My husband liked the orange cream liquid IV. That's yummy. Be careful of those kidney stones, she says. Make fruit infused water and add a dash of salt. Olivia, that is amazing. I think I'm going to do that. I tried the LMNT brand. I thought that was too salty for me as well. I didn't like that. I drink water, maybe one Propel. What's your take on it? Question mark. What, Kaylee Jade, what are we looking at? Is anyone else listening while working? We do have a whole bunch of people who are working. Lemon in your water prevents kidney stones. Norma says she loves this. I get that feeling. I feel like LMT. I'm not sure she's saying this. It's on the saltier side. Okay. I'm listening and working on wedding stuff. Oh my gosh, Sadie. Everybody, let's give some hearts to Sadie. Sadie, when's your wedding? And are you having a wedding in your town or are you having a destination wedding? Just FYI, I'm watching and seeing if they're coming back. Misty says, I'm at work listening on the side. Thanks for listening, everybody. March 2027 in your town. Nice. Yeah, everybody, let's give some hearts to Sadie getting married in March. What's your wedding date? You said March 2027. My birthday's in March. Are you going to be having your wedding on my birthday? That would be a great birthday present. Just joking. Amanda says she works from home and she has I'm on her iPad. Thank you. 26 Raina says she's working from home and watching as well. You guys know that you are my work, right? This is work for me. You're my work friends. You're my work besties. Oh, Sadie, that's my birthday. Sadie, thank you. Thank you. Sadie, that's my birthday. Sadie's getting married on my birthday next year. Yay! I am not lying. I am not lying. That's my birthday. I am not lying to you. That is my birthday. Sadie's getting married on my birthday. Oh my goodness. I'm so happy for you. I have to come at this point. Oh my goodness. I get invited to Sadie's birthday. Sadie, DM me, girl. By the way, I give the greatest gifts. I get you what's on your registry. I know what you want. You put it in your registry. By the way, you guys, I found it really interesting. There's some ladies on TikTok who said they were hilarious talking about wedding registries and that these days now there is no China on your wedding registry, right? You go and you're applying for things at Home Depot. You're applying for vacuums, barbecue grills, outdoor patio furniture. One person had razors. You're applying for like really strange stuff that back in the day you didn't do that. You applied for like china and home decor and kitchen things, etc. So that's so funny. By the way, Christy, you never answered me whether or not you have a Ninja Creamy. Are you making your own protein ice creams? I need to know. I've heard a lot of people making the ice cream. You guys, let me know in the chat. I need everybody to put a 1 in the chat if you have like a Ninja ice cream maker or whatever. And a lot of people are making protein ice cream on their own. Olivia says, I have no use for fancy china, so I can relate. Get me a Ninja blender or KitchenAid, right? Liz said she had a Ninja Creamia. You would frame it, but you use it all the time. Yeah. Exactly. Miss Rivera, we love you too. Thank you for joining. I know there's sometimes that can be a lot. So sometimes, you guys, it looks like they're coming back. Hold on just a second. They're back. All right, everybody. All right, my law lovies, we are back. Christy says she has one. Tiff says I have one, but you don't use it as much. You should. Break it out. This is your sign, Tiff, to break it out. It's the best ever protein shake, protein powder, zero. Yes, we're tuning back. Zero sugar pudding. Yes, Lindsay, we're back. We're coming on right now. I will stop talking. All right, everybody, let's go. Thank you so much for participating.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
All right, everybody, if you're in TikTok, you need to start tapping for the sidebar. Everybody needs to be tapping for sidebar. We tap constantly until sidebar is over. Oh, those of you who are joining me over here on the YT channel, if you have not yet, please go down at the bottom, hit the like, the subscribe, and turn on your notifications because you never know when I'm going to be on. Sometimes I'm on here and I'm not on TT. Yes, this is after lunch, Laura. They just got back and they just went to sidebar. It's bananas. But we were talking about, did somebody tell Lindsay the kids were, yes, Patrick, you know what? I don't know. She asked that question. I think, remember, she asked the nurse. And then, Book of Micah, you didn't really miss the joke. We were talking about, well, it's funny because they went to go on record and then they went to sidebar right away. So that's what I was laughing about. But we were also talking about, was a juror removed earlier today? Oh, I didn't hear anything about that. Hold on. Somebody just said, was a juror removed? Google is telling me, I'm just telling you what Google is telling me. Google's telling me that 2 jurors were dismissed. because of work-related scheduling issues. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. My normal person that usually reports out from the jury is not there this week. So I don't know for sure. But if you've heard that or you know something to that, let us know where you heard that from and we can verify that. I try not to do speculation, but every once in a while we hear things. So not sure. So right now they are in, they're at sidebar. So everybody's supposed to be tapping. Amika, I do not think that Lindsay Clancy will take the stand. And if I were her lawyer, I would say no. Why? She's going to have experts to testify for her. Remember, she gets on the stand. She's going to say things that maybe her lawyers don't want her to say. And then also, who knows how emotional she may or may not be. The typing is, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I sometimes mute when I'm typing, so I apologize. Makes sense. Job won't protect you beyond a certain amount of days. Yeah, if she gets too emotional on stand, you don't want to do that. My tapping is bubbles, not hearts. Right, that's why they have 18 jurors. But if they continue losing jurors, we're going to be in big trouble, right? But they'll be okay. Laura says she's in Atlanta. She's an RN and case manager for bone marrow transplants, and she works from home. Laura says, why was her DNA excluded from the exercise bans? Is that odd? It's not odd, Laura. You, as an RN, might know this. So there are some things that your fingerprints will adhere to and some things that won't. My personal opinion is that the exercise bands are small and round. Now, mind you, I'm giving you this as an example. This isn't anywhere near the thickness of the bands. I don't know if you can see this. It's really tiny. The bands aren't that much bigger than this. And so it just depends on like whether or not, like if they're stretched out. This is morbid. I'm sorry. If they're stretched out, your fingerprints might not be able to adhere to it. I hope that answers your question. I am no forensics expert, but I did see somebody who stated that same thing. That's why. By the way, everybody, I made a really funny TikTok. If you haven't seen it yesterday, please go and look at it and give it a good like and whatever. It is, it's nurse practitioner Gelada and Lindsay Clancy taking some medication and throwing it into a roulette wheel and asking for it to land on lucky 11 because yesterday was the 11th and yesterday was Lindsay's birthday. Because that's just kind of how I felt that they were dealing with her medications. It's like, hey, let's just throw it in a roulette wheel and see whatever lands on your lucky number, and then that's what you get to take that day. That's kind of how I felt. So if you're wondering, we are live. We are live there at Sidebar. I keep checking on it, so you just get to listen to me yappy trap to you. How many jurors do we have? Well, if they started with 18, if 2 were gone, we are down to 16, but I will find out. Our jobs required to give them the time off. They are required if you are on jury duty and you go tell your boss you're on jury duty, they are supposed to give you the time off. But who knows whatever else came up. It's just what Google said. Take Google with a grain of salt, right? Until I can verify it by some news source, that's where we'll like take it to heart. I'm trying to see if there's a news source. I don't have a news source that says that exactly, but if I do before we end, I'll let you know. I like to make sure that news sources are our source instead of rumors and innuendo, etc. Why would 2 leave? Google said it was because of their jobs, but who knows? We may not ever know. My husband keeps seeing clips of Tufts and comes to tell me how all the doctors are idiots. Exactly. But just remember, he's only getting a snippet of whatever somebody is presenting to him, right? Sucks because they don't pay your wage. Yeah, just hold your job position. Exactly. Now I was on a jury in Boston and in Cambridge, actually, if you know, you know. And because I was a salaried employee, I had to turn in my paycheck to them, and it was like $48. It was nowhere near for my wages, but it was like that's how they had to make sure it was it was like, yeah. So some places are Erica says in Washington State, they only pay you $10. You can't live like that. Oh, sometimes you don't get paid like past 4 days. Trials don't pay. Yeah. Yeah, you have to pay taxes on it. They take taxes out of it. They give prepaid Visa cards. Well, back in my day, I got to check. Yes, I saw that list that Tufts was removed as a postpartum depression caregiver expertise person on her website. I did see that. I did see that. Laura says, wow, Patrick was in on it and the kids. I had postpartum OCD and it was horrible. I got Lexapro and it helped, but this is horrific case. They failed her. So just so everybody knows, you're like, hey, Missy, what are you at? Everybody, I am on the fence. I am waiting for all the evidence to come in before I make my own conclusions. I do have to let you know that I am on a roller coaster because one minute I think I'm going down one path and then whoop, here comes another one. So I'm waiting to hear from everything. I want to be objective as possible. Remember, I talk about facts. So what comes into evidence to me is how I am perceiving this case. What you do is good for you, right? But we can still all be together and talk about it. Because I know there are people on both sides. All right. What are you guys talking about now? Tufts was a dingbat. That's very cute. But for me, I'm not disparaging any of the providers. My thoughts are, could the providers have done more? Could they? And is it the provider's fault, right? Do they see these patients so abruptly and so quickly, and it's just like you're just a number to them. Next. Oh, you're having a bad time. Here's some drugs or rugs. Go take those. And then you're like, okay, well, what do we do next? And I know some people need to be on the rugs in order to function in society. There's nothing wrong with that. But do we just prescribe things in a quick manner without sort of getting to the root cause? Erica said she had jury duty for 2 weeks. Erica, what was the case? Do you think the prosecution is watching TikTok, hence the conspiracy theory from Today the Cop? Absolutely, Indica. I told you, they are watching. If you guys know anything about the Karen Reed case, the prosecution in that case was tracking down. That case was TikTok and Reels related. Anything that was out there in the media, they were chasing their tails and trying to dispel all of those rumors. It was a frenzy. That case was so kerfuffled, muddled up. It was just bananas. You were a juror for an M. Lauder case. A 16-year-old passed and got hit by a car driver. Man ran a stop sign. And Miss Rivera, what was the outcome? So we know that they're watching TikTok, right? TikTok nurse, right? We saw that yesterday that the TikTok nurse might come into this trial. So they're watching, they're listening. One of my supporters on here, she's on right now, V, she does these AI TikToks. If she was on here, I would tell you what her channel is. It's like something else. It's like V and some other stuff. She makes these great AI renditions, and wait, is that you? No, that's Evie. She stated that Kevin Reddington's team said that they liked her TikTok, so they're watching. Oh, you got excused from jury duty because you had to take your kids to university. Okay, Mr. Vera, did you answer my question? Trying to read these things. Even if Tufts did do more, Lindsay wouldn't take the advice. She quit every medication. And that's a theory to think about as well. You're going to start yelling at your kids, side bar, when they get into trouble. Indica says her mind is blown. So we're making court cases difficult for lawyers these days. Absolutely. Social media has taken courts to a new level. All right, we're getting back to things.
Your Honor, we could just go back to sidebar.
Sure.
Oh, no, we're not. They are arguing about something. By the way, did you guys know that after the trial is over with, if you pay for the transcripts, you can see what they said at sidebar? Did you know that? It costs a lot of money. It costs a lot of money to get it done. But if you were nosy and you wanted to know, you could get it. You can FOIA it. You can FOIA it. All right, everybody in TikTok. There are 222 of you. If you guys go ahead and press that tappity tap button. And some people are like, I don't know how to do that. I didn't know. If you have your phone, can't see me. There you go. If you have your phone, you just tap on it. If you're on TikTok, and that makes little pretty hearts come up. And when the hearts come up, it pushes my page out. I'm sorry, everybody. Live trials are very, very, very fluid. So, Laura says,
while we're waiting for the jury, I just kind of remind again that we've got people coming in and out at all times. I want to remind everybody of the pending media order regarding certain pieces of evidence. I also want to remind the warning that I gave, I think it was last week, that there are to be no disruptive statements or anything that's going to disrupt these proceedings. If that's done, they will be dealt with summarily, as we say. All right, so just a warning in regards to that. Okay.
So why do they need this reminder? There are new people coming in and out of the courtroom. And so some people are not aware of the order that the judge put out there, which is that some evidence coming in is not supposed to be dispelled to the public, i.e. the 911 call. He did say that you can report out, and some people left off Patrick's part of it. So that's why we don't always hear exactly what Patrick said. And obviously the autopsy photos were not going to be released. Obviously what we can see on television is for public consumption. But if there's something in court that they're showing in court that's not for public view, those in court who saw it cannot tell the rest of the world outside. That's what the order says. I hope that answered your question. I try my best to answer your questions. But thanks everybody who's watching. If you are on this space, please like, subscribe, share, bring the jury. It's down at the bottom of your YT page. There's like a thumb. You hit the thumbs up. And then obviously subscribe. It's free. And then turn your notifications like a little bell. Push the notifications on so you know when I'm coming on, etc. Those of you over in Tickety Talk Land, we're at 134. Let's see if we can get to 140. There are 196 of you in here. Tappity tap, tap, tap. And if you would like to be generous to my notebook and pen fund, our gifts are open. We have 163 out of 1920. So if you'd like to give a gift, thank you so much. And Indica, thank you so much for giving stuff. Kimbo, thank you. Miss Mary, thank you so
Your
much.
Honor, for the purpose of the
Appreciate
record,
you.
We return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Everybody, thank you for your patience. That will give you a couple extra minutes to look at the
I do
solar
not know
eclipse,
who's going to be up
while you're
next.
up.
Oh, is
what
the
we're gonna
solar
do
eclipse
is we're gonna
happening?
return now to the Commonwealth's case.
I missed it.
And Commonwealth, could I call your next witness, please?
Prior to the witness, Your Honor, I would just move to enter in as the next exhibit the excerpted pages from the South Shore Health System Perinatal Behavioral Health Program regarding the last witness, Letitia Dukes.
Okay, any objection?
By agreement, Judge.
All right, so it's by agreement.
226.
We would call Nicole Bradley as the next witness, please.
Thank you.
Nicole Bradley is up.
I object. It's not contested. I don't think it's necessary, so I object.
All right. Same finding.
Yes.
Reddington is objecting. I don't know if, oh, the 18 jurors. Okay. Well, then maybe nobody got yeeted, Nicole. Good catch. Is Lindsay crying? I didn't see that because I'm over here talking to you. Reddington is objecting to this witness. I don't know if he's saying it's like cumulative or who she is. Remember, I don't know anything prior to this.
Good, thanks.
Okay, here we
Just
go.
gonna ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, come on.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Yeah, Nicole Bradley,
And where do you work?
Plymouth County Sheriff's Department.
What do you do there?
I'm an assistant deputy superintendent of the Field Services Division.
And as one of the roles of the Field Services Division, does the Sheriff's Department engage in what's called hospital watch?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell us very briefly what that is?
Yep. So if any safekeep, detainee, or inmate goes over to the hospital, we use our deputies and matrons to cover them on a security watch.
And are the employees from the Sheriff's Department who are on those watches required to log the activity of who comes and goes from the individuals who they are there to watch?
Yes, they are.
And are those records kept in the normal course of business at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar with those records and what they look like?
Yes, I am.
If I may approach?
Objection to the record.
Okay, all right. You want to approach and then?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Then there'll be no objection.
Just going to show you a packet. If you could take a quick look at that.
Yep.
She is like, it sounds like she's a Plymouth deputy.
And
It-
does that packet reflect the hospital logs that are kept by the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar that between January 25th, 2023 and February 3rd of 2023, that the Sheriff's Department engaged in hospital watch on a patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I am.
Would move to admit
All right,
this as
those may be admitted.
She's from the sheriff. In her bed.
Thank you.
Ms. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right,
I
thank
can't,
you.
I don't
Thank you
know.
very much.
Okay. I think he feels like it's
Dr. Renee Stonebridge.
okay. Dr. Stonebridge is coming. I don't think that she was necessary. And I think Reddington was saying that she wasn't a necessary witness. All right. You tell me. All right,
Same
Renee
objection
Stonebridge.
exercised by a judge. It's
Okay.
not contested.
All
It's not necessary.
All right, same finding, same analysis. Thank you.
That was Nicole Bradley from the Plymouth Sheriff's Office. Now we've got Stonebridge up, and Reddington's objecting to her too.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good afternoon.
Can you stop right there? Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter now pending between the court and the defendant, will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Renee Stonebridge, ReneeStonebridge.
Where do you work?
I work at the Commonwealth of Massachusetts at the Boston office.
And what department do you work for?
I work for the Chief Medical Examiner's office.
And how long have you worked there?
I have worked there since July of 2017.
Okay, everybody. Do you see where we're going with this? She's a chief medical officer. We already heard about Callan, but we didn't hear about the other two children. So I just want everybody to prepare yourself that this might be about the other children. So please, warning, 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 trigger warning, trigger warning.
And can you describe your educational background?
Yes, I did 4 years of college at SUNY at Stony Brook in New York. I was a double major in German languages and literature and biology. And then
Okay, you guys asked, why did the judge make that notice about the order? Here we go, because he knew that potentially this was going to come into evidence. Just wanted to give you context of this. Any of these photographs, if anybody in the courtroom sees them, cannot report out.
I did 4 years at the American University of Antigua, where I got my medical degree. I also graduated with honors, magna cum laude.
And that could be why Lindsay's crying. Absolutely. Everybody, you're picking up what we're putting down.
After that, I did a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at NYU Winthrop Hospital in Long Island, New York. I also served as chief resident during my final year there, so 2016 to 2017. After that, I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Boston office of the chief medical examiner. And then after that, I did a 2-year neuropathology fellowship program through Brown University at Rhode Island Hospital. And I am board certified in forensic pathology, anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and neuropathology.
What is neuropathology?
Neuropathology is the study of the brain, the dura, the eyes, and spinal cord, and muscle.
What is your role at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in Massachusetts?
My role there is the Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology. I'm also a medical examiner, but my primary focus is brains and hearts.
And so will there be an occasion where a medical examiner is doing an autopsy and they will send you either a brain or eyes or things of that nature to examine?
Yes.
And why are those things sent to you in particular?
We have certain criteria that is followed in order for a neuropathology consult to occur. Some occasions are any children under the age of 2. I am to receive the brain, typically the spinal cord, depends on circumstances, the eyes and the dura as well. Also, if there's any suspicion of some type of homicidal injury to the head, blunt trauma, typically, those cases will typically come to me as well. Sometimes there are cases in which it may just be something that is a surprise. One of the MEs is doing the autopsy, the head is opened up and they see something unexpected. They see something that may be hard to diagnose as someone who is not neuropathology trained, or maybe something like a tumor that is unexpected, or a rare neurologic disease, neurodegenerative disease that requires further neuropathologic evaluation.
And were you tasked with doing some examinations regarding Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy?
Yes.
And specifically for Cora Clancy, what did you examine?
For Cora Clancy, I examined the eyes.
And what were your findings when you examined her eyes?
The findings when I examined the eyes were that there was acute hemorrhage of the extraocular muscles and adipose tissue. So when the eyes are taken out, this happens after the brain comes out of the skull. And there is a thin portion of bone in the bottom frontal portion of the skull where that bone is broken, and the eyes can then be examined on the inside of the head. Obviously, they are examined also on the outside of the head as well. But you can look at the optic nerve and you can look at the tissue that is surrounding the eyes. So the eyes are within the head with some muscle and some adipose tissue. So there is hemorrhage in these portions of adipose tissue and muscle that is surrounding the eye itself. And then also one of the findings was that the optic nerve sheath on the left side has some punctate hemorrhage. So the eyes, they're sitting in the head, and then there's the optic nerve that connects to the back of the eye and goes to the brain, which sends these signals so people can see. And there was some hemorrhage in this portion surrounding the nerve that connects the left eye.
And are you able to determine by seeing these hemorrhages what caused them?
Hemorrhages themselves are a very general finding. However, given the entirety of the case, knowing what I know from the autopsy findings, I can say it is consistent with something asphyxial.
And why is it that when there's something asphyxial, that means strangulation of some type, correct?
Yes, it can be.
Why is it that these types of hemorrhages occur in the eye?
What happens when there's some sort of asphyxial element to a person, it could be from many different things, but what happens is the blood in the head, if there's, say, some type of compression of the neck or something else that causes asphyxia, there's many things, but if there's some sort of compression, the blood basically gets kind of stuck in the head area. And because the blood can't flow back down through the body, what happens is there's little tiny blood vessels. They're in the eyes, they're in the skin, in the mouth, all over the head region. They basically get blocked up with this blood because it can't move. And these little blood vessels will burst, which leads to these little hemorrhages.
And in terms of Dawson Clancy, what did you examine with Dawson Clancy?
For Dawson Clancy, I examined the eyes as well.
And what were your findings?
The findings were that there was also some acute hemorrhages in these muscle and adipose tissue surrounding the eyes. And then the right eye had some small hemorrhages in the posterior retina and the optic nerve sheath. So the back of the eye, there's the retina within the eye, and the retina connects with the optic nerve at the back portion of the eye. And in this case, there was a little bit of hemorrhage at that connection point where the retina connects to the optic nerve.
And what is hemorrhage?
Hemorrhage itself is just blood that is no longer contained in a blood vessel.
So it's burst from that vessel?
Correct.
And then in terms of Callan Clancy, what did you examine with Callan Clancy?
For Callan Clancy, I examined the brain, the dura, the spinal cord, and the eyes.
And what were your findings?
The findings were that there was hypoxic ischemic changes. Essentially, that means that there has been some sort of incident which has caused the brain to have a certain period of time in which blood and oxygen flow were not appropriate. So in this case, there was a time frame in which there was no blood going to the brain, there wasn't enough oxygen going to the brain, and the brain will show certain findings in these sort of circumstances. One of the things I note is that there's edema. Edema is when the brain starts to swell. Edema is also a very general finding. It can happen in many instances, but the edema basically means that the brain starts to swell, so you don't have the nice kind of bumpy pattern on the brain. It starts to swell up and it gets a little more flattened because the brain is encased in the skull, so now it's pressing against the skull because it's swelling up and getting bigger. One of the other things I noted with that was that there was compression of the ventricles. So the ventricles are almost like a tunnel system inside the brain that allow for the cerebral spinal fluid to flow through the brain and go into the spinal cord. And when the brain starts to swell up, it not only swells up outwards, but swells inwards on itself as well. So these ventricles that are located in the inside portion of the brain are starting to get kind of squashed because the brain is swelling. Another thing I noted was that the brain was diffusely friable, meaning that it's very soft. So one of the things I do on all my brain cases is they go into formalin. The formalin allows them to fix, which basically firms up the tissue. And it makes the tissue more easy to manipulate. A fresh brain coming out of a skull is very soft. It's very easy to damage it. It's very easy to put your fingers through it if you're not careful. So one of the things that gets done is these brains will go into formalin. I typically will let them fix for about 2 weeks or so. And sometimes, regardless of the fixation time at the formalin, sometimes the brain still will not firm up the way it should, because if I'm receiving a brain and it's already has hypoxic ischemic changes, the formalin is only going to penetrate the tissue so much because the tissue is essentially already dead.
Can I just stop you for a second? What is hypoxic ischemic changes?
Hypoxic ischemic changes is when you are getting lack of blood and oxygen flow. So hypoxic is the oxygen portion and ischemic is the blood portion.
So what you saw with Callum's brain was consistent with a lack of blood and oxygen?
Correct, yes.
Which then led to brain death?
Correct, yes.
How long, based on your training and experience, does it take for a brain to start dying after the loss of blood flow and oxygen?
It varies based on different sources. Most sources say it's between about 6 to 8 minutes. If there is no oxygen flow, then the brain will essentially start dying. It depends on, if there's resuscitation that occurs afterwards, but it's generally in the frame of 6 to 8 minutes or so.
And once brain tissue dies, it can't be brought back, correct?
Correct, yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Reddington?
Reddington looks like he's asleep. He said no thank you. He didn't know. Okay, that wasn't too terrible. It wasn't too terrible.
Hold on, Counsel, hold on. We're going to take a short break, all right? So why don't
Lindsay is
this will be a very
crying
short break, come out and come right
incessantly.
back, okay?
You guys have to ask if there was going to be a break. Yep. Can you hear her? Oh dear.
We'll be in a short recess in the courtroom.
Ooh. Okay. Oh, that was a lot. That was a lot. Oh, Yvonne, you just missed it. It was Dr. Renee Stonebridge. She talked about how she was a medical examiner. It's hard for me to talk about this. She examined Cora's eyes and talked about the acute hemorrhage. She talked about Dawson and how severe his hemorrhage was. And she talked about Callan and how she looked at Callan's brain, and I can't even. All right. That was heavy. It was very, very heavy. Right. So now you're all pathologists now. It was very hard to hear. Yeah, so just to let you guys know, there are people on both sides of the fence. Amanda is exactly right. She does need to sit there and listen to what she did. She's on trial, right? And we can't pick and choose what evidence comes in. Both sides get to have their evidence, whether they like it or not. Yes, she has to stay in the room. and listen to that. But obviously, as you can see, if she's overly emotional, the judge is taking that into consideration and allowing her some time. But sometimes they don't. Sometimes they tell the defense, control your client, or sometimes they tell the client directly, you need to control yourself, control your face. Donna Adelson's case, the judge admonished her, but you have to be careful when you are admonishing somebody in front of the jury. You don't want to give the jury any perspective that you're saying that they're a bad person, right? So Amanda is hitting us with agree or disagree. No other murders gets this treatment. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Amanda. Yeah, how did Patrick have no emotion? Who knows? Who knows if Patrick was under the influence of anything when he was testifying, right? Or maybe he's compartmentalized everything so much, it has been so long that he's sort of desensitized to some things. The Donna Adelson case was out of Florida. That is where, that's a big one. Dan Markell was a professor at, was it the University of Florida? I know that's not right. FSU. Dan Markell was a law professor at FSU. He was married to Wendy Adelson. They were having a contentious divorce over the children. Wendy wanted to take the kids and move down to Miami with her family, which consisted of Donna Adelson and one of her brothers, Charlie. Her mother was sort of the key person in all of this. They ended up hiring a hitman to get rid of Dan Markell so that Wendy could move down to Miami with her family. Charlie was the sort of catalyst between it. Charlie went to a girlfriend and said, hey, do you know anybody that could do this? The girlfriend then hired her ex-boyfriend, her baby daddy, and his friend. They went up to Tallahassee twice. First time they weren't successful and they turned around or got spooked. The second time they did it. And then everybody's like, well, how did this happen? How does an FSU law professor get pew-pewed in his own driveway, or in his own garage for that matter? And so they did some digging. They had some FBI things come in and they found out the who, what, where, when, how, and why. And it turned out that Rivera named names, told about Sigfredo, who then told about Catherine Magbanawa. Catherine Magbanawa said Charlie, and then they eventually got to Donna. So all of those people have been accused of this one person's unaliving. And people are wondering if Wendy, who was the wife, if she knew about this, if she had any culpability. And that still is very huge as well. So that's that case. Try to give it to you in a nutshell. It was huge. And she was a grandmother. She was an old lady. She's like in her 80s. And she just recently got convicted last year. Was it last year? Earlier this year? I think it was earlier this year. And when the jury came down to tell her that she was found guilty, the judge told her not to say anything, and she erupted into tears. So she was not a severe mental health patient. You're right, she wasn't. So let's see what everybody is chatting about. Well, Laura, you know, they can't remove Lindsay for everything. She has to sit there. She is being charged with a crime. So she has to sit there and face what's being given to her. That's her right, to face your accusers. So she has to be there. They need to sedate her. Well, I think somebody mentioned yesterday that she looked like she might have been a little bit sedated yesterday. But that's up to the doctors taking care of her. This was very heavy. It was very, very, very heavy. And so you could see why they had their sidebar. You could see why Reddington was saying this. He didn't want this to come in. It's definitely damning to the defense, right? She is on some medication now. Of course, we don't know what it is, but she's in the Tewksbury Hospital, being cared for and sought over by the Plymouth County Police or sheriffs. Someone is, she's still in custody and control of the police authorities. Who that is, she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. So I don't know who actually has authority over her right now, whether it's the Massachusetts State Police or whatever the penal system in Tewksbury Hospital. Right? She might be court ordered to take meds. Exactly. Is he a criminal judge or a mental health judge? Well, Jay-Z girl, he's a judge. But this isn't the court of mental health. That might be hard, but this is a criminal case. I know that's hard for a lot of people to fathom, but it is a criminal case, and we have to think about that. There are 3 children's lives that have been taken in this situation, and that's what the jury's going to decide. They are the finders of fact in this case. Did she have intent, or was it not intent? I call it, was it insanity or intent? Was it a tragedy or was it schmurder? Why did they do an autopsy? Because it was schmurder. When your life is taken by somebody else, you automatically go to an autopsy to find out the who, what, where, when, how, and why. You don't think it's damning to the defense? They were, and the testimony was medical facts. Yeah. It's a lot. And the judge said it could come in. So remember, we're talking about what factual evidence is coming in that the jury is going to have to evaluate when it comes time for them to make their decision. Facts. So just FYI, I am live. I forgot why I'm live. They're still not back from their break. Yeah, Chelsea, it was facts. It needed to be heard. As hard as it was. They were just questioning the medical examiner. She came in and testified about Cora's eyes, Dawson's eyes, and Callan's brain. And please don't make me go back over it because it was hard. And it's hard for me to even tell you what she said. If you're just coming in and you'd like to watch it for yourself, just so you know that I am also live on another channel that has the Play app. You can go look at my link in bio. Wink, wink. If you know, TikTok doesn't like me saying that, but we're live over there as well. If you want to join and watch live with us, you can also make comments in that comment section. But if you want to go back and rewatch anything, you can go back to my channel. Wink, wink. You can go under live, or you can go under the Lindsay Clancy playlist. I have it down each day, and yesterday was kind of sectioned out. I had morning and afternoon. It's not the entire thing, but it is what it is. But today is the full thing. You actually, you know what? I think you can click on it now and you can go backwards if you wanted to. Yeah, you can. You can go on it, click right now, and you can go backwards if you want. Or if you choose to watch it on Court TV or any of the other law and crime or major news stations, it's fine. Laura just said he just had another case overturned. Yes, we just talked about that. We've been talking about the Letitia Sanders case. So yes, hi Melissa from TT. Laura talks about the Tasha Sanders case. We've talked about that extensively. Yes, Judge Sullivan was overturned last week on a case that's something similar to Lindsay. She was having an insanity defense. He did not allow testimony from some experts and some other things about insanity. I'm glossing over it because I don't have it in front of me. But so it went to the Supreme Justice Court of Massachusetts, the highest court in Massachusetts, and it was appealed or overturned. What does that mean? That means that case comes back to Judge Sullivan, because if the Commonwealth chooses to try her again, he is the judge it goes to. Now, we'll see whether or not he can hear it or not, or what they're going to do. But that is why he's being super cautious as to what he is allowing to come in here. And I think because he got his butt whipped, We read the filing. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Somebody just put a bow on my head. Oh my gosh, that's so adorable. I didn't know you could do that. Oh, everybody, V is in the chat. Hang on, V, don't go anywhere. I got to talk about you in just a second. Because he had that case overturned, I think that he's being super, super cautious as to what comes in here. So when both sides are fighting to get something in, he's like, sure, here you go. Obviously within bounds. All right, everybody. I don't know if you can see this. I don't know how to highlight, but my girl V is on here. It hurt. V, your name is so hard. It's VTOTHE, then dot. I don't know how to highlight you, but anyways, she does some amazing AI content. If you can see her in the chat, you can definitely go and follow her. She's made some really funny ones. And remember, I told you guys, you asked whether or not are they watching your TikToks and stuff, and V said she made a TikTok with Kevin Reddington and his family, and they commented on her TikTok. So there you go. V, did you go to my TikTok and see the one with the roulette? I need you to make that, but make that better for me. I'll give you some prompts that I need you. I didn't do it as well as you did. Are they going to bring the pharmacist on the stand? Sam, that's a good question. I'd like to see the pharmacist, wouldn't you? Don't know. So we went over the witness list for the prosecution, or sorry, for the defense yesterday. Some of them are duplicate witnesses that are on the prosecution. It stated that there's over 200 witnesses they may or may not call in this case. And to be honest with you, I don't know who's who because I'm coming into this not knowing things prior. Plus also, I tried to look yesterday. I could not figure out my Bo video got, yes, her 500,000 views. That's amazing, girlfriend. That's amazing. So I tried to look for the prosecution's list. I couldn't find it. I would have to go through the record and I'd have to go through the court documents and it's a lot. It's a lot. Just remember, I'm trying to do this. I'm live on here. I'm trying to answer your questions. And then after I'm done, I make my own TikToks and stuff. So it's a long day for me. I know. Way to go, V, right? That's amazing. So if you haven't given her a like, and you guys go through this list. If you like what some of the people are saying in these comments, go and like everybody. Go like everybody. Melissa says she's here for the long run. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate you. So if you're new here, hi, my name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. Right now, we are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial. We are on day 12. They are currently on a break because the medical examiner just testified and Lindsay Clancy was crying incessantly. And so they had to take her out. Plus, who knows what the jurors were doing as well. And I don't know if they showed any pictures. I'm thinking that they didn't, but I don't know because we didn't get to see. So I cover law cases. I'm just not Lindsay Clancy. I cover a whole bunch of other things. If you haven't gone to the Book of the Face, please go over there and like me on there as well. I can tell you quickly what cases we are going to be covering. I'm trying to do a lot all at the same time, but that's what weekends are for, right? I have a pinned progress note. Sarah Grace Patrick, she is the girl out of South Carolina, I believe, who was 16 years old, who unalived her parents with a pew-pew. The government says they have a mountain of evidence against her, but it's unknown to us in the public what, if anything, they have. She's been in custody since she's 16 years old. She's 18 now, so this has been going on for a long time. Karen Reed saga, all of Karen Reed's civil cases, I'm going over that as well. That's a lot. That takes a whole day. As you may or may not know, Courtney Clenny, she was the OnlyFans model out of Florida. She was accused of unaliving her boyfriend, Christian Ambaselli, with a She said she threw it and it just landed on him. But the prosecution said, no, it didn't. She was in jail for 4 years. She pled just earlier this week. I made a TikTok about it. She pled earlier this week. She got 6 years. She's been serving 4. Will she get out in 2? And is that enough? The David Burke case out of California with Celeste Rivas Hernandez. That's the one where he was dating this underage girl. And this was the one where her body was found in the Tesla at the tow yard. He's the singer out of California. He had a probable cause hearing, and the prosecution said all the things that they have against him, and he's going to be arraigned later on this month on the charges that are being pending against him. Alex Murdaugh is going to have a pretrial hearing. As you know, Alex Murdaugh's case, his got reversed. They're trying him again, so I'm going to be following that. Frazier Bohm out of California. He is the rich kid who was driving allegedly 104 miles an hour down Pacific Coast Highway in California. He went through Dead Man's Curve and hit a whole bunch of parked cars. And 4 Pepperdine students were standing on the sidewalk, and they got hit by the cars. And all 4 of them are unalived, and he is being charged with that. In that case, Alan Jackson is representing him. As you guys may or may not know, that Alan Jackson was one of Karen Reed's high-profile attorneys. He's out of California representing Frazier Bohm. And a lot of people are afraid because he has a lot of money that he might get off. Corey Richins, as you may or may not know, that's a case out of Utah. She was tried and convicted of unaliving her husband with 5 times the dose of ethanol. If you know, you know. Her case ended in like March, but her lawyers came back and said the judge was mean to us during trial, and therefore they prejudiced the jury. And so they want a new trial. So there's still some shenanigans going on there. We have to cover that. There's some stuff going on with Miles King, Sean Johnson. That is out of Massachusetts as well, as we call it Massachusetts. It has to do a lot with the Proctor texts. If you don't know, Michael Proctor was a former Massachusetts state trooper who was on the Karen Reed case. He has made a lot of disparaging texts in his work phone as well as his personal phone. All of the defense attorneys across the land have received it. If Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on those cases, did it corrupt future cases? We are in the thick of did it corrupt future cases and what it's going to mean for cases moving forward versus cases moving backwards. And that one also is setting a precedent because, Iridari, you follow me now, so girl, you're going to get all the information on Murdaugh. She did not know that Murdaugh is getting a new trial. Miles King and Sean Johnson are very important in Massachusetts because Adam Lawley, who was the former district attorney in Karen Reed's case on the first trial, he was on the Miles King case. Rosemary Scapiccio is going to have him on the stand and ask him questions. If you're in the law space, that is unheard of. Lawyers don't question fellow assistant district attorneys, but Rosemary Scapiccio is going to get him on the stand, and let me tell you, that is going to be a good one to watch because he's going to be squirming in his pants. He's going to be squirming in his pants because, Sarah Grace Patrick is in Georgia. Thank you, Ashley. So they already had him on the stand once and he was already squirming. So he's going to be on the stand again. That is later this month. I don't know if we'll be able to cover that live because we're in the middle of this, but that's what the weekends are for. Yep. Still on a break, Evie, still on a break. I am live. I am trying to, talk my way through it. They have not come back from break. So everybody, I'm just trying to fill some space. Raul Valet, he is out of Connecticut. If you know a little bit about that one was called the Preppy Murder, Preppy M case. Raul Valet was tried once already. He was acquitted on M charges, but they were hung jury on the lesser included, like M slaughter, right? He is being retried for the lesser included. That case was he and a buddy were over at one party. The other people from a competing preppy school was at another party. The other people called him to come over to the other party. He came up and showed up, and it was him and like 3 other guys against like 30, 40 guys who were at this party. They were also drinking very heavily. A fight ensued. Raul somehow another had a ee. And in this kerfuffle, he a couple of people, one of which unfortunately is no longer alive. The other 4 had some severe injuries and they were okay. So is it M. Lauder or not? So that we'll be covering that one as well. Let's see. You wish that they would quit delaying her trial, but here's the reason for Sarah Patrick Grace's Sarah Grace Patrick's trial keeps getting delayed because they keep, first of all, she got a new defense attorney midway through. She got a new one in March. And then they keep coming up with new evidence. I feel like the state is pushing to get her case moving forward on a fast track. And the defense is like, yo, wait, we don't have all the evidence yet. We can't properly, we can't properly try this case. And I kind of feel like, yeah, we shouldn't. We should wait until we have everything. Yeah, I do. I cover a lot. Some of these are going to trial. Some of them aren't. Some of them, this is just pre-stuff. So sometimes I do a deep dive. I bring you the motions, the pre-trial hearings, if they are public. So we cover a lot of different things. So these are the things that I'm covering. What are they doing on break? Well, I would venture to guess they're trying to take care of Lindsay. My guess is that they're trying to calm her down enough so that she can return. And you guys, if this is taking this long and it's already 3:08 there, I'm thinking they might just call it quits for the day. Just FYI. Getting out all right, if you guys know me and get out the crystal ball, that's what I'm thinking, that they might be done for the day if they can't calm her down, right? Maybe letting the meds kick in. Exactly. Oh, why was she upset? The medical examiner just took the stand and talked about, this is really sad, that she took out Cora's eyes and looked at Cora's eyes to talk about the hemorrhaging in Cora's eyes. She did the same thing with Dawson with his eyes and Callan's brain. I'll let that sit with you. You can envision and imagine. Kimberly Van Allen says, can you do a recap, please? I have not been on for a few hours. Kimberly, can you tell me which last witness you heard from? Oh, hang on. They might be coming back. I saw the camera move. Oh, I heard like a hot mic moment. Hang on. Hang on just a second. I heard a hot mic moment. You guys didn't hear it because I had it turned down.
Hi. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar?
Oh, okay. So the judge was back and he said, can I see you guys at sidebar? I'm thinking they're done for the day. But I don't know because the camera did not pan to anybody in the court. So I do not know if Lindsay is in the court or who's in the court. Yeah, Mommy, they came back. They had some witnesses. And then after the medical examiner was there, nope, Lindsay's back. We're back at it, guys. Lindsay was crying incessantly. They had to take a break. Yes, Christy, they took the eyes out of their heads. I know that's gross, but that's what she testified to. They took Callan's brain out of his head.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, members of the jury, I just kind of want to revisit an instruction I've given you a couple times, I think, during the course of this trial. It's important to understand and remember that sometimes there's evidence that's presented in the trial that creates an emotional reaction. All right? But as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight that the evidence produces. Your verdict in this case is going to have to be based solely on the evidence, and it's not going to be, it cannot be based on sympathy or anger or passion or prejudice. All right? So you've got to keep that in mind. And so with this, we're going to go to the next witness. Okay.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Barbara Vidal Olson.
Same objection.
All right. Same finding and analysis.
No, ma'am. So like you raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give before the now pending be the truth, the whole truth,
Looks like we have another doctor on the stand who might testify to some naughty things. So trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning.
All right. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
All right. I'm going to ask you also to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone if you would.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Dr. Barbara Olson, B-A-R-B-A-R-A-O-L-S-O-N. I previously practiced under my maiden name, Barbara Vidal, V-I-D-A-L.
Can you describe for us your educational background, please?
I completed my undergraduate studies at the University of New Mexico. I also completed 4 years of medical school at the University of New Mexico School of Medicine. Afterwards, I came to Boston to study the field of pathology at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. I completed a 4-year residency program there, studying both anatomical pathology and clinical pathology. And after my residency, I did a surgical pathology fellowship studying the gastrointestinal tract, liver, and pancreas. And I ended my training doing a fellowship of forensic pathology at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner. I am board certified in anatomical pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
It is essentially the study of causes that are diseases, disorders, or trauma that results in sudden, unexpected, or non-natural deaths.
And do you currently work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes, I'm a medical examiner at the Cape Cod office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
How long have you worked there?
Since 2021.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
I have examined over 1,900 bodies and performed over 800 autopsies.
And when performing an autopsy, is there a specific process or procedure that you follow?
Yes. So an autopsy is composed of many parts. The first part being documentation review, and the second part being the examination of the body, which is broken up into 2 parts. The first part being the external examination, where I look for identifying characteristics of a decedent, such as eye color or hair color. I also look for any evidence of natural disease or trauma on the outside of the body. And the second part is the internal examination, where I create a Y-like incision on the chest and abdomen and examine the soft tissues, bones, and organs, looking for any evidence of natural disease and trauma. I also examine the brain.
And did you perform an autopsy on Cora Clancy on January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you follow that same process with Cora Clancy?
Yes.
And so that started with a document review, is that correct?
Yes.
And what type of documents are you reviewing when you do that?
Typically, I have a preliminary police report to review, as well as either EMS records or records from the emergency department.
And did you start with an external examination of Cora?
Yes.
And what did you observe during that external examination?
The external examination of Cora, I saw evidence of medical intervention. She was intubated, had various EKG pads and defibrillator pads on her body. She also had a catheter on her right hand and puncture sites on her left hand and her left groin. She had her neck stabilized with a cervical collar, and she had an intraosseous catheter, which is a type of IV they put directly into the bone on her right lower leg. Her hands at the time of my external examination were covered by police evidence bags, and they were secured at the wrist with tape. When I removed those, the fingers showed no evidence of injury, and the fingernails were all of equal length and intact. And then I noted evidence of trauma of the neck with associated injuries of her head and minor injuries of her right arm and of her legs as well.
And in terms of the injuries that you observed, evidence of trauma to her neck, were there also injuries to her face and neck area that seemed to go along with the trauma to her neck?
Yes, there were findings of the head that were associated with the trauma of the neck.
And what were those?
So on her neck, she had a ligature furrow. A ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck or compress the neck. And a furrow is simply the pattern of injury that develops underneath the site of compression. So for Cora, her ligature furrow consisted of a linear, horizontally oriented area of pallor or paleness around her neck with distinct superior and inferior edges. On the front part of her neck, the lower half of the ligature furrow was associated with additional red abrasions ranging from 1 to 2 millimeters in size. And on the back of her neck, the superior and inferior edges of the ligature furrow had developed some linear bruising as well.
And what do you mean by a furrow?
So again, the furrow is a ligature is when you have external compression by an object on the neck, and a furrow is simply a pattern of injury that occurs beneath it. It can be an imprint, it could be a pattern, or it could be more developed types of injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about injuries?
All right, Council, could.
She's talking. She said, I can't do it.
Take a break this time. All right.
All right. Sir, close your notebooks. Place them on the chairs, please.
Oh boy, everybody. This is huge.
Recess for a few minutes. I'm going to come back. We'll speak to council in regards to scheduling. Okay.
Oh, okay. Everybody's grumbling. Here we go. Let's see. All right. I see that Sherry, you have some questions. Sherry, let's see. Hold on. I'm trying to see what your thread is. Yeah, Sherry, if you're in here to say that she's going to walk free, the answer is no, she's not going to walk free. Just to sort of dispel some rumors, I've heard some things that people say there could be an acquittal. There could be an acquittal. Sure. And there's a Golden Gate Bridge I can go sell you. It is very, very unlikely. Is it a possibility? Sure. I'll give you that. There's a possibility. There's a possibility that I might become rich by winning the lottery tomorrow, even if I don't play the lottery, right? We are dealing with facts in this case, in this chat. So if it's not for you, then I'm sorry, that's not what our chat is about. Our chat is we're waiting for evidence to come into this case. What evidence comes in is what we're assessing our opinions on. If you don't like that, I'm sorry. We can agree to disagree. I don't mind everybody in the chat as long as we are nice to everybody. All right. I hope that helps. Olivia said she hadn't been following, so you thought that the medical examiners testified already. There was one medical examiner that testified. But they had a special one come in. Why? So the one who examined the eyes and the brain, again, we're going to have battle of the experts. So we're going to see if we're still trying to figure out what the prosecution's case is. So why do they have all this in? I don't know. Does she have to be in the courtroom for this testimony? She doesn't necessarily have to be. She can sign a waiver that she doesn't have to be there, but it's her right to confront the witnesses that are coming in front of her. If she doesn't sign a waiver that she doesn't have to be there, then she has to be there. I hope that makes sense. Yep, anybody can cry. That's true. Oh, the feed just totally jumped, so I'm not sure where we're at. So hold on just a second. Some of the ladies that went with Lindsay are probably maybe her doctors who are caring for her, as well as the courtroom staff and or other deputies. Hope that answered your question. Did they end or is it on a break? I'm assuming they're going to end at this moment. I don't think that they're going to be able to continue. Why was she crying, Maria? She was crying because the medical examiners were getting on the stand to talk about the injuries to the children that she created, right? Sherry, I'm sorry if you feel like people are arguing with you. I apologize, but this is the way the chat goes. If you put something out there, then somebody can question you about it. If you're not happy about that, then maybe, I don't know what to tell you. It's important for the jury to hear the medical examiner's testimony. Absolutely. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? I'm not following some of your talkings to each other. Why didn't the judge stop the prosecutor and the doctor talking about removing the eyes? Because that's what she did. That's her job. She's a medical examiner. That's her job. She came in to testify what she did. It's her job. The defense did object, and the judge said, nope, it's coming in. Amy says they didn't have to go through all of this. She admitted to it. Should have gone to sentencing. Amanda, yep. I'm sorry, but her babies probably cried too. She has to follow courtroom rules despite her rights. Yep. Just because it's hard to swallow doesn't mean it's not important. Absolutely. Why didn't the judge stop the prosecutor? Oh, we already. I don't know why you must have wrote it twice. We already know how they were unalived, but I don't see how it proves who did it. Stacey says she's innocent. Can we just keep stopping like this, though? I don't know what you're talking about, Chelsea. Can the jury show emotion? Absolutely. The jury can show emotion. They're human. You're all human, right? You're all human. Still on a break. Yep, they broke just again. We don't know if they're good. I think they're going to be done for the day. Yep, she admitted to it. You think it's her nurses? Because neuropathologists aren't always called. I think the purpose was to emphasize the severity of Olivia's talking. Break again, but probably ending, I bet. She wanted this trial, right? Yeah. Because she could, right? Because what's the alternative? She could plead. She wanted this trial. You get what you ask for, right? TT97, she did stipulate that she did it. The Book of Micah, did y'all watch the Karen Reed trials? Trials have sidebars. Yep. The Book of Micah, I told everybody that you would go ahead and FOIA if you wanted to get the sidebars in this case. If you know, you know. Wink, wink. this doesn't have anything to do with her insanity, which is the only question for this trial. The system failed her. She's never going to clear her name. She admitted guilt. The prosecutors are doing their job. She's already living out the worst possible punishment, which is to have outlived her children. It's not even my children, and I could scream into the void and feel my chest tight. Yep. Judge said she had to be found guilty. Do you guys miss that? Did you guys miss that? TT97, he did say that. But there's more to it. There's more underlying law or legalese, hence my name, that there's more to it, that she stipulated that she did it. So it is she guilty? Did the state prove that she's guilty? And then if so, did she not have the mental clarity, or did she have clarity and she's going to jail? So, but it's not like a big whodunit, right? She had a stipulation. I'm going to find that stipulation, you guys, and I'm going to read it to you to try to put that all out of your mind. Everybody, when did she say she did it? You guys, she stipulated to the facts of the case. Remember, Reddington said it about 1 million times. Okay. I've only known 2 people who had PPD and absorbed them for months, even with help. I'm not sure what you mean by absorbed. Clancy was under a cocktail of meds and had a subpar husband, a mental health specialist who didn't help enough. That's from my lovely YT people. Oh, Amanda, I missed what you said up here. Livid. Amanda says livid. I don't know what you're referring to on that. By the way, Amanda, since you're in here, Amanda, do you have the stipulation? I haven't been able, I've not looked it up, but I want to know, does the stipulation say, oh, you do. Does the stipulation state that she's copping to it? I don't know what the language is, and I haven't found it yet. I haven't looked for it, to be honest with you. I haven't looked for it. So Amanda, I don't know if you can send it to me. I want to read it for the record for everybody, just so they can kind of understand. I think a lot of people are very confused, and a lot of people don't quite understand what that language is and what that means, that what she stipulated to. So I don't know. She is in Annie. Does anybody know what was said about the autopsy? I'm not sure what you're asking for specifically. There were 2 medical examiners who were testifying. Dr. Renee Stonebridge looked at the eyes of Cora, the eyes of Dawson, and the brain of Callan, and she made her findings. And this was Dr. Barbara Olson Vidal, who came in and was just getting into what she was finding on Cora. She said that there was neck trauma, there was trauma to her right arm and leg as well, but and there was ligature furrows patterns under her neck, and we were just getting into it, and that was it. Yeah, so once this trial is over, it's over. Because unless you have any evidence, to everybody out there who thinks that Patrick has some culpability, if you guys think that Patrick has some culpability, don't you think that the prosecution and or the defense would say something, right? It's called a third-party culprit. You can go ahead and point your finger at somebody else. It wasn't Lindsay, it was this person. If there was evidence that that was the case and Patrick has something to do with something, don't you think that the police, that the prosecutors, the defense attorneys would bring something out, especially if it exonerates their client, right? So currently, right now, there is no evidence that presents in this case. Remember, we're in this chat, we're talking about facts that are presented to the jury. We're looking at facts. There's no facts presented that Patrick had any culpability in committing this crime. If you have some facts, please bring them forward. Tell me. It cannot be speculations, innuendos, rumors. Also, if after this case is over, and let's just say wherever Lindsay goes, if there is some evidence that Patrick had something to do with this, yes, the police can open up an investigation. But they've been investigating this now for over 3 years. We're in 2026. This happened in 2023. So, again, I have a bridge to sell you in San Francisco if you think something's going to change. Yep. Listen, you guys, even if she doesn't remember doing it, she signed a stipulation that said she cops to it. Does that make sense? Besides writing on a piece of paper that said, I did it, Lindsay Clancy, that's pretty much what has happened. Do you think that her lawyer, do you think Kevin Reddington is going to allow her to cop to this if she said she didn't do it?
Please be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back.
Okay, we're back. Hold on, everybody.
Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel sidebar, please.
Okay, the jury is not in yet. They're at sidebar. So everybody tap, tap, tap for a sidebar, right? Let's see what else you guys have to say. All right, in reference to the civil case, you guys, I have not looked over the civil case. I'm trying to focus on this trial and this trial alone. As I told a lot of you, once we get into verdict watch and like we're waiting, sitting here twiddling our thumbs, I was going to go over the civil cases with you. I was going to pull up all of Patrick's stuff. His is already going on. He started in January of this year. Then I was going to pull up Lindsay's stuff. But if you want to see the Lindsay Clancy civil case, you can go to the Book of the Face under my name, Legalese123, and I've pinned it at the top. You can go read that for yourself. But for me right now, I'm not reading it because I want to see what comes into trial because I am trying to stick to the facts. Tesla says she's been diagnosed with bipolar post-EMS. Tester, where did you get that information? I'm not questioning you. I just want to know because I don't know that information, so I don't know where that has been reported out. You guys are talking so fast, I can't see where you are and where you're not. Oh, D. Pena says, another lawyer explained it. I'm wrong. All right. Sky Girl Author says that she was rugged and that she doesn't know what she's doing. Well, I beg to differ with you because Kevin Reddington would not be sitting in a trial with somebody he thought that was innocent, meaning that she had no culpability. She signed a waiver saying she was culpable. Oh, you can look up her mental diagnosis on Google and it comes up with an explanation of the case. Well, just remember, Google is not always right. Just FYI. Just FYI, they're not always right. Tesla, I said, her defense attorneys and court records reveal that forensic psychiatrist offered a diagnosis. Oh, okay, thank you, Tester. So here's the thing. I haven't seen any of the motions or the pretrial hearings and stuff, so I don't know that information. That's why I asked where it came from. They have not brought in Zeisel yet because Zeisel is on the defense side. The prosecution is still in their case in chief. When will the defense go? That is a good question. I'm thinking maybe sometime next week, but I don't come for me because I don't know for sure. Okay, we're back on.
Yeah.
Hold on just a second. Oh, Lindsay's in the courtroom. He's talking to her. He's got his hand on her. He's talking to her. He's in her ear. The witness is taking the stand. Guess what? We're back at it, guys. We're back at it. Hold on just a second.
All set.
Yes, I am still under oath.
They're getting back at it, everybody.
Court, all rise. Jury.
Well, Amy, she can't have secret buds to calm her down. She has to listen to the evidence that's presented in front of her.
For the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
All right. Attorney Sprague?
Yes, Amy, her parents and family are in the courtroom.
You had described previously the injuries to Cora's neck. Were there also injuries on her face that correlated to those marks?
Yes. On examination of her face, she showed diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face, most prominently around the skin of the eyes. She showed petechial hemorrhages on the inside of her eyelids as well as the inside of her lips.
And if I could have photo 2246, please. Doctor, there's a remote here. If you press and hold the top button, you can highlight what you're talking about in the photo when it comes up.
They are showing photos to the jury.
What are we seeing here? Is that the area of the petechial hemorrhage?
Yes, in this photo, I have the lower lip pulled down, and on the inside of the lower lip, we can see punctate hemorrhages, which are the petechial hemorrhages.
Okay, and if you could, is that working for you? I can need to see that. There we go. Okay. This area here?
Yes.
Okay. You just hold that top button and hold it down. And so we can remove that photo. When you talked about petechial hemorrhage in the eyes and eyelids, did it look similar to that?
Yes.
And basically it's those red marks all around the mouth, and then those same red marks were on the eyes.
Yes.
Eyelids, you tell me where they were.
So they are pinpoint hemorrhages that occur. And again, they were located on the inside of the eyelids. So I inverted the eyelids and I flipped open the inside of the lips, and they were also in those locations.
And if we could have photo of 7784, please. If you could tell us what injuries we're seeing here in this photo.
In this photo, we are looking at the body from the left, and you can see the ligature furrow in this photo. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior edge. You can also appreciate in this photo some small punctate hemorrhages or the petechial hemorrhages of the face.
Okay. And if you could show photo 7782, please. What are we seeing here in terms of injuries?
In this photo, we are looking at the front of the neck, again, focused on the ligature furrow, which is this distinct area, linear area of pallor. And on the front of her neck, the lower half of this ligature furrow had scattered red abrasions associated with it.
You can take down the photo. What are abrasions in terms of what you do?
So abrasion occurs when there is sufficient friction against the skin to cause a removal of the superficial layer of the skin.
Is it basically a scrape?
Yes.
And can we have photo 2256, please? You can tell us what we're looking at here, please.
This is a close-up photo of the back of the neck. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior linear edges. You can appreciate that the linear edges in this photo started to develop linear bruising.
And were there other injuries on the body other than those on the neck and the face?
Yes, she had injuries to her right arm and on her legs.
And if I could show you photograph 7789. Are you able to tell us what we're looking at here?
This is an up-close photo where we can see a very small, faint bruise. All of the bruises on her legs as well as her right arm consisted of small scattered bruises.
And if we could have photo 7770. What are we seeing here?
This is an image focused on her right leg. Here we see 3 bruises on her knee and 2 bruises on her left lower leg. This is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous catheter site where the needle enters the bone.
And if we could see 7790, please. What are we seeing here?
This is a photo, a close-up photo of her left leg. Again, we can see a bruise here as well as a bruise here on her left lower leg.
And then the last photo, 2233. I'm sorry, one more after that. What are we seeing here in this photograph?
In this photo, we can see the bruises I described earlier, as well as the inside of her left ankle. We're seeing 2 additional bruises.
And if we could see photograph 7794. What is shown in this photo?
This is an image of her left leg, again showing the 2 bruises close to her left ankle and then additional bruises on her left lower leg.
And then 7775, please. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is an image of her right arm extended, and I have the image focused on her right bicep where there was 3 small bruises.
And in terms of bruising, are you able to tell the age of a bruise by looking at it?
No.
Can you tell whether it's a fresh or an old bruise?
So generally speaking, we can appreciate the color of bruises. So red, blue, purple bruises tend to be bruises that occur more recently. And as they heal over time, they start to take on a yellow or green appearance.
And the bruises that you observed on Cora's body, how did they appear?
They all had versions of red appearance to their shapes.
So because they had red appearance, does that mean that they are fresh wounds?
They occurred recently.
And again, you can't tell how they occurred or what the exact time and date they occurred.
Correct.
Is there any information you can glean from the location of the wounds where some of the bruises were close together, like the 3 on the knee or the 2 on the lower right leg?
No, I can only document where they are and their measurements.
Now, can I have a moment?
Sure.
Going back to the injuries on her neck, what do those tell you based on your training and experience, when you're trying to determine the cause of death, what do those wounds tell you?
When I see a ligature furrow that is horizontally oriented in association with significant petechial hemorrhages, those findings are consistent with a ligature strangulation.
And what is ligature strangulation?
Again, a ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck, and a strangulation is when it is done by someone else.
And when that happens, what effect does it have on the body? How does it? What is the mechanism of death?
Ligature strangulation results in a category of asphyxial type of deaths. Asphyxia means that the body is deprived of oxygen, and in this case, specifically the brain. So when you have compression on the outside of the neck, blood is how oxygen is delivered throughout our body. So the right side of the heart delivers blood to our lungs, where during breathing and respiration, we then put oxygen into our blood. It then moves to the right side of our heart and gets pushed out to our body through blood vessels we call arteries. Once the oxygen is released at its targeted site, it then recirculates to the right side of the heart through blood vessels called veins, and the process starts all over again. It's a continuous circulation. But when you have compression of the neck, first and foremost, your airways reduce, it's compressed. So you can have a reduction in your ability to breathe or complete inhibition in your ability to breathe. When you have compressions of the veins of the neck, the blood cannot drain from the head. And so then the blood actually has a backwards flow of pressure that meets the arterial blood. And that results in an increase of blood pressure within the blood vessels, as well as an overall increase in intracranial pressure. And with the compression of the artery, there's no oxygenated blood being delivered to the brain.
And as this blood is gathering in the face and head area, is that kind of causing the same type of pressure as a balloon filling up?
Yes, or like a water pipe as well.
Okay. And what happens as that blood pools and causes that pressure in the face and the head?
What normally happens is first and foremost, the brain just has a reduced ability to take in oxygen. And in the smallest vessels in the face and brain, such as capillaries or venules, they are subject to rupture.
And as that pressure is building in those veins and are rupturing, is that painful?
Just like our blood vessels run throughout all of our body, there are nerves throughout all of our body as well. And so there is a component of pain present until loss of consciousness occurs.
And how long can it take, or does it take, for loss of consciousness to happen?
I cannot put a specific time on it for the interval. There's multiple variables to consider in a case-by-case basis. The type of ligature used, the force of the ligature used against the neck, as well as the intensity and duration of the altercation. However, in situations where there's complete oxygen deprivation, loss of consciousness can occur as early as 10 to 30 seconds, with brain damage beginning at the 1 minute mark and irreversible brain damage and subsequent death occurring around as early as 5 minutes, again with the caveat that there are variables that might accelerate or decelerate that time frame.
Is there a type of constant pressure that's required to cause that loss of consciousness?
Ultimately, once the brain has a critically low level of oxygen, a loss of consciousness will occur. It takes an average of 4 pounds to compress the veins of the neck and an average of around 10 pounds to compress the arteries of the neck.
And so if someone's squeezing something or pulling something around the neck at that 4 pounds or 10 pounds of pressure in a consistent basis without any resistance, does unconsciousness happen faster?
It could occur faster, yes.
What if someone's resisting or struggling or pulling away? Could that take longer?
When the body is in a state of stress, you have a stress response that demands an actual increase in oxygen utilization by our body. So in the presence of an increased demand with a decreased amount being delivered to the brain, it can accelerate the timeline to loss of consciousness.
What do you mean by accelerate the time to loss of consciousness?
No, overall, you can ask.
It would just make it occur faster.
And so if that pressure isn't constant, say someone struggles and is able to get free a little bit, and then you have to tighten it again, does that make it take longer?
Sustained.
You said anywhere from 5 to 30 seconds. What are the factors? I'm sorry, you said 10 to 30 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, for loss of consciousness.
What are the factors that are at play for whether it's 10 seconds or 30 seconds?
Again, there's multiple variables. The force of the ligature against the neck, the actual ligature itself, and the intensity and duration of the altercation.
And once someone loses consciousness, do they immediately die?
No. So if there's no intervention, the brain continues to have a lack of oxygen. And so until the brain cells start to die, it's irreversible injury to the brain. The person is alive until the body can no longer sustain the lack of oxygen.
If someone is strangled to the point of unconsciousness and the strangulation stops, can they wake up?
Without intervention is very unlikely.
So do you recall testifying previously that when asked if a person were to use a ligature around someone's neck to the point where they pass out?
Counsel, we had that answer, right?
It's an inconsistent statement.
This is your witness.
I know, and I can impeach with an inconsistent statement.
I see it's sidebar.
Oh my God, Amanda, Amanda's so right. So here's the thing: if you guys, if the courtroom is a circus, I told you this is kangaroo court. If he's popping up and saying things left and right, and he doesn't object, and he just says this and this and that, and everybody, it's uncontrollable. The judge is the person supposed to be in control of this courtroom. He's supposed to say, you do this, you do that, you do this, and he's just allowing everybody to be willy-nilly. I told you this is kangaroo court, and right now we're on the cusp that if this doesn't get controlled, there could be a mistrial. Amanda said it. We could talk about it
Doctor, do you
later.
have to continue to apply to strangle someone past the 30 seconds to cause death?
No. Once the brain is subject to oxygen deprivation and brain cells start to die, it's irreversible. And so it will continue to progress towards death if there's no intervention.
What do you mean by intervention?
Resuscitative efforts, if somebody tried to give CPR, if they were hooked up to oxygen machines.
Do you recall testifying previously that it would be your opinion that pressure would need to be continually applied even after losing consciousness to cause death?
Sustained. Hold on. Sustained. Next question.
So your testimony is that you can strangle someone for 30 seconds, let go, and then they die?
I said that in this presence of complete oxygen deprivation, there is a general time frame. And so 30 seconds, I cannot give a specific number to that. Once strangulation occurs, again, the brain starts to be subjected to a lack of oxygen. So whether the ligature is present or whether the ligature is not present, the oxygen deprivation and irreversible brain damage is already occurring.
And there's no coming back from that?
Not without intervention. It's very unlikely. Again, the brain cannot heal those cells.
Did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty, to medical certainty, as the cause of death of Cora?
Yes.
And what was that?
Asphyxia.
And was that by manual strangulation?
By strangulation.
Mechanical strangulation, I mean. Yes. Did you also examine or do an autopsy on Dawson Clancy?
Yes.
And when was that?
January 25th.
And did you observe injuries on Dawson Clancy when you did the external examination?
I did observe injuries to Dawson. He had trauma to his neck with associated injuries of the head, as well as minor injuries to his left arm and his legs.
And if we could pull up photo 2166.
Okay, I'm going to pause here for just a second. Some of you are like, why is this necessary? Well, you got those people out there that claim that Patrick went to CVS, put on his running shoes, and ran back and did this. She's telling you how long it takes. It can take anywhere from 3 seconds. Now, mind you, that was the minimum, all the way up to 5 minutes, possibly per child. We'll see. But what prosecution's trying to say is it's her. She did this. That is what the prosecution needs to let the jury know, that it's her and her alone. Don't come for me. That's just the facts. We're talking about facts.
What are we seeing in this photo?
This photo is a picture of the lower lip of Dawson being pulled down, and we can see, again, similar to Cora, these petechial hemorrhages on the inside of the mouth.
And can you also see them on the eyes in this photo?
You can see periorbital petechial hemorrhages, so the skin around the eye.
And were there also those same type of hemorrhages when you lifted the eyelid?
Yes.
And if we could have photo 2149. What are we seeing here?
Dawson on his neck, similar to Cora, had a linear horizontally oriented ligature furrow consisting of an area of pallor around the neck. He had distinct superior and inferior edges to his furrow as well. This is on the back side of the neck, where we can also appreciate abrasions that are in line or parallel with the inferior and superior edges of the furrow.
And if we could have photo 2147, please. What are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, we can appreciate the distinct area of pallor here on the neck, again representing the ligature furrow with diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face.
And what are we seeing there on his shoulder?
This is just some dried body fluid.
And if we could see photo 2151, please. What is depicted in this photograph?
This is a similar photograph to the one just shown here, where you can see the distinct area of pallor representing the ligature furrow with superior and inferior edges, and again, the diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the face.
And these photos of Dawson's face, the petechial hemorrhaging on the face, appear to be darker than those and more expansive than those on Cora's face, correct?
They appear more prominent in Dawson than in Cora, yes.
And what can cause the damage being more prominent and more dispersed over the face?
Again, petechial hemorrhages occur as a result of rupturing of small vessels in the skin. And so the fact that there are more present in Dawson is indicative that there were moments where some blood did reach or push through the furrow or the ligature in little spikes or peaks, which would just result in momentary increases in blood pressure that would result in more petechial hemorrhages.
And what would cause that blood being able to flow?
Any movement against the carotid arteries. The carotid arteries are thicker and more muscular than the veins, so they're more likely to push through with the blood. So that could be movement of the ligature or movement of the person handling the ligature or movement of Dawson himself.
So it could be from Dawson struggling, or it could be from more pressure or force of the ligature?
Yes, changes in the pressure of the ligature.
And if I could see photo 2143, please. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is the back of his left forearm. It is a little pale with the light, but there were 3 small bruises on the back of his left forearm.
And going to photo 2155. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is a picture of us. So at this point position, Dawson is face down. So we're looking at the side of his right leg, and we can see a small faint bruise here.
And then going to photo 2144. What are we seeing in this photograph?
This is an up-close photograph, but I can appreciate that there are small bruises in the center of the image.
And photograph 2156. What are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, we're looking at the back of the legs. The one closest to us is the left leg. The one farthest from us is the right. You can see bruises here, here, and here, as well as the inside of the right knee.
And so when you said here, here, and here, that was the outer portion
of the left upper leg.
Thank you. We could have photo 2119, please. What is depicted in this photograph?
This is an up-close photo of his hands.
And is there any significance to the blueness of the fingernails?
I would not have called these necessarily blue or cyanotic. That would be more of the discoloration of his face. There is some subtle blueness to the nail beds, which is again a sign of cyanosis, which is just reflective of a decrease in oxygen in the body.
And last photo is the PDF, please. What are we seeing here?
This image, Dawson is face up, and we can see his right and left legs. Here on his right lower leg, we see small bruises. On his right knee, left knee, we are seeing a bruise. And here is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous catheter site.
And what are you able to tell us about the bruises on Dawson in terms of whether they're fresh or old?
They were all red and purple in appearance, so they were more recent.
And based on your examination of Dawson, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
And did you determine that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
And what was that?
Asphyxia.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit the original photos of Cora and Dawson as for identification, and the other, the ones that were just shown to the jury as exhibits.
So mark the first set for identification.
Just N and O for identification.
All right. Then over the defendant's objection, using the same analysis as stated in the sidebar, those other photographs may be admitted.
The photos of Cora and then Dawson as the next exhibits, please.
It's 228 and 229.
And then the, excuse me, that certificate of Cora Marie Clancy as the next exhibit.
I have no objection to that.
All right. That may be admitted.
And the that certificate of Dawson William Clancy as the next exhibit. And nothing further, thank you.
Is there anything?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Members of the jury, we're going to break at this time. I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I would expect the schedule similar to what we had today. I'm going to remind you again, don't talk about this case. Don't read about this case. Don't read about any similar cases. Don't watch anything. Don't do any research. Put this out of your head for tomorrow morning. All right? And I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.
Court, all rise. Good. Go to the notebook, place them on your chairs, please.
Okay, we're going to wait to see if they put anything on the record. I'm just going to turn it down just a little bit. When the judge says put this out of your head, you guys put a 1 in the chat if you think you can get this out of your head after you just saw those pictures or even just listening to it. Put a 2 in the chat if you can just go, yeah, sure. I'm just going to go ahead and take this and not think about this. Sure, I'm just going to go about my life, not thinking about, the jury saw the pictures.
Counsel, anything we need to address before tomorrow morning?
No, thank you.
So we'll be in recess on this matter till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Everybody. I need everybody to just pause for 1 second. I need everybody to take just a deep breath. It's a lot. It's so much. But at the end of the day, 3 children are no longer with us. This is what this trial is all about. So we're going to take just a moment of silence for the 3 kids. Take 3 deep breaths with me. Okay. The chat is going wild. I need to preface this by everybody, okay? You may not like what one person is saying. You may not like what the other person's saying. You may not like what I'm saying. If this triggers you and your heart's palpitating, either do not engage, do not listen or read what's going on in the chat. Do not engage with that person in the chat. This is an open space for everybody. As long as nobody is doxing somebody else or nobody's, getting too much into a tussle with each other, we're going to respect that everybody has their own opinions in this case. It is very heated. My goal is that everybody's perspective comes in as well as it's warranted. Remember, we're talking about facts in this case. If you're just going off to the deep end somewhere else, I'm sorry, maybe this chat isn't for you. So please, let's respect everybody and everybody's opinions and come together and just talk about the facts of this case, okay? I don't want to yeet anybody. I don't want to be that person. All right. So, one of the things that I stated was, why is it important for this to come into trial? It's just like any other murder case, right? The facts of the case, the facts have to come into evidence. Yes, Reddington stipulated to a lot of these facts, but it's the prosecution's like, you can't tell me how to do my job. If my job is to bring this in and to give an impact to the jury, then it's going to be up to the judge to make that determination of whether this can or cannot come into evidence. The judge said it's more probative, meaning it proves something, than prejudicial, so it's coming in. Secondly, the prosecution has to prove that she did it, right? Even though she stipulated to the facts of the case, they still have to prove that she did it. Does that make sense? I know it's quite mumbled and jumbled. Missy, you said that she did it. Yes, she did. But they still have to show the jury that she did it and how it was done. I know it's confusing. This case is different than your regular case. It's not about guilt or innocence. It's not about reasonable doubt. They have to show that she did it, and then they get to determine what they're going to do with her. I wish I had that piece of paper in my hand. I could read you the facts of this. For those of you who are confused about it, just wait until the judge gives the jury the instructions. That's going to change your point of view on a whole bunch of things. So I'm not going to go back on this until I have the paper of what her stipulation was, just FYI. As soon as I have that in my hot little hands, I'll read it to you, and then we can discuss. All right. Amanda, if you're on here, you would share two things with me. For some reason, I wasn't able to see it. If you're still on here, if you can, is it by you? Were they posted by you? If they're posted by you, I'll go back and look at them. Anyways, I'll send you a message and we'll go over that afterwards. All right, let's just kind of see if you guys got any questions or anything of that nature. So I did state this earlier. I put it in the chat. For those of you who are like, oh, Patrick went to CVS, put his running shoes on, and went back to go do this. No, there's no evidence of that. Secondly, as you just heard from the medical examiner, it can be anywhere from 3 seconds to 5 minutes per child. And I'm sorry to say that, but that is what came in. If you see it differently than me, then please, by all means, say that. How come the jury isn't sequestered in this case? Well, first of all, it costs a lot of money to sequester a jury, right? You have to have hotel room, you have to have 24/7 security staff, etc. So it is a big, heavy financial burden on the taxpayers of that county. Secondly, if you were a jury, do you want to be sequestered for 4 to 6 weeks? It's a lot. It's a lot. Are there any ring cameras on the neighbors' houses? The police investigated. Nothing has come into evidence about any ring cameras on the houses. Monica says it would take a lot of strength to eat a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old. Well, you just heard from the medical examiner as to their injuries, and then you can make your own determination from that. No, I like all your questions. There are no dumb questions, FYI. Please ask. Joanna says, I'm not saying this is factual, but did anybody see the side-by-side pictures of Pat and his BFF and the video footage from CVS and the takeout place? Does anybody know if that was AI or manipulated? Joanna, we do not know. And that's where the speculation comes in. We don't know. And if we don't know for sure and it hasn't come into evidence and it hasn't come into this trial, I'm not going to entertain that. And nothing on you. That's a great question. It's just, I can't answer that. So the answer is, I don't know. It would take a lot of strength to strangle Patrick or a Lindsay. Okay. The lack of cameras baffles me. They did mention that they had a Nest camera in their bedroom. Was that not turned on? Was that not turned on? They also had a nanny cam. Was that not turned on? Yes, we're not entertaining any. We are not entertaining at this chat. We're not entertaining. Could Patrick have done it? Okay. There's been no evidence that has been brought into trial. If you have evidence that you're going to show me, please do. If you learned it on TikTok or you learned it on a reel or whatever, show me the proof, show me the evidence, show me where it came into trial, and then I'll change my opinion. But until such, I'm going facts. What came into trial is what I am basing my opinion on. Okay? So Melissa said, even if she stipulates to the act itself, they still have to prove it happened. Yes, that's exactly right. They have to show, because that is what the evidence stipulates. That is what the rules of evidence in court is. That it doesn't matter who, what, where, when, how, and why. They have to show that she did it. And then she stipulates to the facts that she did it. And then it goes to, are she going to prison or is she going to a mental hospital? Under what circumstances did she do it? Either way, do you think that she was having an episode and did it and or he did it? I do not have all the facts in this case just yet, whether or not she was having a mental episode. We did hear from a lot of doctors. We did hear about the medicines that she's taken, but I'm still waiting for the prosecution to finish their case. I want to hear from the experts in the defense case before I make an opinion. And by the way, if I make an opinion that's not your opinion, still doesn't mean that we can't be friends. We can agree to disagree. Right? She would say something if he did it. I would like to think so too, because if Lindsay didn't do it and Patrick did, do you want to go to jail for your spouse? Just saying. All right. Abigail, if you still think he did it, that's your opinion. And you guys are entitled to your opinion. I can't take your opinion away from you. I'm not trying to change your opinion. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to bring a conversation to everybody. Here are the facts that are being brought into this case. And what do you think? You're the at-home juror. If you think that he did it, how are you going to decide this trial? So that's up to you. So you are clear. Is this trial is to determine if she's going to prison or yes. Yeah, you are correct. Is she going? The jury is going to have to decide if she's going to prison or if she's going to the mental hospital. Exactly. I do not know how the bands were tied or not tied because I wasn't shown that in court. I don't know if I'm going to be shown that in court. I don't know if it's going to come up or not. Yep, 4 pounds of pressure. That's not too much. They said it was more. It could be more than that as well. I forget what it was written down. Yeah, your mom X47. The stipulations are in the court docket. I'm trying to get people to give them to me. I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it by the end of today. Kimberly says full videos could be fabricated with AI. They certainly can. Right? They certainly can. In this day and age, we all know that AI generated videos are number one. And you can't always believe what you see. Her providers were so something and new and treated her like a nurse, not a patient. Could be. Was the psychiatrist that went to the hospital put on the stand yet? Brittany was the psychiatrist that went to the hospital. Oh, Dr. Zeisel, the one that they had a controversy. No, Dr. Zeisel is a defense expert that's going to come in when the defense has their turn. When do I think the defense might have their turn? I'm thinking maybe prosecution might end sometime next week. So maybe next week, maybe the week after. So they are determining whether she's going to prison mental health. Does that mean she's confessed? She stipulated to the facts that she did it. Again, once I get my hands on that stipulation and read it to you, then you guys can understand that. Did she say it was her best day? She did. She told that to Patrick. He testified that that was her best day. What happened? We don't know. Yeah, the day that it happened was her best day. But that's where the prosecution comes in and said that she pre-planned it. That the minute she sent him far away, and therefore when he left, she went and did her deed with the children. He called her, in my opinion, he called her, and that said she was on the clock, and then she went upstairs and then did her own business because she called him back. So here's the thing. I want the digital forensic experts to come in to tell me, where was she when she got that call? Was she in the basement? Was she upstairs? We don't know just yet. But the digital forensic experts can kind of tell us how many flights of stairs she climbed, right? And they can give us an approximation. So that question might be answered for us. And if it isn't, it's just one of those that just doesn't get answered. Yes, they're done for the day, Izzy. They are done for the day. They'll be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Is there actual phone records of this call from the hospital? We do not know. We do not know. Digital forensic experts have not come in to testify to anything of that nature. It's not public. We don't know. Your mom 47. You're talking about the stipulation? Because the stipulation is in the record. How much can a rapidly psyching Einstein understand? I don't know what you're talking about. I could not find a PDF of the stipulation, and all found was articles. Yeah, sweaty and annoyed. I've got to go through the docket and look and see. I got a couple of people working on it, so we'll see if I can find it. If they're trying to show she wasn't at all there when it all happened, why show the autopsy? I don't know what you're referring to, Cogmilly. If they are trying to show she wasn't all there, you mean because her mental, I get what you're saying. Her mental capacity at the time that she did these unalivings is different than where she is today. Just remember, she had a psychiatric test to see if she was competent to stand trial. So her lawyers say, yep. They say yes. Her doctors say yes, that she's competent to sit here and watch this. Just because she has a reaction to it doesn't mean that she's not mentally there. Alex said she did it. It often happens that way, especially just before a psychotic episode. Right. Could she have gone psychotic at that time? I literally just watched a lawyer's video saying she did not stipulate. Well, what lawyer was that? And do they have the paperwork? He didn't go far away. He went 3 minutes down the road. Skylar, do you have evidence that he ran back to the house and did this and then ran back to CVS and then went to the restaurant? Was the phone on her bed? Yes. That's an evidence. There's a picture of her phone on the bed. And the first person who came in to testify said that he grabbed her phone. That was this morning. If they're trying to show she wasn't at all there when it happened. Oh, yeah, I already did that. All right, everybody who's in here, there are 547 of you in here. If you haven't liked my page, please do. My name is Missy K. I bring you legal cases, not just Lindsay Clancy. I'm covering a variety of other of cases. If you want to go see what I'm covering or who I'm about, you can go to the Book of the Face and go over there and give me a like and follow over there. And you can also see in my About page what other spaces that I'm on. I post motions, I post up-to-date things, etc. on that page. So that is sort of like my up-to-date on cases and stuff of that nature. Just remember, in the Lindsay Clancy case, I have not seen any of the motions. I've not seen any of the pretrial hearings. I'm coming into this as an armchair juror. I want to see what facts come into this case before I make a decision. That doesn't mean that you have to, but that's what I'm presenting to you. So if you haven't followed me on here, every day we are live at approximately 8:30 Central Time, and we are doing what I call gavel to gavel coverage. I can't show you on TikTok the live streams or the live feeds of the trial because TikTok says that is not in their purview. It's coming from a different provider. They don't like that. But if you want to follow me and watch, I am on another app that has the play button. If you know, you know, winky, winky, winky. I'm live over there right now. Please go and find me on that if you'd like to watch along as well. You can see me doing both. And there is a chat over there as well if you'd like to participate. I know some people watch me over there and they chat on TikTok while we're doing this. I try to answer your questions as much as I possibly can. Let's see. Why was she at 80 degrees when they found her? It takes 2 hours to get cold. I don't have the answer to that question. This is objective 2. No one can be at 98 degrees at 5:30 and 82 at 6:10. Impossible. However, mass blood loss and transected spinal cord and shock may cause this rapid to drop, I guess. That's what I've heard. Someone should question this, though. Well, until one of the lawyers bring it up and question it, there's nothing we can do, right? Reddington had the opportunity to question that. This sounds like a reasonable assumption. I know you guys have tons of questions that you can't answer, especially you being a nurse. That's a great question. I can't answer that for you. I do not have a Twitch channel. You found me on TT. Well, you also found me on YT. So thank you, Amy. All right, let's see what some of your other questions are. Yes, it's possible she had spinal injuries and it was very, very cold. I'm struggling to find the sympathy, trying to hear evidence, but struggling. It's a roller coaster list. It really is. One moment I feel like I know where I'm going, and then something else comes and I'm somewhere else. Why would they fire the nanny? He hated her. He was cheating. Well, do you have evidence to that? They did go over this already. Jessica says, I have that answer. Jessica says she was also paralyzed. Her autonomic nervous system no longer worked. I hope that answers your question. I don't know if you answered that question, Jessica, for others. Remember, I'm going forwards to go backwards. Oh, thank you, Amy. Amy found me. Amy found me. Wink, wink. If you know, you know. I just don't want to get, dinged on TT if telling you to go to YT, just FYI. I'm trying to read all of your questions and trying to see. The chat is going so fast. She was in a tank top. I heard someone break down the spinal injuries and temp changes like that don't align with her injuries. Absolutely. When paralyzed, your body cannot regulate body temperature. I have 4 kids and I have zero sympathy for her. Can the healthcare providers be held responsible for their roles if she is found guilty? Katrina, if you're talking criminally, the answer is no. As you may know, Katrina, she's being sued civilly by Patrick and Lindsay. I know in Lindsay's case, they're suing for medical malpractice. I assume they're doing the same thing for Patrick's case. I have not done a deep dive of the civil cases. My law lovies, we will do a deep dive when it's verdict watch. I know you're very interested in that. We'll go over that. They're suing these providers for medical malpractice. Can they be held criminally liable? No. I don't feel sympathy, but logically, she's very ill. It's not symptomatic to see she needs institution. I think that's what you're going to say. Liz says, yeah, and I even have less sympathy for her now. No, she wasn't going back to work, so they let go of the nanny. Yep, they're being sued in separate cases. Yep, I got the institution, Tesla. I got it. Found you. Thank you. D1. Is that you, Amy? Oh, D1 Entertainment. Oh, hi. D1 Entertainment sounds really exciting. D1, I'm going to go follow you. I'll look you up later. Somebody who has entertainment on there means that you got some serious business. Let's see what's going on over here. Amy says, but she was held on a lot of information from the healthcare people and Patrick. I don't think she was told the healthcare people everything. She held back a lot, which is why they couldn't be helpful to her. And that is another, Amy, that's another great thing. I talked about this before. If was she holding back, not telling them things, and then they're trying to help her give the medication, then she's not taking what they told her to do, and then she's supplementing with her own, right? You guys, I made a terrible TikTok. It's kind of funny. You should go see it. It is nurse practitioner Gelada and Lindsay, and they're throwing pills into a roulette machine, and they're like, "Go to Lucky 11." That's how I felt like. We just throw some in a roulette machine and see what you can take, right? See what's gonna work. Kimberly says she was clearly over medicated. That's what was reported when she went to Women's and Infants and she tried to check herself in and they said, no, you're over medicated. And then she went back to the other providers and what did they do? They just prescribed her some more meds, right? See the roller coaster that we're on? Why didn't she stay longer in the hospital? That's a great question, Kim. I don't know. She wanted to go see Cora's birthday. You guys are going to have a lot of questions that we will not be able to know. Is it true that Patrick's DNA was found on the bands and not hers? Well, so yes, Patrick's DNA was found on the bands, but just remember, those bands were out in the public for anybody to use. So the kids were playing with them. Patrick might have been using them for exercise. We don't know how his DNA got on there versus Lindsay's until it comes into evidence. That's pure speculation. We don't know. Just because it was on there doesn't mean it was at the time of the unalivings, right? Again, until it comes into evidence that they say Patrick was culpable, I have no evidence to that. I'm trying to read all your stuff. Is she still actively having mental health issues? We don't know for a fact what her mental status is at this time. We do know that she's being held at the Tewksbury Hospital and she's under their care. So yes and no. My heart is broken for the babies. They made it sound like she held them down. It does appear that way, or she but they said the bruises were fresh. You guys, he's a 3-year-old, okay? But I'm not downplaying anything. He's a 3-year-old. And also, I needed to also state the fact that that was a wooden floor in like a concrete basement. In the pictures, the floor in the office had wood on it or laminate or whatever. So can you just imagine landing on that? It's a lot harder than the carpeting that Cora was found on. Just trying to give you a picture. It's grotesque. I'm sorry. Just wanted to give you that picture. They don't know where the bruises came from. They can't tell you when those bruises occurred. But if your mind goes there, I can understand your logic. Liz said she was holding back. Thank you for following me. And thank you to everybody who's given me gifts. If you have not had an opportunity to give me a gift, please do. As you may know, my gift is for getting new notebooks and new pens because this is you probably can't see, I'm on my 3rd notebook. I write very copious notes to read back to you guys. I'm also trying to put together a timeline, which is very hard. So if you guys haven't seen, I did do a timeline for one of the doctors. If you go to the Book of the Face, it's on there, but you're going to have to scroll down to go get it. So it's on there as well. So let's go back and look at all of the people who have sent me some lovely gifts. Indica, Angels Kisses, V, of course, Pinkest Flame. I love that. Did I follow you? Oh, there I go. I followed you now. Thank you so much. Indica, I followed you too. Amy, thank you so much for the heart. Followed you. Let's see who else. Thank you. Thank you, Olivia. I can sit here all day. Breeze Mom, thank you. Thank you, Amanda H. Thank you so much for the lovely hearts and a kiss and the roses and the other hearts. And then I don't know what some of these other things. So by the way, I'm new. I'm new to TikTok. I only started this. I've been on TikTok before. I've got a lot of posts that I've done. But this is my first sort of live gavel to gavel coverage. I didn't know I could do it this way. It was somebody in my chat who's been very nice to me says to do it this way. I tried to bring it to us live and watch it even from like a TikTok to TikTok viewership. And yesterday, TikTok dinged me so bad that this is the format that we have to go with, which is we listen and we watch. But remember, I just told you, I'm also on the Play app button, the button that Play app. I'm also over there if you want to watch with me. And there's a chat over there too. I go in between the chats. So thank you so much for everybody who has contributed to my new notebook and pen fund. When I get those new items, I will let you know. All right, let's see what everybody else is saying over here. See if we can answer some more questions. Will Lindsay's mom and dad be called to testify? Lori, I think that is a high probability. I want to say yes, especially her mom has been brought up a couple of times in this trial, and you best believe that the jury wants to have that have those questions answered. And by the way, all of your questions that you guys have, it's possible that the jury might have them too. But remember, they can't be watching anything about this. They shouldn't be watching any TikToks, any reels, watching any news programs or anything about this. They're supposed to be, I hear nothing, I see nothing. So hopefully they don't know about all of these conspiracies. But they do have questions. And if the prosecution doesn't answer them or the defense does not answer them, they might go looking for the answers or come up with something of their own, even though they're supposed to stick to the facts of the case. And that is just a fact that juries do. And I know a couple of you are on here who have been in a jury. You guys can let me know if that is the case. And they're also allowed to use their common sense. Yes, Amanda, we listen, but we don't judge. I love that, Amanda. That's very good. Dr. Phil says, if doubt remains in the room, acquittal must have its sonic boom. Well, that is very cute, but it's very highly likely that there's going to be an acquittal. Again, I tell you, I said this before, it's possible. Sure, it's possible. Anything's possible. But I have a bridge in Brooklyn that's for sale. And would you like to buy that? So which one's the more probability? More likely going to happen? Yes, Amanda, you sent me some things. I need to go back. I'm going to send you a message. I couldn't see what you gave me. So I'm going to send you a message after I'm done and, kind of go back on what you said. Megan, was she actually diagnosed with anything at all? That's a great question. PPD, definitely, right? They said that left, right, and center, possibly bipolar, but that was Patrick came out and said, no, she's not diagnosed with that. PPD is the best I can tell you. Eva, it wasn't cut short today. They had a lot of problems. They had 2 medical examiners on the stand today, and Lindsay lost it. So after one medical examiner, they had to take her out. And then when the second medical examiner came in, she literally said, I can't do this, and spoke, or she's not supposed to. So they had to take another break. And then she came back. She was crying incessantly, and they muddled their way through it, which was terrible. Okay, Dr. Phil, I read your note already. If you continue, then I'm gonna have to yeet you. All right, I got it. I read it. We got it. If you don't have anything else to contribute, then you're out. Why haven't they talked about the baby yet? Oh, no, the feed just totally jumped. Postpartum depression. PPD. It's also called something else, PPD. Bree says, why haven't they talked about the baby yet? How he was still alive? They did. They had a couple of people already come in and testify about the baby. And then today we had the medical examiner talk about his brain. So they did. They had somebody come on and already talk about him and what his manner of death was. That was a while ago. I would have to look it up. If her parents are in the courtroom, are they allowed to testify? That's a great question, Mary. They might have had a stipulation between the defense and the prosecution to allow them. I'm not, so just to be clear with you, I'm not 100% that the family's in there. I think that they are, but I'm not sure. Do these jurors go home or to a hotel? They go home. They are not sequestered. They're not supposed to watch, see, hear, read, or do anything about this case. If they do, they're supposed to keep on scrolling, or they're supposed to just stop altogether. It's on their honor, right? Like a Girl Scout, on my honor, right? Yep, they have to stay off the internet altogether. Well, there was a juror in a Florida case. Oh, it was a long time ago. Oh, it was the Adelson case. And she came on to TikTok afterwards, and she said that she made some TikToks about something completely different. And people were like, oh my gosh, you're on TikTok after you got out of your trial. You're not supposed to be on TikTok. She's like, none of this stuff is on my For You page. So just wanted to let you know. And that's possible, right? It could be possible. If you're not looking up Lindsay Clancy, does it not come up on your For You page? I don't know. Just asking for a friend. Patrick could not have witnesses. Not sure what you mean by that. How's anyone going to know what they do at home? Absolutely, Dawn. But every day they come into court and the judge asks them those questions. And just remember, you as a jury, you're under oath. When you come to the juror, you have to be honest and tell the judge what's going on. Are they honest? Well, we've had some mishaps with some jurors, right? I would like to think that most jurors are taking their job very seriously, because you don't want to be that one juror who messed up and then you get a mistrial. You don't want to be that one, right? Dr. Phil says she's innocent. Yeah, I can go through the litany. I can go through the list of all the things: anxiety, depression, a whole bunch of things. But they put it all into a big category of postpartum depression. And somebody wrote PPA. Is PPA postpartum anxiety? Will the defense call some of these same witnesses we have already seen? Probably. It's possible that PPD is postpartum depression. It's possible that they're going to call Patrick back. I've heard some grumblings that he might come back. I don't think there's anybody else, in my opinion, that is worthy enough that the defense wants to call back. I feel like Reddington has already gotten all that they can out of them, but can they? Sure, absolutely. He sure can. That's one of the things that we're just going to have to wait. Right. Amanda says if they're on the defense list as well. And we did go over that yesterday. There are a couple of people that are on the defense witness list that have already testified to. So yes, thank you for the clarification, Amanda. She wasn't diagnosed with anything. Did you hear what she just said now? Oh, I don't, you guys are just. Could the defense bring in the forensic psychiatrist in the actual trial? Absolutely, they are. Dr. Zeisel is going to testify. Is court over today? Yes, court is over for the day. They'll resume tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Central Time. Hunter says, thank you for breaking the case down. Yes, thank you. Dawson, exclamation part. Des425, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Yes, Amanda says, thank you, Amanda. Des thinks that she beat him up. That is a great possibility. Did the children put up a fight? Is that what the bruises are from? That, I think, is what the prosecution is alluding to. But just remember, she did ask her, you don't know how these bruises were actually acquired. But you're allowed to use your common sense as a juror. If you think that that's what happened, then it's not explicitly stated. I tagged you in the attorney Alex video. Okay, I'll look at that. Isn't it in the civil lawsuit that Lindsay finally was diagnosed with bipolar? I do not know about the civil lawsuit because I have not read it. I haven't read Patrick's. I have not read Lindsay's. Why? Because I want fresh eyes on this myself. I want to see what evidence comes into this trial, and I don't want to be persuaded by other noise. Make sense? Did Dawson have the most bruising? I would say yes, but so here's the thing. I didn't see the pictures, so I was jotting down. She made a reference to his leg, and it was like here, there, and everywhere, and I could not contextually understand what she was talking about. So I did not see the pictures. But to me, it seemed as though, yes, Dawson had a little bit more than Cora did. But remember, I told you that he was on a hardwood wooden floor versus her being on the carpeting. I don't know if that makes any difference, but I thought I would bring that up. They're definitely watching. They should have been sequestered. Until we have evidence that they're watching, it's pure speculation. Des 425, possibly. B Crafty says, I'm broken with all of this. Today was horrific. It certainly was. No one will know if they're on TikTok or not. No, they won't. Would they be sequestered at this point with how controversial it is? Well, you also have to remember, I spoke about this earlier. It is a huge financial burden on the Commonwealth of this area, Plymouth or wherever they're at, to sequester a jury for 4 to 6 weeks. Not only do you have to do housing, you have to do food, you have to transport them back and forth. They also are under 24 watch from a security guard or whomever is in charge of holding on to the jury. That's a lot of money. A lot of money. So judges do not like to sequester a jury unless they really, 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 really have to. Emmy said 6 to 7 minutes for the baby to reach that state. An autopsy baby was revived by EMS. Took 7 minutes, 911. What is a mistrial? A mistrial is where, there's a lot of different ways you can have a mistrial. If one of the juries is found to have outside influence, then a mistrial means that the judge says, we're done. That means they came in, they have some outside evidence, and the trial's done. And then the Commonwealth says, do they retry her or not? A mistrial can also happen. There's a variety of ways a mistrial can happen. Today, when Lindsay Clancy was screaming and crying and calling out, they could call a mistrial for that because it's undue influence on the jury, one way or the other, right? In Karen Reed's case, so let's just say that the police brought in evidence that the defense didn't know anything about. They could call a mistrial for that too. Anything that sort of breaks the rules of court. I'm trying to make it very layman's terms. I hope that explains that to you. I'm not doing a good job. I'm sorry. So many more questions than answers. Absolutely. And so here's the thing. If you don't get all of your answers, if you don't get the answers that you want from the prosecution and you don't get them from the defense, that leaves you with not knowing things. So that leaves you with what? Reasonable doubt. Not reasonable doubt that she did it, because remember, she's already stipulated to that. We can go into that later. But it could be, if you don't believe what the prosecution is saying and you have doubts in that perhaps then maybe she was mentally incapacitated. If you don't believe that, once the defense is done and you don't believe that they proved that she was mentally incapacitated or she was over medicated or whatever, and you believe the prosecution thinks that she was in the right mental state, she had clarity, and she did this, then you can see how that's going to happen. What happens if a mistrial were to hypothetically happen? I just answered that. Trial be done. We're done. She'll get a new trial, and it'll be whether the prosecution tries her again. Reddington said that this is not a righteous prosecution. He's saying that for the cameras because he thinks that, I mean, obviously, he thinks his client should just go to a mental facility, and they could have potentially have pled to this, but the prosecution said, no, we're going to trial. They could have had an agreement that she went to a mental facility and we wouldn't even be here. But the prosecution said, nope, we're going to take this to trial. Jury selection was pretty quick, in my opinion. I thought it was going to take all week, but it didn't. They were done by Thursday? They started on Monday. Do I think there will be a mistrial? No, because nobody wants that. Because you spent all of this money. You have all of these experts who are going to testify. You spent all of this money. The judge is trying to keep it together. The judge needs to do a little bit better, in my opinion. But I can understand. We talked about a mistrial. Hope you got that answer. Is the bruises from them putting up a fight? Could be. Don't know for sure. What do I believe? Tay, I'm waiting for all of the facts to come into this case. This is what my channel is about, facts. What comes into evidence, and then I will make a determination. I know there's a lot of outside noise. I hear it. I hear the conspiracy theories. I hear the things, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. But until it comes into this case, is what I'm basing my opinion on. Hopefully you're with me. Some people are with me. Some people aren't. And it's okay. We can have differing opinions. Exactly. The defense is going to call their own expert and their own forensic team. It's going to be the battle of the experts. Which experts do you believe and what happened? So these medical examiners that were here, they're not going to have other medical examiners, but they're going to have other doctors come in and say, oh, nope, she's wrong. Oh, nope, she's wrong here. Or, oh, nope, she's wrong here. Maybe not specifically them, but they're going to have a battle of the experts, and then you get to decide which one you believe. Forensic psychology is definitely coming out. Probably somebody who deals with medications is going to come out. Dr. What's her name? Zizell is still always in my head. Dr. What's her name? Oh, geez. Sorry, I'm having a brain aneurysm at this moment. Hold on. I got to get her name. Dr. La Posada. If you've heard the name Dr. La Posada before, she was a forensic pathologist who came in to testify in the Karen Reed trial number 2. She talked about the brain injuries in John O'Keefe and talked about counter coup and how his brain reacted when he got hurt and the swelling on his brain. Is she going to come in to counter the medical examiner who looked at Callan's brain? Possibly. Donsky, you're with me. You're trying to learn that PC has nothing to do with it, but I'm just way too confused now. Absolutely. I'm still confused too. So we'll just wait to hear what everybody has to say and do our best, right? I'm not sure what you guys are saying. Dr. Jennifer TS, I don't know what that means. All waves, Joseph Witt During, I don't know what that means. Lozado, Lapasado, I think that's what you mean. I saw something that said that psychosis can be a buildup and it's not something that can happen in a split second. Again, we're going to have to wait for the experts to come in. I'm not an expert. I'm just Missy who's given you some context to talk about. So not sure. How's everybody doing over here? We have 9 of you left on the YT. I appreciate everyone. Thank you so much. Hopefully, if you're still on here and you haven't, look down here below. You can subscribe. You can like the thing. And you can also turn on your notifications because you never know when I'm going to be back live. There are 355 of you in here. Hello, everybody. If you don't know who I am, my name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. I'm on a whole bunch of other social media platforms. The best place to go find out where I am, what I am, is go to the book of the make sure to give me a like over there. I'm also live on the app that has the play button. Go to my link in bio on TT. Wink, wink, wink. If you know, you know. You can find me over there. I am also live over there. I am showing you the court TV feeds, so you can watch it live with me. TikTok doesn't allow me to, so I'm trying to play in several spaces at the same time. But I do go back in everything here. You're saying go jot down Joseph Witt during. He's a psychologist who gives great rundown of something harm. So, as much as I appreciate going to look at this person, again, I am seeing what's coming into trial. I'm trying to not hear the noise that's outside of this. I don't want to hear, I appreciate that. I don't want to hear other people's opinions because I don't want to be clouded by what they say. I want to hear the experts that are going to come in here. If he's testifying, then I'll wait for him to come in. But I don't think that he's on the witness list. So I appreciate that. As much as I appreciate that, maybe after the trial's over, I'll go look at that. But for right now, I'm trying to, quiet down the outside noise. Let's see. And the fact that she made so so-called confession after being told what was said by doctor. Again, until that's testified to, we don't really know. The first medical practitioner this morning, what was her name? Oh, I'll tell you. Oh, that was Letitia. That was Letitia. That was the therapist. Hold on. That was Letitia. I got the first name right. Her last name starts with a D. 1 second. That was a long time ago. Oh my goodness. Sorry. Is it like Letitia Dawes? I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Sorry. There's so many notes. You guys probably can tell me better than I while I'm looking this up. Oh. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, guys. That my notes are so extensive that I should have like a bookmark. Her name was Letitia whatever. You guys got it. Dukes. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Dukes, Letitia Dukes. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, not the rabbit hole. Yes, thank you. I knew you guys had it. I should have just, my brain is fried right now, by the way. I'm just like in my own head. All right. Where is everybody else at? Letitia Diva. Yes, Letitia Dukes. You got it. It would be conflicting as a juror to find out she has bipolar after hearing she refused care for that. Well, until it comes into evidence, they can't figure that. Do we have a witness list? Izzy, I went over the witness list of the defense yesterday. I do not know. I don't have the prosecution's list. Again, I would have to go to the court docket to look at that. And I just haven't. And it's a lot. I would have to I would be in a rabbit hole looking for that. I don't know what you guys are fighting about. Legally, she had autonomy. Not sure what you guys are talking about. You are not nearly educated enough on MH, but kids are off limits. Yeah, I mean, you have a Megan, so first of all, I didn't even want to cover this case because it's children involved. That is just to me, right? Who could do this to who? When I heard about this case, I was like, who could do this to their children, right? You'd have to be crazy, right? That's what first came off my tongue, right? And then when I heard about this case, a dear friend of mine, she's like, could you please cover this case for me? So that's why I'm doing it. Otherwise, we would be on something else. So was she, again, is it intent? Did she intend to do it? Did she have the mental capacity to do it? And was she clear? Or is she insane? So if you, I posted it somewhere. I had like is she insane? Was it intent? You know, like a Law and Order case. Dun dun. Insane or intent? What is it? Are we sane in this chat or Patrick conspiracy theorist? Well, Nat Cat, there are a whole bunch of people on both sides of that, but I am going to tell you personally that for me, I'm waiting what evidence comes into this case. To me, so far, there's no evidence that Patrick had any culpability. If you have evidence to that, and it's not just TikTok rumors or what you saw on a reel or somebody recreated a stuffed animal in a window with some meat, I mean, I don't know how scientifically accurate that is. I mean, people have a lot of theories, and that's the noise. Theories are not evidence. Theories are not facts that's coming into this case. So I hope that helps you. We're about facts, FACTS, with the exclamation point in big, bold letters. All right. There are intentional rage baiters on here, and I express this to everybody. If somebody is rage baiting with you, please don't get triggered by them. You do not have to answer to them. You do not have to chat with them. You do not have to have any discourse with them. You can ignore them. If I see in the chat, and I've got a couple of moderators, if we see somebody poking at somebody else and or if somebody's seeing something and you tell on them, then they'll be yeeted because it needs to be harmonious. But I know people have their opinions on both sides, so I'm trying to let everybody come in here with their opinions and talk, because maybe one person's opinion, that's what a jury's about, right? One person's opinion could change another person's opinion. We're all about community here. So thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate it. So far, everybody has been super nice and everybody's been cordial with everybody. I see there's a couple little blowouts. And just remember, I've said this a gazillion times, what you're posting in a chat, what you text to somebody, what you put in an email may not be conveyed. Somebody might take it differently than what you wrote down. And then they start going at you. And you didn't mean it that way. So take everything with a grain of salt. And also remember, you don't have to engage. You don't have to engage. You can just sit here and listen to me, and you can engage with me. All right. Miss Tracy, when did he admit on the stand that he was in the house between the pharmacy and the food? Video evidence proves it. Did it come into trial? No. So until it comes into trial, I'm not partaking that. Yes, there were mods that will mute and block. So yes. Yeah. So, just FYI, I'm not always watching the chat. I'm writing notes. I'm trying to look up things that you guys are asking me. I'm trying to do like 5 different things behind the scenes. I'm also writing various copious notes. And so my moderators are on here looking and watching and seeing. And so they are helping me out. Thank you so much. Did they ever figure out the email situation? Nope. Again, Olivia, we are waiting for a digital forensic expert, Ian Wynn, if you know, you know, to come in to tell us who's what and did what. And then that might squash that. And also, I stated earlier, Miss Tracy, that when the medical examiner was just on the stand and talking about how long it took to each one of the children, it could take anywhere from 3 seconds to 5 minutes per child. So Even though the CVS is 3 minutes away, did he go to CVS, take his shoes off, run back home, do it, and then run back? Is that enough time? If you want to go to that, and you want to figure that out, just telling you. Thank you, Tesla. I appreciate you. And I appreciate everybody in here that, again, you don't have to agree with me. I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm just asking, let's try to look at the facts that comes in. And sometimes a fact that'll come in may not be something I've seen and you've seen it differently. I've been called out. Remember, I'm doing my best to listen and do 5 things at the same time. I might have missed something. So, all right. All right, everybody. There is, I don't even know how many people are still here. There are 265 of you here. Thank you so much. If you're new here, hello. My name is Missy K. That's what I go by. My channel is called Legalese123. Why is it Legalese? Well, if you're in the know and you're in the legal world, they use that phrase quite often. And legalese is just a side word of big words that they use in the legal world. And so I thought that will be my channel name. I bring you lots of different cases, not just Lindsay Clancy, although we are covering the Lindsay Clancy case, what's called gavel to gavel coverage. That means we're sitting here watching, listening to the trial on here. I'm live on another space as well. You want to go find out, go to the Book of the Face, and you'll see the other spaces that I'm on. As I've mentioned many, many times before, but I'm going to go ahead and give a quick little plug. I am also covering Sarah Grace Patrick out of Georgia. She is the 16-year-old who is being accused of unaliving her parents. The prosecution says they have a ton of evidence against her, but we just don't know. Anything Karen Reed. We know she's got 4 civil suits going on. A lot of stuff is going on with that. We'll get to it. Courtney Clenny, she was the OnlyFans model in Florida who was accused of killing her boyfriend, unaliving her boyfriend, Christian Ambaselli. She said she threw a pew at him, and she's like a circus performer. Prosecution said, nope, that's not how it happened. The trajectory of the wasn't the same. She pled. She was supposed to go to court. She was going to have her trial, but she just pled. She is already in jail. She was serving 4 years. She's already been in jail for 4 years. She got a sweetheart deal. 6 years. She only has 2 more years to serve. Will she be out in 2? We'll be watching for that. I'm sure his parents are not happy about that. David Burke out of California, the Celeste Ramirez Hernandez case. David Burke is a singer from Texas, moved to California. He has this inappropriate relationship with a 13-year-old girl. In the probable cause affidavit, if you don't think he had a relationship with her, it stated that she texted him that she had a baby and she no longer had the baby. What happened? She got rid of the baby. She doesn't want to have another baby. She feels guilty about that. Something happened. He's being accused of unaliving her and stuffing her in his Tesla. The Tesla was parked on some canyon road in California in the Hollywood Hills. And then it was towed to a tow yard, and they're like, something stinks here, and that's how they found her. They did a probable cause hearing on him, and he's being held over for trial. We're also covering the Alec Murdaugh trial. That's out of South Carolina. Alec Murdaugh was accused of unaliving his wife and his son at their house in Moselle. If you know, you know. His case got overturned because the court of clerk do you want to talk about mistrials? If they knew that the court of clerk, Becky, was talking to the jurors while this case was going on, there would have been a mistrial. That's another reason for a mistrial, right? You can't talk to the jurors about the case. There's supposed to be no undue influence of the jurors. Anyways, he got convicted. He appealed his conviction. It got overturned. They're going for trial number 2. He has a pre-trial hearing on the 14th. Fraser Bohm out of California again. He is the very rich kid who was driving his very expensive car, going 104 miles an hour, allegedly, on Pacific Coast Highway. He ran into some other cars, hit 4 Pepperdine students who were outside of their vehicles, and he unalived them. He is being represented by Alan Jackson. If you know who Alan Jackson is, Alan Jackson's a high-profile California attorney who came and sat in on Karen Reed's trial 1 and 2. So it's kind of like, let's see Ellen Jackson in action with another case. Corey Richens out of Utah, she wants a new trial. Miles King, Sean Johnson, those are Massachusetts case with Rosemary Scapiccio. If you know, you know. Raul Valle, that's the preppy unaliving case in Connecticut. He got tried once. He was found not guilty on the M charges, but the lesser included M.S. slaughter charges. He's being charged with those. He came to a big, huge fight with a knife, and long story short, he's being accused of doing that. So those are just some of the cases that we're following in August. That's just August. And plus Lindsay Clancy. So yes, everybody, that is what's going on. So if you haven't gone to the book of the, I post motions and stuff over there. If you want to read the Lindsay Clancy civil lawsuit, I have it posted and pinned on my book of the page. You can go read it for yourself. I have not read it. I only read the first page and the last page because I wanted to see, I wanted to see when it was filed, number one. And the other one was I ended up seeing who she was being represented by. I wanted to see if Reddington was taking on her case. He's not. Rosemary Scapiccio is. So if you know, you know. All right, my law lovies, I have been on here all day for several hours, and I appreciate every one of you. I appreciate all of the gifts and everything that you guys have given, all of the loves that we've had today. Let's see. If cameras were turned off, who turned them off and when? Renea, I don't know. I don't know. So if you haven't liked, subscribed, and done all the fun things, please, please do. I appreciate every one of you. If, when you go and you send me if you don't know, if you're new to TikTok, which I was, if you have your phone and you tap, 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 tap on it, it sends up these little hearts. That means that you're liking the content, you're liking what I'm saying. That pushes it out to other people and it brings other people in. When you give gifts, that too brings out and goes up to the FYP page, allegedly. Oh, Liz, are you here? And Miss Rivera, can somebody tell me? I can't see it right here, but what's my ranking? What's my ranking? Does anybody know what my ranking is? I went from a D5 to a D2, and I need to know what I'm at right now. So can somebody tell me what I'm at? I don't know. I'm still D2. Ugh. Come on, everybody. We got to get out of D2. Wait, D3? Wait. D2. I'll take D2. All right. So listen, I just started last week. Beggars can't be choosers, right? So I am just grateful everything that comes my way. Soul Ties, thank you for your gift. Bot, thank you for your gift. Jennifer, thank you for your gift. Eileen, thank you. Deanne, thank you. Amanda, Tesler, thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are contributing to my new notebook, and I want to get those pens off of TikTok Shop. I know I talked to you guys about that. So I don't know if you saw, but they've got these pens, right? They're gel pens and they're multicolors, right? And you can also do erasing and stuff. So I don't know which one I'm going to get, but do I do boxes during the trial? No, I don't. But here's D1. College sports. What's that? Oh, are you talking about what the boxes are? The boxes, they do like these things, they're called like a box battle. That means that one person in D1, you can tell me if I'm wrong. I can be here and D1 can be here. We can both be on the screen, and we compete against each other for people in the chat to give gifts and stuff like that. Am I right? And if let me know if I'm wrong. That's just sort of a way to engage your people, to be like, oh, who's gonna win? So I think that's one. So I think that's what that's called. But I think on Saturday, mainly talk during trials. So D1, I'm gonna do, you beat me to the point. I'm gonna do that on Saturday. So here's the thing. I don't know if my law lovies know this. you guys can come and chat with me on Saturday. We're going to have a chat. Now, here's the thing. I just want you guys to know these chats go hog wild. Mary, who's on here, I've been in a couple of her chats. Liz, Liz. Oh my gosh. You want to talk about noise. Those things can be really, 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 really hard. Because one thing is, especially on Mary's, people are talking over other people, and then you can't hear what one person's trying to say. And then some people have the most crazy, insane theories. And if somebody else says no, that, well, Miss Rivera, it's okay. It gets bad. Yeah, Liz, it gets really bad. And people are yelling over people. And then people are putting naughty things in the chat. And then when you're on there and you're talking and you're saying things and you don't use TikTok appropriate words, like you as a creator get dinged. And then, or sometimes like the person who's talking gets yeeted off. It's a lot. Yeah, it brings out the worst in a lot of people. And so, yeah, yeah, you'll have to mute and unmute people. Yeah. So, yeah. D1, are you interested in joining me? Put a 1. I know there's 179 of you in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you're interested in joining me on Saturday for our chat. And if you're interested on Saturday, what time? I have conflicting things with people at time as for a chat. Some people say do it at like 4 or 5 p.m. on Saturday, but I don't know if that is too late. So, Izzy, we don't know just yet about the TikToker. Great question. They might do what's called a voir dire of her, which means they might bring her in. She might come in and be on the stand to talk about what she knows and what she does. I'm not in the East Coast. Sorry. That was a great question, D1. I'm in Central Standard Time. So that would be 6 o'clock Eastern Time. It's 5 o'clock Central Time, and then you'll have to plus or minus wherever you are on Saturday. Liz is going to be muting and blocking. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm trying to, we'll see how it goes. You have to be you get a lot of people on there. You get a lot of gifts and stuff like that. And I just don't know if I want to go down that road, you know? No, Miss Rivera's not going to be there. She's going to be on vacation. She's going to be on vacation, Liz. We'll see who else we can get in to moderate as well. I know, yeah, I can also do that as well. We'll have a chat before it happens. But again, you guys, I have to make sure that I'm real to myself and to you. And so, D1's going to moderate my panel. All right, we'll have a chat and see. I did follow you. Like Oprah. Yes, I need to stay true to me like Oprah. So I need to make sure that I don't lose myself in all of this, right? I'm not really necessarily here to gain fame and notoriety. I love this. This is me. I love doing this. I love chatting with you. I love to hear your thoughts and ideas and whatever. And I am a law nerd. I should go to law school, but it's too late in life for me to go. And you can say, yes, no, you can. No, I don't want to go and be a defense criminal attorney and go, deal with people. I don't want to deal with people. I know there's a whole bunch of other law that I could be in, but I really like the criminal aspect of it. Civil cases, not so much. Criminal, I'm right there for it. But I like this. So yes, do I want to make money? Who doesn't? And I even hate to ask you guys to provide me with gifts, but that's the way TikTok works, right? So, whatever. I know I can get my law degree online. It costs a lot of money plus time and effort, and then I couldn't be with you. And this is what I want to do. So I've talked about that before. So it's okay. Gosh, D1, I love how your thing comes up as D1 Entertainment. I love how that comes up. You're going to have to give me the You're going to have to tell me all the tips and tricks and how that comes up. That's so cool. Did you do that in your profile? If you guys can't see this, it says D1 and then his entertainment is in, it's very tiny at the top. It looks really cool. I love that. You could create a Discord. Yes. So I thought so I asked my panel, I've got a Discord for my group. I've asked my panel about Discord and a lot of people said no. So am I on her side or his side, Alexander? I don't know what your question means. Whose side? You had ChatGPT do it and then you just put it in your profile? That's so cool. That's so cool. That's very clever. I like that. I'm gonna have to go look up your content. D1, what do you do? I know I'm just talking. It's just legalese in D1 chat right now. Oh boy. Yeah, Liz, we'll put another poll out. I'm gonna wait until like Friday to do that. I can only juggle so much. I can only juggle so much. I'm trying to cover this trial. I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to write. I'm trying to form my own opinion, etc., and answer your questions. So it's a lot. And the more that's in here, it gets a lot. Plus, remember, I also have the YT page and people are chatting over there too. So I'm doing dual duty. Thank you. No, thank you. Yeah, the Y one allows us to watch as well. Plus, some people are on there chatting as well. So to be honest with you guys, to be wholeheartedly honest with you, I would rather do this on YT than TT. Why? Things like yesterday where they kept saying, you're restricted, you're restricted, you're restricted. It's annoying. YT doesn't do that. Plus on YT, I can share a lot more with you. When I read the documents and stuff, you can see that on there. TT, yesterday I posted I put a picture up of the witness and they dinged me for that. So yes, I can add mods on YT. Yep. I don't have to it currently right now because everybody in there is chill. If for me, I focus on one space for now. This app and the one that starts with Y is good. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. You want to know why there was 1.3K people in here at once earlier? It's just the way that the algorithm sends out people. I didn't actually see that there was 1.3 people on here. I think the highest that I saw is I think the highest I saw was like 500 today of people on here. But people come in like during lunch or on their breaks. They want to see what's going on. So that's why. But if there was 1.3 and you saw it, I didn't see it, but maybe you did, maybe you didn't. I don't know. It was around 11 o'clock this morning, maybe. Well, so Reddington was having his fit around that time. What was that, right? So there was like, oh, there was one. Oh my gosh, Nana. Hi, Nana. Hi, Nana. You guys, Nana was the one that told me I could do this. So we have to thank her. I was kind of already doing it, but Nana said, oh, just do it like this. And I was like, really? And she's like, yeah. And then I did. But Nana, I don't know why I got dinged yesterday for doing what I did. It was not only that, so Mary was on doing her own like call-in thing and she was getting dinged left, right, and center. So I don't know if the bots in TikTok were spicy yesterday or if the people on TikTok were spicy yesterday. So I don't know. So today was a day, you guys. It was very, very heavy. And, yeah, TikTok is temperamental. Because the day before that, I could live stream it from TikTok to TikTok. I could put TikTok on here and we were watching a TikTok stream to a TikTok stream and it was okay. And I didn't get dinged once. But then yesterday it totally dinged me. Then when I put the witness in the picture, they dinged me again. So and now I'm afraid to try anything because I don't want to get dinged. Yeah, you see, D1, I don't understand. Like CBS and them, they can go ahead and live stream it, but you can't live stream it from there. That doesn't make sense. And plus, yeah, their chats, do they even have moderators in those chats? I don't know how you can with so many people in there and the chat's just going so quickly. How they could, maybe they might have a bot in there that dings people, but whatever. You saw that I had higher chat users in here. Oh, thanks, Nana. Yeah, you guys get those notifications. I don't. So yeah, I don't get those notifications. There were 46,000 people on the CBS Live. Yeah. And can you just imagine the zoo in there? Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Nana, you're on some of these chats. How do you like the chats that some people are doing? I find that they're really, it can get really wild. It can get really wild on those chats. Yeah, I think there are bots as well. And I definitely think there had to have been a bot yesterday. You want to know why? Because when I got dinged and I appealed, immediately they're like, appeal denied. Whereas the day before when I got a ding and I appealed, it took them a little bit of time to do the appeal. So yeah, people are unhinged sometimes, D1. They're just so unhinged. Nana, how do you deal with some of these chats? Do you like when it's wild and people are just hog wild? Now, sometimes it could make for very good, interesting fodder, right? But sometimes I'm just like, you've got to be kidding me. It's just like, where's the respect for other people, right? And then when people talk over one another, it's bananas. Oh, there are bots early in the day and then they fade away. So Nana, I was thinking about doing a somewhat chat on Saturday. Are you up for a chat on Saturday? It would be I'm thinking 5 my time, so that would be what 3 your time? I think you're 2 hours behind me. Yeah, we're all people too. And yeah, so here's the thing. You want to give somebody an ample opportunity to say what they're going to say, but some people can't string a sentence together and they continue to go on and on and on before they get to their main plot that they want people to say. Yesterday, I was on with Mary and there was this girl on there and she kept saying, well, my sister said, and then she got distracted. And then my sister said, she said that 5 times before she got to the plot. And I was like, I don't know if I can sit here for this. It was a lot. I'm like, get to the point, make your point, and move on, right? And so I don't know. Yeah. I mean, so here's the thing. I'm a deep thinker, and I see a lot of you guys are deep thinkers, and I want to be able to have deep thinkers who think about everything instead of just like hog wild, right? And I know I can't control that, and that's part of the problem. I can't control other people, so I don't know. So I thought maybe we'll try it this Saturday and see. And I know I could just send it out to the people that I want to have on. So we'll see. Do a lot of you who are on these chats, do you like to put your face on there, or do you just like to have just your profile picture? I know there's a couple of people that will show their face and everything. So I just wanted to know. Yes, Mary's live is one of the best too, but it's so crazy. Yesterday's was so banana-less. I couldn't. And when she comes to me and says, "What's my opinion?" I have to quickly give out my thoughts because somebody always wants to talk over me. And I'm just like, "Okay." A lot of people like off camera, yeah. Yeah, I made the mistake yesterday of trying to change their chat to go back to what Mary had said, and I was kind of reiterating what Mary and Amanda were saying, and then the other two people are just off the rails. And I was like, okay, I gotta go. D1, yeah, I like that. I do the profile and on camera depending upon who you're live with. Yeah. Oh, it got worse after I left. By then, I think she said she had already yeeted I don't know, 100 people or something like that. We'll have to see. Plus, the other thing too is that I feel like I'm cultivating people that are sort of in the same mindset that I am. And then I don't want to piss off the people that I have because these other people are coming in. So, I don't want them to be like, oh, this is the wild, wild west. And so I just want to be out of here. You know what I'm saying? It got worse after I left. I was listening while driving and I was audibly saying WTF, but they did get a psychiatrist on the live and she debunked a lot of stuff. Oh, interesting. Well, FYI, the day before that, I don't know if you were there or not, she had a person who was inside the courtroom and I wanted to hear from that person. And I kept trying to get answers from that person. And then everybody else wanted to just go off on Patrick did it, right? And I was like, people, you don't understand. You've got this guest here that is giving live courtroom information. What are the jurors thinking? What does this look like? And trying to picture us in the jury in the courtroom, and then somebody else goes on about something else, and I'm like, oh, let's get back to this, and we couldn't, and it just went to it just went away. Mary Shoppins, yes. Mary Shoppins. Yes, hers is the wild, wild west. I could only be on there for a small, I could only be in there for a little bit. She's probably live right now, if I'm not mistaken. She and Amanda are on there. And, Amanda is really good as well. Amanda, facts. That girl's facts for sure. What's my opinion on the trial? Smokey, I don't have an opinion just yet. I am waiting for all the evidence to come in. And I do have to tell you that there are times I'm leaning towards the prosecution, and then the defense says something, and I'm like, no, that's great. And then the defense said something, and then I'm for the prosecution. It's a roller coaster ride for me right now. It is an up and down, up and down. It's a teeter-totter. I still don't know. So I'm waiting for everything to come in before I give my opinion at the end. And let's just say, if I do give my opinion at the end and you don't like my opinion, doesn't mean that we don't have to be friends. It means that we just differ on opinions and we're all adults and we don't have to like what somebody else says, and we just live together in harmony. But this isn't the only case that I follow, so perhaps maybe on the next case we're in agreement. So, yes, Amanda, I like when she comes in and debunks things. She's definitely, I think Amanda's been at this for a little bit longer than I have. So, we'll see. Most everyone I've seen don't like the prosecution because of the bows. Yes, so D1, I don't know if you see, but I wear a bow. But my bow I've worn well before this. I've been doing this for over a year. Not necessarily here, but on other spaces. I've been trying to find my place. And for me, some people have asked, it's okay. The bow for me is my character. I'm playing a character on here, right? I'm trying to still stay true to myself, but I'm trying to have something like, oh, it's that lady with the bow, like having some sort of a recognizable brand. That's That's what I'm doing. Now, some people like it, some people don't. It's okay. Is the bow a big problem? I love for the prosecution. Don't see it as much different as a headband. So here's the thing with the bow. If the bow is to connect with Cora per se, if the jury knew that, which I'm sure they do not, if the jury knew that, then that is you're presenting something to the jury that is not facts, it's not evidence, and you could essentially, that could be like tainting the jury, right? So I don't think the jury knows that, and that's why a lot of people just don't like her in general. So she could be wearing a headband and they'd be like, she's wearing a headband, right? Which is fine. And that's the way that it goes. And a lot of people are like, how can two women be prosecuting this woman? It's like woman on woman crime, right? Well, if it was a man who was prosecuting her, you guys would be saying, oh my God, how could this man, he's a woman hater, right? So everybody's got their own opinion. If the bow is intentional, that's tampering, probably not the correct term. Yeah, tampering, absolutely. If the jury knows, right? If the jury doesn't know, it's not going to kill them. It could be. It could be. Yep, she's just doing her job. That's right. Bye, Kimberly. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I don't know who's over here. Hello, everybody. We're just chatting. If you got a question, put it in the thing. I'm talking to the people over on the YT channel. Right, they're just doing their job. Exactly. So here's the thing. So just FYI, if you guys don't know, these cases come to a prosecutor. They do have the ability to say yes or no to prosecute this case. Now, sometimes their boss does come to them and say, you will do this, but they can be like, no, I'm not. I'm out. I'm out. They can also go find another job, right? So these prosecutors said yes. So just want to put that bee in your bonnet. I don't think a lot of people know that. I think Reddington and both prosecuting lawyers are so good. They're doing a great job. Yeah, Reddington's 75 years old. He's been doing this. If you didn't know, he is a mob boss lawyer. He's represented some other people. He also represented just recently Dr. Ingolf Turk, who was accused of unaliving his wife, I believe. That was his last sort of high-profile case. That was earlier this year when Brian Walsh. These are Massachusetts cases right now. Massachusetts right now is messed up. A lot of cases are coming out of Massachusetts because it's just bananas over there. Sometimes everybody's just prosecuting anybody they can get their hands on, right? So yeah, Reddington is he's amazing. He's amazing. All right, law lovies, it is 4:32. I've been on here all day. I need to go get something to eat a little bit better. I need more protein. I can see my energy levels going low. You like watching the process. D1, yeah, I think you're going to be a great contributor to this channel. And I appreciate you coming on here. Your insights are great. As well as you, Amanda and Liz, and the Book of Micah and Miss Rivera. I can go on. I can name everybody. You just went to Boston on vacation. Amanda, where did you go in Boston? And what did you go see in Boston? Oh, wait, Amanda just side quested me. Sorry, hang on. We'll wait for Amanda to answer her question. All right, anybody who's on here on TikTok, I'm going to say goodbye to you. Bye-bye. If you want to join me over on TikTok just for a few minutes, then great. If not, bye. Thank you. Make sure you like and subscribe, etc. And if you miss anything, you can always go back and replay. Bye. Thanks for watching Legalese 1, 2, 3. If you like what you saw, please like and subscribe for more content.